Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1612 of the War News stream. And tonight's going to be an absolutely insane night. Right now, we're seeing that U.S. B-2 stealth bombers are on high alert to strike Iran forces, maybe over the weekend, possibly. We're also seeing that Russian air bases are under a massive attack as we speak. And also, Israeli flights are being canceled left and right amid regional war fears of the war getting even worse. And also, breaking news right this very second, Saudi Arabia is under a very large-scale attack by the Houthi forces out of Yemen right now, and missiles are flying into Saudi Arabia, and it sounds like Saudi Arabia might have just begun a counterattack inside of Yemen too. So crazy stuff, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover the past 24 hours of the news from around the world as we have been able to hear of major and significant developments from the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and the United States of America over the course of the day, as it does appear that the situation is close to becoming a perfect storm here over this weekend. As we have been able to get reports that as of today, the U.S. strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran have largely decreased nearly to a non-existent level compared to the past 13 days of bombardments that have been conducted against the country. This comes as U.S. officials have spoken to the press and stated anonymously that the President of the United States is actually intending on conducting a major strike campaign on the Islamic Republic of Iran imminently, most likely within the next 24 to 48 hours, landing in on this weekend. B-2 bombers, B-52s, and B-1 Lancers are currently on high alert to be able to be prepared and launch major air-to-ground operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran during this weekend, and those strikes could begin at any moment and any hour within these next several days. Additionally, we have also been able to see that as of today, the Islamic Republic of Iran has started to conduct greater amounts of threats or escalations, especially through their proxy forces, the Yemeni Houthis. As while we're live on air right now, the Yemeni Houthis are currently conducting a significant ballistic missile attack against a Saudi Arabian oil field near to the town of Jazan, directly along the Houthi border. While at the same time, Saudi forces are now bombarding and destroying Houthi establishments and Houthi positions within Sana'a, Hadida, Jeddah, and other key locations within the Houthi lands inside the country. We have also seen that the Yemeni Houthis have claimed another ship destroyed within the Bab el-Mandeb, as another Saudi tanker has been hit and is currently on fire within the area. Additionally, we have also seen that reports have now emerged that apparently within prior days, the Kingdom of Kuwait and the Kingdom of Bahrain may have been involved in conducting strikes alongside the United States of America against IRGC coastal forces within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which would be the first time that they have ever conducted such actions, at least in any measurable or discernible way to the public. We have also seen that the U.S. embassies within the Middle East, especially in Jerusalem, are now warning U.S. citizens to remain vigilant and highly aware, as any moment right now, unprecedented escalations, according to the embassy statements, may start to occur within the region. We have also seen major airlines, including Lufthansa, canceling all of their flights into Tel Aviv, Israel, due to the foreseen escalations that are now expected in the region, as we are seeing the quiet before the chaos. We have also been able to hear that further military deployments have been conducted by the Republic of Iraq within the capital of Baghdad inside the Green Zone, and at this moment it's unclear whether that's a part of a larger anti-corruption campaign, like they have been stating, or whether that is for the escalations that may be coming around the corner. At the same time, two EA-37Bs, communication and command aircraft, have been moved into the area as of today, which is showing us that that is a clear indicator of preparations for major air operations that are coming incredibly soon. Outside of all this news within the Middle East, we have also been able to hear that the United States of America appears to be getting ready for war, or a larger conflict, amid the backdrop of the wars that we're currently watching raging in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, as the United States of America is now changing the selective service system to where individuals are not in charge of registering themselves. The federal government will be the one registering citizens, and we are also hearing that they are conducting simulations to see if a full-blown war does occur that requires a mobilization of the citizens of the Republic, what that mobilization will look like, how it will most effectively be done, and how to properly allocate the resources of the citizenry and the war industries to be able to deal with an upcoming conflict as best as possible. We have also been able to get breaking news that a Russian drone was shot down on its way to Bucharest, Romania today, and according to Romanian reports and NATO reports, NATO aircraft shot down the drone 100 kilometers inside of Romania, as it was beelining directly through Romanian airspace and straight towards the Romanian capital of Bucharest. It's unclear what that attack was intended for, while we have also seen major Ukrainian strikes hitting key Russian targets throughout the Russian Federation, and the Ukrainian forces have held the front lines adamantly today and have also inflicted significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. Before we get on into all of this news, though, I do want to make sure to break immediately away, as we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment, possibly on the situation with the Yemeni Houthis. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we are tracking, amid all those other breaking stories that Enforcer just mentioned, we are tracking some confirmed impacts inside of Saudi Arabia. So it looks like the Houthis have been armed with some missiles, possibly drones, and they're launching a pretty sizable attack on Saudi Arabia right now. So that's definitely a concern, to say the least. I'm trying to get some more information here. It looks like the city of Jazan is apparently under attack, and we are getting a video out of there. I'm getting a couple different videos showing those strikes in that location. Also, we're getting some information that an oil site has been targeted in Saudi Arabia as well. Let's see here. And we're also seeing the flights divert also very heavily. The flights are diverting. So I'm trying to see what is they're saying the oil terminal in Jazan has been hit. That's what they're saying has been hit so far. And it looks like there's a pretty sizable fire at that location too, that I can see from these photos.
And it does appear that at the moment we are seeing a major fire at what appears to be possibly an oil pumping station within Jazan, but we've also been able to see additionally, to make sure to mention this for everyone, that the Yanbu government farther north and on the Saudi coastline just to the west of Medina has also seen that an air alert was announced and lifted within minutes as the attack by the Houthis was underway on Jazan. The importance of Yanbu and Jazan is that they do have significant access via pipelines and pipe networks to the oil fields throughout Saudi Arabia, and generally serve as export hubs for the Saudi Arabians via the Red Sea instead of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, meaning that right now the Houthis appear to be conducting attacks against the Saudi Arabians' oil export accesses or egresses on the western coast of their country, which is starting to show that the Houthis are most likely working in conjunction with the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and cause critical damage to the export capabilities of Gulf state nations, including Saudi Arabia, which Saudi Arabia is really the only country that we've seen so far at this moment, folks, that has still been able to export its oil even in the midst of the Strait of Hormuz blockade, as Saudi Arabia has been shipping out approximately 5 million barrels of crude oil daily from their ports on the western coast of their country. We actually have geolocation of some of these strikes at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got on this?
It looks like this is the alleged location that was struck. This is apparently where we're seeing that large ball of fire coming from. It's being alleged that 5 ballistic missiles targeted the Aramco oil terminal in Jazan, which is where we also believe the hits were taking place. And they're showing what appears to be just a normal oil terminal that was hit. So it looks like a confirmed impact to me, I would say. So, Enforcer, what can you show us about that location? Is that one of many of their ports, or how significant is that?
These are fairly significant ports, at least in this area of Jazan. And let me go and find the exact port here along the coast, folks, because they put down the geolocation picture, and it looks like... Okay, so this isn't the oil loading facility. I'm trying to find the oil loading port here really quickly on air, folks. That way we can continue on with...
Punch in Jazan and you'll see it.
It's not in the town. It's somewhere else outside of it. I'm looking around right now trying to find it. It's are you trying to say it's in here somewhere? Because I didn't see that building or anything like it in there. This is a totally different layout.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're saying it's in Jazan, Saudi Arabia, so it would be nearby to that city.
1 second, folks. I'm going to try and take a minute to be able to try and find this thing because we don't want to just report it and be like, it's out here somewhere. Here it is. It's up here. So this is the Jazan oil loading port, which is actually far north of Jazan. It appears to be approximately about 30 miles or so, which is exact. So we can see that apparently it's the oil pumping building here that has been hit as a part of the facility, or at least these pipe works just south of the structure, which apparently load up VLCCs and their oil out of Saudi Arabia. As far as the pertinence of this target, it is a fairly important one to be hit, at least as far as the impact that's concerned, as we do understand that I believe it's the Trans-Arabian pipeline that travels to Yanbu is the one that provides the most crude oil for exports within the west coast of Saudi Arabia, but I also do believe that the Jazan port is somewhat significant as well, at least in its export capacity, although it's not close to the amount or volume that's transported out of the Yanbu area or Yanbu port further north up in the middle of the Red Sea. So this is a fairly significant target to be hit, and we may be seeing that this is decreasing the amount of exports that the Saudi Arabians can conduct in the midst of this war with Iran, and that might also be an attempt in conjunction with the IRGC to see that Houthi attacks are even causing further damage to global oil infrastructure and global supply networks, which would be creating an even worse situation for the United States, and one that could start to become much more critical at a faster rate due to the lack of exports or the decrease of export capacity. But it appears that Matthew is getting some further breaking news updates out in the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
So it looks like Yanbu port, the one you just mentioned, has also been hit as well. It's being reported by, and take this for what you will, it's being reported by Iran's press TV that powerful explosions also rocked the Saudi Arabian port city of Yanbu. But don't dismiss it right off the bat, though, because there was alerts and sirens being sounded in the city of Yanbu just a short while ago. I think they just lifted the danger in that city, at least according to what I'm seeing right now. But it's not out of the question that that was hit. The fact they were able to hit the other port there in Jazan suggests that Yanbu likely was targeted, and most likely hit, but we haven't gotten visual proof of that just yet.
And we can actually see right here, just to show y'all really quickly, this is the Yanbu oil loading docks and oil loading ports. And you can actually see there are a significant number of docks and nodes here to be able to allow for the onloading or offloading of oil, whichever is necessary, and even refined fuel products, as this is also a combined fuel refinery within the area of the oil storage depot, which we can see here to the northern side. There is a significant number of ships, some of the largest in the world, that travel to Yanbu port to be able to load up with Saudi oil and ship it worldwide. If this facility has been hit, which we haven't been able to get any video or picture evidence proof of yet, this could be showing us that the Yemeni Houthis may have just knocked out both of Saudi Arabia's major oil transportation nodes within western Saudi Arabia, which may be seeing that Saudi Arabia's capability to export its 5 million barrels of crude daily, which has been able to maintain throughout the war with Iran, may have just ceased or been heavily reduced as a result of damage that may have just been caused by Houthi strikes. I do want to say, though, that the Iranian state media is not really the most credible thing that we've ever heard of, so that might not be the case, that there has been severe damage within this area. It's possible, but we're going to be keeping an eye on it and trying to get y'all more updates and information when we can, especially video and picture evidence, to be able to confirm actual hits within the Yanbu area.
Yeah. Well, what in the world they using to strike Saudi Arabia with? It appears to be like just from a first glance, it looks like it could be missiles, possibly speaking. So I'm trying to see here. The Saudi Arabians are being very hush hush about what's been launched to their territory. It could be drones. We do know that the Houthis do possess quite a few Shahed drones that they acquired from Iran, because of course Iran funds the groups inside of these countries. They're Iranian proxy forces, including the Houthis in Yemen. So it could be drones, but I'm seeing some people say ballistic missiles as well. So is that a new capability? Because I don't recall the Houthis having a large stock of ballistics quite like that.
This is actually not new at all. They've actually had ballistic and cruise missiles for years and have used ballistic and cruise missiles against the state of Israel multiple times throughout 2024 and 2025, firing them in an arc all the way across Saudi Arabia and directly into southern Israel. So a cruise missile or a ballistic missile attack from the Yemeni Houthis is generally nothing new at all, and the IRGC has been giving them an ample supply during peacetime of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, usually when the Houthis launch like a missile attack on Israel, it's like one missile, and then maybe like a couple days later, it's another missile or something. It's not like five ballistic missiles in one go. I mean, that's a large for the Houthis. That's a significantly large attack that they just launched on Saudi Arabia, and that's just five that's being alleged to have had toward just Jazan itself. Not mentioning Yambu is also under an attack as well. So I don't know. This seems like more than they previously had. And we had gotten the warnings about a week ago that the Iranians might be arming the Houthis in preparation for this action here. So I would disagree with you. I think this is bigger than they've previously ever launched.
Well, yeah, but your question was, do they have cruise missiles and ballistic missiles? You didn't ask, did they have a lot of them? You just said if they had them at all. And I said, yeah, they have. And you're like, well, I don't think they have as this many. And, I'm more so just trying to say they have them
I'm
just
just saying
at
it's
all.
unusual. I'm like, yeah, it's not normal. Like when they launch attacks, like you were mentioning attacks on Israel, that's like one missile. It's not like five or, possibly up to 10 of them. It's never that large. Like this is unusually large for the Houthis.
It is unusually large, but they've had these capabilities for years. That's more so the question I was trying to answer is if they had these at all, and the answer is yes. Regardless of the number, they have had the capability for years. So we do understand that they are attacking Jazanpur and Yanbu with these ballistic missiles and cruise missiles at the moment. We're not really sure if any cruise missiles are being used, but we are hearing that ballistic missiles are being fired, and it looks at the moment that they are trying to attack the major oil-loading ports in western Saudi Arabia, which would clearly give us an indication that they are working in conjunction with the IRGC in Iran to coordinate and conduct these attacks to try and knock out the Saudi Arabians' export capacity entirely and leave them dependent, along with the other Gulf states, on the egresses through the Strait of Hormuz for all of their oil exports in the future. So far, we understand that most of those oil loading terminals within the Persian Gulf in Saudi Arabia have not been attacked either by the Houthis or the Islamic Republic of Iran to any significant note, and so generally it does appear, at least from what we can see for now, this is a larger Iranian strategy that's being played here via the Houthis in the conflict that's ongoing between the Houthis in western Yemen and the Saudi Arabians. And it appears that we actually have more breaking news coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're hearing about possibly a bigger expansion of the strikes than previously thought. So it sounds like another place, the Samad area of Saudi Arabia, might also have been hit, but we haven't gotten visual confirmation of that one either. Right now, the only one that we have visual confirmation is the Jazan strike on the oil terminal there. We can see that there was definitely an impact near that location. Samad's a lot closer to the Yemeni border, so that would be a lot easier for the Houthis to hit. So I wouldn't doubt that there probably was some strike there, but Samad's not exactly on the coast per se. It's more like inland, it looks like.
Let me see if I can get an exact location for that. Samad, Saudi Arabia. Doesn't really appear they want to show Samad on this map. I can't find a Samad down there, actually. So I'm guessing it's just maybe the government or the region, perhaps, because I can't find a town named Samad. But there is an explosion that has happened very close to the Saudi border, apparently within this area. And let me see here, folks. I mean, well, that's interesting, though, because this is the exact part of the border right here. You can see that little, like, tooth-shaped inlet that the Saudis have into Yemeni territory right there. And it's somewhere over here, like, right there. And I'm looking over here, folks. I'm not seeing a Samad. So I'm guessing that actually this is the Jazan province. So I don't really know of a town of Samad. I can't find a town of Samad. And also the province isn't named that either. So I'm guessing that maybe this is some sort of a shorthand name that's been given on Twitter for a strike around Al-Qa or Iban, which appear to be the closest villages to the marker that we can see right here. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more updates or information on that. Or maybe I'm blind and I'm just not seeing some mod on the map that might be here, but Google also isn't pulling up either. So,
They call it something else, apparently. I just looked it up. There's a much longer name for the area, but it's generally right above that border area that you looked at. It's the same location, but they're calling it something different.
how would you, is it Al Gabal Al Assad?
It's too long, and sadly, I'm too tied up with the breaking news right now to spell it.
Dang. Well, it's somewhere in this area. Like it's somewhere in this general area inside of this mountain range, possibly, or just a little bit south of it inside of the plain that exists just south of the small mountain range in this area. So that's generally where we can triangulate this attack at the moment broadly. And there are eyewitness reports that some sort of a strike has been conducted in that area. We'll try and make sure, folks, like as usual, to try and get you all more information and details on that when we've got it. But Matthew, do we have any more updates that are coming out right now from this Houthi attack on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
So right now, it appears to be that we're waiting on damage assessments. The Saudi Arabians appear to still have maybe one or two alerts in place. Let's see here. I'm hearing of some possible blasts that could be happening right now inside of. Let's see. Wait a minute. Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Well, I can't confirm that. Hold on. So let me do some more research here for a second. It sounds like there might be a strike that just took place in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, which is actually way over toward Bahrain. But I'm having a little bit of doubts about that. That's pretty far. That's like well beyond Riyadh for the Houthis. So that might be maybe Iran that launched a missile or something. Let me see if I can verify that though before I say it for a fact.
Also, just to give you a little bit of context here and a little bit of background, on the port that has been hit, that we can confirm clearly to be hit, the Jazan oil loading port north of the city actually has a capacity of export of about 2.2 million barrels a day. So depending on the extent of the damage, we may be seeing that a significant number of that, or at least part of a number of that export value, has just been chipped away by this Houthi attack that was conducted on the area and has directly struck the oil loading facilities. It also appears that it was able to hit with somewhat great accuracy, as we were able to see that exact geolocations, at least for now, are actually showing that is this building here, which is attached to the oil transportation facility, or pump works, that has been hit and damaged, showing that whatever sort of a ballistic missile the Yemeni Houthis have access to and have fired into Saudi Arabia actually has a high degree of accuracy. This is also showing us that at the moment, the Saudi Arabians appear to have a lacking of air defenses around their key oil ports within western Saudi Arabia, and if we're able to confirm here in a minute that there was a strike on the Yanbu port, that is going to be somewhat concerning, especially for global oil stability, as we are seeing the prices are rapidly rising right now with the condition we're in. And if we continue to see that oil ports in the Middle East are lost or knocked out of operation for some period of time, the stability of the oil logistics could become even worse, and therefore the prices could rise even more quickly with this bad news coming out. Also, considering that the oil markets are traded on futures and what people believe the value of oil will be when it is sold in its futures, or largely its futures value, that also means that these attacks could be foreboding of bad news. They could also see that they could react negatively in that market, and the value per barrel of oil could start to rise even quicker than it really is supposed to be. But it appears that a lot of people right now are hearing that there is more breaking news coming out, as I just saw 10 million asterisks in the live chat. So Matthew, what do we got? What do we got here?
So do this real quick. Help me out here with this. Go to Flight Radar 24 because I'm trying to piece together some different aspects here of some information I'm getting to see if this is real or not. Check Flight Radar 24 and see if the Dammam airport that's close to Bahrain and Saudi Arabian territory, see if it looks like flights are diverting there, because I'm getting some alleged reports that maybe blasts are taking place there, and I'm not sure if that's the Houthis. That could be possibly Iran. Now, I can't confirm that yet. So if Flight Radar 24 will load, it looks like a lot of people are overloading the system. There it is. See if the flights look like they're diverting.
Oh my, hold up, man. I gotta, for some reason, it's kicked me out. Hold up, let me log back in real quick. I'm very sorry about this,
I think
folks.
Flight Radar 24. I think Flight Radar 24 is being overwhelmed with people trying to get on it right now. I think everybody's trying to monitor the situation, as they call it. So I think that's why it's having that issue.
So Dammam Port actually looks like it just had a flight leave. Let me check that. Well, actually, yes, this flight did just depart, apparently, and it's now climbing near to the airport. We can also see another flight on the ground that appears to be preparing for takeoff, and we can also see an additional flight, which appears that there's a heavy amount of GPS spoofing or jamming being done in this area, but it appears that it might also be attempting to land at the airport at this moment. So it looks like the Dammam airport may be open, and we're not seeing any real disruptions of any significant note, at least from what we can tell. Their 19 flights have been delayed, and the average delay is about 13 minutes, but it doesn't really appear that the airspace has suffered a complete closure. It looks like it might be something else involved with that, maybe, because the disruption isn't great enough to say that this is clearly an airspace closure, if I can speak correctly. So,
Yeah.
very interesting with
I
that.
Yeah, I would say the mom strikes. I'm really skeptical about that. I'll say this, folks, that is not confirmed yet. I'm seeing some people on Twitter report that as a fact. They're saying that there's blasts being heard in Dammam, which is very close to Bahrain, and it's technically Saudi Arabian territory. It's not in Bahrain; it's in Saudi Arabia. So I'm having some doubts about that. So we have no confirmation of that yet, and that appears to be possibly a bogus story because it doesn't look like the flights are redirecting. And also, I have no visual evidence whatsoever that any blasts are taking place there. So I think that might be a bogus report.
It might be a bogus report. If they were targeting anything over here, they probably would target Al Jubail, because Al Jubail is their major oil export port on the east coast of their country. And that would seem to me, especially considering that they've just attacked Yanbu port, because there was an alert that went out there, and also the Jazan port, you would think that they would be going for Al Jubail as well, instead of a aggregates port and a TEU port further south inside of the city of Daman, because that would make more strategic sense to try and knock out all of their export nodes, instead of knocking out 2 export nodes, leaving 1 intact at Al Jubail, and then hitting a container port or an aggregate port for some reason.
Yeah, I would say so. So right now it appears to be limited to the western coast of Saudi Arabia. That's mainly where the Houthis have been striking for the most part, and they're hitting specifically the oil infrastructure in those locations. The only place, I want to reiterate this, the only place we have visual evidence that something has been struck is Jazan, Saudi Arabia. And there is an oil export terminal at that location that's also believed to be hit, and that's what we believe to be in the videos showing this large explosion. We think that is the oil terminal that was hit. There's also the allegations that maybe Yanbu port's been hit as well, which is a very significant location where the pipeline runs toward the western side of Saudi Arabia. So definitely a pretty large attack by the Houthis, I would say, and also showing that the Houthis have apparently been well armed by Iran to launch these attacks too. So they're officially jumping in. Still no attacks on Israel though. Iran's now made the bold step of having their proxies attack Saudi Arabia, which is a big step, but Israel is still on the out of bounds, at least for right now.
It does appear so. And to recap really quickly, folks, we have a green light confirmation, video and picture evidence from Jazan port, confirming that Jazan port has been hit and has most likely been knocked out of action for some period of time. We have a yellow light report, if we want to call it that, a possible unconfirmed report of a strike within Yanbu port. We do know that there was an attack at Yanbu because the air alerts were sounded, but we're not sure if that attack was actually successful, so we're not entirely sure if that port was hit or not. And we have a red light, unconfirmed rumor at this point coming out of Dammam that Dammam may have come under attack. So that's generally our stories at the moment. We have confirmed hits in Jazan, down in the south. Green light on that story, confirmed all the way with video and picture evidence. Yellow light, unconfirmed reports from Yanbu. There may be a possible hit within that area. And red light rumors on the situation in Dammam, where there may be an attack, but we really have no credible information in any way to work off of on that rumor that's now starting to circle around. But we have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're now hearing from Iran. Iran is claiming this. They're saying that an airbase in Khamis Mushait, if that's how you say it, I'm probably butchering the hell out of that, but in southern Saudi Arabia, apparently an airbase was hit, at least allegedly, according to the Iranians, and they're saying that the Houthis were able to strike that. So let's see where that's at and see if that's close to the border or not.
So this would actually be, let's see here. I forgot the name of this airbase. We actually covered this. It was under attack last week. I forgot the name of the airbase though, but it's the airbase near Kaimas Mashat that's apparently under attack, and I believe it's like the Prince something something airbase, if I remember the name correctly. I'll try and get us a name here really quick, but it appears that that base is the one that just came under attack. So Matthew, do you have any more details on that while I put this down on the map?
So no details, and once again, this is Iran claiming this, so we don't have any real confirmation this has actually taken place. They're citing Yemeni sources, which I would assume that's probably the Houthis, because that's the people that Iran has contact with in Yemen. So that's probably the Houthis claiming that, and I just can't confirm because we don't have visual evidence of it, but they're saying that the airbase was hit. Now, I'll say this, if these turn out to be real strikes, like an airbase was hit, 2 different oil export terminals were hit, I mean, this is a pretty big failure by Saudi Arabia to protect their airspace. They knew that these strikes were coming. They had pre-warning that the Houthis were going to jump into the situation, and Saudi Arabia even attacked down there on the Houthi territory to try to deal with the problem preemptively. And if this is true that all these different places has been hit, I would say Saudi Arabia's got a pretty big problem right now because they seem not to be able to protect their airspace.
So this is actually the King Khalid air base within Khamis Mashite. I know we're probably both mispronouncing that badly. Big apologies to anyone who does know how to properly pronounce it. But this is the King Khalid air base within southern Saudi Arabia. From what we generally understand, this is not used by U.S. armed forces in really any way that we know of. It's used entirely by the Royal Saudi Air Force. So whatever targets are being hit or whatever forces are being damaged in this area, this is most likely going to be attriting Saudi forces 100% of the probability chance over U.S. forces that are currently within the area. So that's a bit of an overview that we have at the moment, and it also appears that at the King Khalid Air Base, number 6 Squadron, number 55 Squadron, number 66 Squadron, and number 99 Squadron of the Royal Saudi Air Force are all stationed at this air base. Sadly, I can't really tell y'all what those squadrons use in particular, at least for their aircraft or what they're flying down there, but it's highly likely if it's any combat aviation wings, Eurofighter Typhoons, Panavia Tornadoes, or some variant of an F-15, an F-15E, or an F-15C, or an F-15EX, most likely. So that's kind of our broad overview at the moment of what may have come under attack. And once again, folks, this is largely a yellow light story as well. The Iranians are saying that there was an attack on the King Khalid Air Base, but we really cannot confirm that, at least on our end yet. We don't have any video or picture evidence of ballistic missile strikes from the nearby city showing that the airbase has been hit, and we need video and picture evidence to be able to corroborate these stories and confirm them full-on ironclad and say that that's actually happening on the ground. So we're still waiting for that information to hopefully come out here incredibly soon. And I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, it's kind of crazy. We are about, I think, 30 minutes at this point into the news, and I haven't covered a single pre-prepared story today. We have just been in the middle of covering breaking news. The Houthi attack started literally right when we were going on air, and it is apparently still going, at least from reports that we're getting right now. So, Matthew, do we have anything else that's going on in the area right now while we see this poll getting spooled up?
So right now, really nothing else at the moment. I am hearing some rumors that maybe Saudi Arabian politicians are calling for direct retaliation, more severe retaliation on the Houthi forces down in Yemen, which that wouldn't be out of the question. Obviously, I think Saudi Arabia is going to get quite upset about this. Also, not to mention that Pakistan has vowed to help Saudi Arabia if they're attacked. So I don't know if Pakistan is going to do something and maybe get involved in the situation now that the Houthis are basically declaring an open war on Saudi Arabia. It's like open season, apparently, on Saudi Arabian targets. So Pakistan, I still have some doubts that Pakistan is going to do anything. I'll be honest. I think they'll probably sit this one out, but they technically are supposed to help, but I don't think they will. But in the meantime, though, we're just waiting on some more damage assessments. That's what we're waiting on right now.
And so while we wait on these damage assessments, folks, let's try and talk about the larger situation strategically of what we are watching right now, what might be the aim or the strategic goal, and what might be the upcoming response by the Saudis. And once again, folks, this is all analysis of the situation as we're seeing it right now. So moving us on out of that disclaimer and on into the story, right now we are watching that the Yemeni Houthis have just conducted an attack that's been confirmed on Jazan port with a daily oil export capacity of 2.2 million barrels and a capacity of 93,000 barrels per hour. We also know that up in Yanbu port, there has been an allegation that the port was hit, and we were able to see the air defenses were sounded within the area, suggesting that that port may have come under attack as well at the same time by Houthi forces. And there's a unconfirmed rumor that's currently circling that Dammam port may have also been attempted to be hit as well, which may possibly include Al Jubail, which is the Saudi oil loading port within the Persian Gulf. The fact that we're hearing, at a minimum, outside of the unconfirmed reports on the Persian Gulf, that in the Red Sea, Yanbu port and Jazan port just came under attack, and one attack was clearly successful, and the other is up in the air at the moment, whether it was successful or not. This is quite a concerning action here. This is showing that the Houthis are clearly working at this moment with the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and conduct missile attacks against Saudi export capacity on their west coast. Throughout all of our military analysis in the first phase of the war, we stated that while all oil in the Middle East was not able to be exported via the Strait of Hormuz, the only country that had a bit of a reprieve from that crisis was the Saudi Arabians. The Saudi Arabians produce roughly 11 to 12 million barrels of oil a day, and out of that 12 million barrels of oil, they're able to export about 5 million barrels of it via the ports of Yanbu and Jazan daily via their trans-Saudi Arabian pipelines, which travel all the way across the country from their oil-rich fields of the oil sands all the way to these ports to be able to have them load their oil onto ships and send it out into the greater world, meaning that Saudi Arabia was really the only country in the entirety of the Middle East that saw that their oil capacity was still being met to some percentage during the war, about a little less than 50%. Most other countries were nowhere close to that. It was near to 0%. So now we're seeing that the Yemeni Houthis have tried to strike these terminals and knock them out as well. The world consumes about 100 million barrels of oil a day globally, and with another 5 million barrels, possibly at the maximum, being knocked out from Saudi Arabia's export capacity, that means that this Houthi attack may have just knocked out 5% more of the global supply of crude oil that's being shipped around the world. And right now, about 20-something percent or so of that, I think it's about 23 to 25% of that oil supply is also being stopped because transits through the Strait of Hormuz are currently not ongoing, meaning that with this combined damage, 30% of the world's oil supplies are being halted or stopped at this moment within the Middle East because of these strikes. This is clearly a large campaign that the Houthis are working in conjunction with the Iranians with to see that they can try and knock out almost all export capacity from the Middle East and create such a tumultuous and serious energy crisis that it must be relieved no matter the cost, no matter the circumstances, which the Iranians are probably hoping will force the United States back to the negotiating table, and the United States will largely accept defeat and give even more concessions to the Islamic Republic of Iran to see that the Strait of Hormuz is opened, if at all. So that might be what we're seeing right now that the Houthis are working on with the Iranians, and we also need to understand, folks, that the Saudis are not a static force in this world. They are going to be reacting to this quite clearly. We already know that they were reacting over the day to the Houthi attacks that were being conducted on tankers within the Bab el-Mandeb, and so there are several possible Saudi reactions that may be made to this. But in any of these analysis, we're going to be assuming at this point that imminent military action is going to be happening on the side of the Saudis. The Saudis are either going to resort to even larger airstrike campaigns against the Yemeni Houthis, or in a extreme escalation, they may actually attempt to conduct a ground invasion and occupation of Western Yemen if the situation continues to descend out of control. We're expecting that's definitely not going to be the action we see within the next few days. If anything, it's just going to be major airstrikes by Saudi air forces against the Houthis, but in the future, if they believe that the situation is largely irreparable and requires harsh action, they will most likely conduct a ground invasion into Western Yemen. The reasoning behind that being, if the Houthis continue to exist and continue to knock out major export terminals of the Saudi Arabian oil company, Saudi Aramco, this is going to start causing extreme economic damage to Saudi Arabia to the point that it would be irreparable to recover from. And in that sort of a situation, it'd probably be a lot cheaper and a lot more viable in the long term to invade Western Yemen and occupy it and basically conduct counterinsurgency operations for however long they need, versus allowing the Houthis to just keep striking their critical industries and their critical export nodes and keep sending Saudi Arabia into the economic abyss. So those are mostly the two paths of action that we may be seeing here in the future by the Saudis. Definitely airstrikes, possibly a ground invasion. But moving us on from all of this breaking news that we were just covering here on air of all of the major Houthi actions that were being conducted against the Saudis, it's now time for us, folks, to move on out of all of that breaking news and move on into all of the breaking news that we've had over the course of the entire day. Starting with our largest stories first, and moving our way on down into the smallest stories throughout the night. I'm saying that 35 minutes into the news broadcast at this point, and I gotta say, folks, the last thing I expected was the Houthis trying to go ham on the Saudis right when we went live on air. I'm not gonna lie, that one came out of left field. But moving us on out of that and on into our breaking news, we have been able to hear that as of today, the U.S.'s strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran have slowed down quite a great deal. Out of the 14 days of war that we've been involved in with the Iranians right now, this being the 14th day, this is the first day of the 13 days that we have not heard an announcement of a strike campaign or a conclusion of a strike campaign by CENTCOM. And we have also seen that the strikes that the U.S. has conducted in Iran as of today are far smaller in number than any of the prior days of strikes that we've seen over these past 2 weeks. To list the strikes that we saw alone, we heard of a strike in Sirik, we heard of a strike within the area of Bepahan, and we also were able to hear of a few strikes within the area, I believe, of Avaj once more. But this is a very small number of strikes. That's only about 3 targets that were hit inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, and a reminder for everyone from yesterday, the United States had hit a multitude of targets, I believe over a dozen of them, throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran from the north, west, and southern parts of the country. So it appears that at the moment, the United States is conducting what we are calling on this channel the calm before the storm, as many U.S. officials have come out today and stated that the president is now saying that that he will break the Iranians' will through an aggressive bombing campaign.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? Is that right? I thought that's what we did the last time and didn't quite break their will. I'm not sure when the U.S. is going to learn, if this report is accurate, that you're not going to break the extremist will by bombing them into oblivion. That's simply not going to work.
So right now, folks, on the menu, they're considering bombing Tehran for the 9,000th time, and maybe that will break their will.
Oh man, they got to be strategic with it. Like unless you're achieving a strategic objective with the bombings, like for example on the coast to try to get rid of all the coastal defenses and the air defense systems, then simply bombing for the sake of bombing is not going to work. Like if that's what they're going for again, then they're just going to waste a hell of a lot of money, munitions, and possibly put more soldiers at risk and not really achieve anything out of it. It has to be strategic. Either you're taking out the nuclear sites, that's a strategic reason, or you're taking out coastal defenses. It has to be something like that. Hopefully a report that right there is not accurate. Otherwise, we're going down another rabbit hole.
Yeah, I got my own opinion on that. I'll get into that here once we get to the poll because it's probably going to be a little lengthy. But to get us on into the next piece of news, which is actually going to be bringing us on into this poll, we did get to hear that long-range B-2 Spirits and B-52 bombers in the United States are currently on high alert, with additional aerial refueling bases to support them moved closer to the Middle East, according to military officials who spoke to the New York Times today under anonymity, which is giving us an understanding that right now the United States is starting to get into the preparation works for what might be a long weekend for the Islamic Republic of Iran, and depending on what kind of strategic overview is laid out, it might be a long weekend for us as well, and one that's going to make us start gnashing our teeth. It appears clear that at this moment, from all sources, the U.S. is preparing for some sort of a massive bombardment of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The fine details, however, of what that massive bombardment campaign is going to be attempting to achieve is still a bit of a mystery. There are 2 different ways that this can go. Either they're going to begin a massive bombardment campaign of the coastal forces of the IRGC, which will have strategic value and worth, or they're going to bomb Tehran for the 9,000th time, and if we start doing that every day, I can tell y'all that we may as well just hang this thing up and declare that we've lost the war if this starts to become a daily trend, if they return back to that tactic, which did not work whatsoever during the first phase of the war. But right now, a lot of people are talking about this very development in the polls about the situation in the Middle East, with these bombers on high alert, strategic bombers, and also the fact that this 13th day has been quite quiet today with this news coming out from circles involved with the U.S. administration. A lot of people are wondering what is going to be coming around the corner. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so today was very notable. About an hour or 2 ago, I was monitoring the situation like I usually do at this time of the day, and I was like, well, where's the CENTCOM attacks? Like, they've been on like a 12-day streak of attacking Iran, but at their normal scheduled time tonight, there was 0 attacks, it was quiet as a mouse, and nothing was happening, and that caught my attention as being very unusual, because this weekend, there's a ton of speculation that there might be heavy bombings that's larger than usual by, for example, B-2 stealth bombers, and maybe the B-1B coming back to once again start obliterating nuclear sites and possibly coastal defenses inside of Iran. So we're also hearing that the Israeli embassy in Jerusalem for the United States put out a warning that there could be unforeseen escalations over the weekend. So all this seems to be looking a little bit like maybe the calm before the storm. So what is your take? 67% of the audience said this weekend equals massive strikes, while 17% said it's simply an operational pause for some realistic reason, and 9% said this weekend equals new peace talks. And I'll be honest, folks, I'm hearing that peace talk mumbo jumbo coming back again. I heard the president today, he was saying that the Iranians are begging for a deal again, but he's not sure if the Iranians are truly ready for a deal. So we're very familiar with that talk, and that could mean that by Sunday night, we hear that maybe a peace deal is back in the works that may or may not be real or not. So it seems to me like it seems like a calm before the storm. But I'll be honest, with these leadership in charge right now, I'm not really sure. So I'm with the 8%. I'm a little bit undecided. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 67%. I think that this weekend is most likely going to be seeing massive strikes because generally, from what we know, the historical trend is that the United States prefers to conduct major strikes on weekends. As we saw in the first phase of the war, it doesn't affect the stock market, and it doesn't have a chance of affecting the stock market. And hopefully they'll be able to conduct the strike and then immediately go from that to we have a peace deal that's coming around the corner, and the Iranians are begging for a deal by the time of late Sunday, right before the markets open the next day, which, as many will know, would hopefully try and satiate or calm the oil trading markets and the futures from going absolutely insane come Monday. So I would have a feeling that that's probably the case of what's going to be coming around the corner and happening as far as the United States is concerned. But my main concern is, folks, is that the president sounds like he might be getting involved in military planning again, from what it sounds like today. Because if he's saying he wants to conduct a major bombing campaign, we can generally get the idea that whatever plan is about to be followed through might be his and his alone. And I hate to say it, folks, but the president kind of seems to have an understanding of how to fight a war from like a Hollywood movie, to where if you like have really big explosions and like SEAL Team 6 rides in hanging off the ropes from a chopper firing off M60s, that's going to win the war because it's just badass looking. And I hate to say it, but that's just not really the way that wars are won. Wars are won through strategic objectives being met, and strategic objectives aren't just called strategic for the hell of it. They usually have some sort of real value to them. And right now, the main problem that we're having is that the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded and the flow of oil from the Middle East is stopped. Oil is incredibly important for our modern global economy, and especially for the globalized economy that the Western sphere thrives off of. If the oil stops flowing through the Persian Gulf, and we see that we continue to strike Tehran every night, we may see that the breaking of the Iranian blockade will never actually happen, and we could start to enter an oil crisis here in the United States that becomes so grave that we might have to once again admit defeat like we did in the first phase of the war and get around to just giving the Iranians whatever they want, even getting fleeced like we were the first time, to just try and see that a little bit of oil starts coming out of the Strait of Hormuz again. That's generally my main concern. Right now, the coastal campaign has generally been working, and we have been seeing that at least a vessel or two have felt confident enough to try and pass through the strait, and one of them did make it through. And the fact that one of them made it through, even though it was hit, it did pass on through, that generally is giving us a decent understanding that if we continued on with this campaign, within 3 to 4 weeks, which is what we generally expected, we might be able to see that convoy duties are possible within the strait, and that we'll be able to get oil ships through the strait and out into the global world, which is a much better situation than having no oil going through the strait at all. So I would have to be honest with y'all. That's my main concern. Like, it doesn't, like, the massive strike thing, it doesn't really matter if that's even happening. The more important thing is that we have to stay on our strategic objectives, and we have to be able to achieve those and keep going at them until we have success or victory in the one battlefield that counts, which is the Strait of Hormuz. If we do not see a victory there, we have lost the war. So, I hope that addresses that well. I thought you were going to say something there. I was like, man, I bet Matthew's got something to say. But beyond that, man.
Man, you gotta toss me a little transition to something, or otherwise I'm very tied up with the breaking news over here.
Oh, I forgot about that. But what do you, like, transitioning that, so that way I give you a good cue. What do you think of that, Matthew? Do you think that, like, what I'm saying here is generally correct? Like, the battle, or more so the war, is going to be basically fought and won within the Strait of Hormuz? Or do you think that it could be fought and won elsewhere, like, bombing Tehran for the 9,000th time?
I would say if we can get control of the Strait of Hormuz and get that leverage back on the U.S. side, I would say that we've basically won the war at that point, I would say. Because the only reason we're stuck there is because of the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we don't have to be there for the nuclear stuff. Like, we could decide to deal with that later if they wanted to, or they could simply, send in the B-2s from U.S. bases and make an entire round trip right back to the United States. We don't have to be physically in the region to deal with the nuclear problem. We saw that last year during Midnight Hammer. You could simply send in those aircraft and do a huge round trip to hit it. So if if we had the Strait of Hormuz under our control, the war is won, in my opinion, at that point. But it's a long way to get there, though. I'm not saying that's an easy thing to do by any means. That's going to take a lot of work. It's probably going to be a long, drawn-out process. But that's the whole crux of the situation is the Strait of Hormuz.
Also, I saw someone say something in the chat. You know, it's a bit of a jab, but it's actually a good point. I'll explain it. Someone said, "Dang, I hope they've told the president they've defined victory here on this channel." Well, you know, it sounds a bit know-it-all to say this is how the war is won and lost. But the thing I think you may not be understanding in saying that is that there is defined metrics of winning and losing a war, and it doesn't really take, you know, for some reason sitting down in the Oval Office and being called the president to be able to understand how the war is fought and won. I hate to say it, but this guy's kind of been involved in real estate his whole life, so I really wouldn't think he'd know that any better than we would. We have degrees that kind of pertain to this. But the war being lost, generally, at least in this situation right now, has to do with the oil flow out of the Strait of Hormuz. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve here in the United States of America, which I'll pull up here really quickly and show y'all, is currently being depleted at a pretty significant rate and has been since this war has started. So hopefully I can get this website up and running, and there we have it. This is currently the oil bleed that we're seeing right now in the Strategic Petroleum Reserves in the United States of America. The world requires about 100 million barrels of oil per day to be able to run, and the world also produces about 100 million barrels a day with a little bit extra in surplus globally by a couple of million barrels that allow for us to be able to stockpile crude oil. Now, currently with the Strait of Hormuz being blockaded at a minimum, 23 to 25% of the world's oil supplies, which is 23 to 25 million barrels of oil a day, is currently not passing through the strait, meaning that the world is still consuming, globally, 100 million barrels of oil, but there's only 75 million barrels of oil for sale. That leaves us with a shortage of 25 million barrels. Because of that, if the Iranians keep the Strait of Hormuz blockaded, there will eventually come a time where the world runs out of oil, including the United States of America, and we will see that as a result, the entire national economy here in the United States will start to come to a complete collapse. If you would like an example of what that looks like, you can look at the Russian Federation currently, which is seeing that there are critical fuel shortages throughout their country, and see what that actually looks like. It looks like the literal apocalypse, because it basically is. All public transportation stops, all personal transportation stops, the transportation of goods or services also stops as well, and most goods that are able to make it to their endpoints of distribution are extremely expensive, far beyond the point that average consumers can afford them. That is what a defeat would look like for the United States of America, and there would come a point where the pressure would become so great that the United States largely has to just admit defeat and agree to whatever the Iranians want and give them whatever they want to just try and see that the Strait of Hormuz might be reopened. So, I know that it seems a little bit know-it-all to say that this is the way the war is won and lost, and it sounds like we know more than the president, but no offense, we kind of do know more than the president, and that's the way the war is going to be won or lost. That's just common sense. So I hope that explains that for anybody who may have had a question as to why we're saying the war will be won or lost if these certain different things are done, but that's the exact metric and the maths that we're doing behind the scenes to say whether the war would be winnable or not. So that means that we have to open the Strait of Hormuz and the oil must flow, and if the oil stops flowing, then our country will start dying. That's just the average metrics of it all. So I hope that does address that the best I can. Once again, best I can, at least from what I know. And I don't know everything, but generally that's just basic common sense. It doesn't really take a genius to know that. But moving us on out of that bit of news, we have been able to hear that at the same time, while the U.S. may be preparing to bomb Tehran for the 9,000th time, or maybe preparing to destroy every IRGC force along the coast, we don't know which it'll be yet, we were able to hear that apparently behind the scenes today, the U.S. and the U.K. are discussing establishing an international coalition to safeguard vessels that are transiting the Strait of Hormuz, i.e. convoy escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. So it does seem that at the moment, the United States is trying to see if they can get an international naval force put together. I would assume something along the lines of the Somali anti-piracy task forces to be able to try and escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz and provide them anti-ship and anti-drone defenses the whole time that they're passing through. This may be showing us, at least off of this bit of news, that the United States may still be focalizing a anti-coastal campaign, and they're now starting to expect that at some point here within the very very near future, most likely within the next several weeks, the Strait of Hormuz may see a threat level that's low enough that we can actually send warships through it and begin convoy escorts of laden oil tankers out of the Persian Gulf and into the outside world, and unladen tankers going from the Gulf of Oman and into the Persian Gulf. That seems to be what we're largely starting to see here at this moment. That sounds fairly positive, and if we're still working on a coastal campaign, this is giving us an idea that right now the United States is getting intelligence that IRGC forces are getting degraded at a sufficient rate weekly that eventually the threat level will be low enough to allow for convoy escorts through the strait. But once again, we're also hearing on the other hand that a mass bombing campaign might be conducted, and the president's fingerprints might be all over that plan, and then we might abandon the anti-coastal campaign entirely. I don't really know. But moving us on out of that news, we've also been able to hear in another statement today that the President of the United States threatened China and Russia, which we'll be reading here. President Xi, at a recent meeting in Beijing, China, told me that he would not, under any circumstances, give or sell weapons to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that statement included Chinese companies. Considering our relationship, I take him at his word, and besides, I'm doing him very big favors. Also,
you gotta love that relationship with the enemy.
Oh,
I mean, I tell you what, anytime, like let's just say Hot Dog Man, like enemy of the channel, came up to me and was like, "Oh man, you can take my word for it. I'm not going to smoke again." I'd be like, I'm not buying that. Like who the hell takes their enemy's word for something? It's like, come on. It's like, even if China, like everybody puts a good face on in foreign policy. Like everybody always acts like they're your friend, even enemies. They'll shake your hand and smile in your face, but then they'll be trying to stab you in the back at the same time. So I mean, you can't take your enemy's word for anything.
Oh man, folks. I remember there was a time, folks, where the hot dog man said that he actually liked us and he thought we were kind of cool. And I remember I just believed that up front, even while he was trying to get people to swat us at law school. I remember that I completely believed him because that's what everyone does in that sort of a situation, clearly. But also, moving us on from that, likewise, President Putin, despite the horrible war going on in Ukraine, the relationship remains, as it does with President Zelensky, told me that he would not sell weapons to Iran. He understands that I do not sell weapons to Ukraine, but to NATO countries. They pay full price, and how the weapons are distributed, I have no idea. Therefore, two major countries that people speak of often in terms of Iran are, in my opinion, not participating. If they did, it'd be very bad for them. Certainly not in their best interests. In the meantime, we understand that
wait a second. How does he say he's taking them at their word, and then he's like suggesting that they might be doing something to the opposite? It's like, well, then why are you taking them? If you have doubts about their being honest, then why are you taking them at their word? I mean, that's contradictory in itself.
Yeah, it is. It generally is. It largely is. Yeah, I would agree with you. Like I'm not disagreeing with you there. I mean, I think that's an astute observation. I just got to say, folks, kind of like picking this whole thing apart. Like, isn't this kind of just admitting that we're kind of hamstringing and screwing ourselves over in one way? Because he's basically saying, because I like them, I'm believing what they're saying, but I generally know that that's not true. Because we know, by the way, that China's been shipping weapons to Iran. I mean, it's been literally in broad daylight. But at the same time, we're going to hamstring ourselves by not just giving weapons to Ukraine like our enemies are giving weapons to our enemies. Why in the world will we keep doing that then? You know, it's like, oh yeah, China and Russia, they literally, like, hand over fist, just give away free weapons to our enemies to make the wars a lot harder for us. But on the other hand, we're trying to fleece all of our allies for a little bit of cash for our people on our side to get the weapons they need to fight them. So giving ourselves just a complete disadvantage. It's like, what is the point of that? You know, it's like, basically we're admitting that in this post here. It's like, what would be the point of that, really? It seems to be against American interest. It seems to me like we'd be working like our enemies are. If our enemies are giving free weapons to other enemies of the Republic, then we give free weapons to allies of the Republic. That's generally what I would think, but apparently that's not in vogue these days. But moving us on out of that bit of a statement, out of the Strait of Hormuz, and generally the United States, we have been able to see as well that the United States did announce that they did disable a tanker today that apparently was trying to violate the blockade against Iran, and we also were able to hear of strikes near to the Surik naval yards, or the IRGC naval yards, inside the Strait of Hormuz. Additionally, we also were able to hear of other strikes that were conducted in Bepahan within the Khuzestan province, and also Shahrud, which has also been stricken as well, and we were able to see the small picture here from Bepahan in Khuzestan showing the fire resulting from the U.S. strike within this area. Those are largely two of the only three strikes that were conducted today. We also were able to hear that according to the Iranian media reports, they stated that the U.S. military strike killed 3 Iranian army personnel and 1 soldier in Avaj. I just have a question, though. What's the difference between Iranian army personnel and a soldier? Like, aren't they all soldiers, technically? I mean, they're all in the army.
Yeah, I think they might just be paraphrasing it or something.
No. It's like, it's 4 people dead, 3 Iranian army personnel, and 1 soldier. That's like saying the U.S. has sustained 10 dead, 7 of them were in the U.S. Army, and 3 of them were soldiers. It's like, well, aren't they all soldiers if they're in the Army? You know, it's like, that isn't really making a whole lot of sense there. It's not adding up.
They're probably just like some bandits or something, and then they had 1 soldier in the mix.
Man, 3 brigands were killed and 1 soldier was killed. It's like, I guess, I suppose. I mean, I don't know how else to take that. But moving us on out of that bit of news, we also were able to hear that within Tehran today, the Iranians have still been wilding out. They were able to, they did give a warning today, retweeted by Preston Stewart, big shout out to Preston Stewart, that given that, in the event of the continuation of such crimes, our plan will be to exact retribution from the criminals. Many officers and soldiers of the invading American army, out of fear of the fire of the Muslim fighters, have abandoned their bases and are using buildings and cities and as locations to direct their crimes. That's not happening. Therefore, we warn the general public of the countries where American military personnel are stationed to immediately move away from a 500-meter radius around the disguised and hidden locations of American military personnel in order to ensure their safety. So that was a statement put out by the Iranians today, largely trying to justify in the future what's going to be attacks against civilians inside of these Gulf states by saying, oh, well, there was a U.S. Army soldier hiding in the building, so we blew up the whole apartment block. We also were able to see as well that according to the New York Times, American intelligence agencies believe that Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba, is far more interested in his father and predecessor in pursuing nuclear weapons, according to officials briefed on the assessments. I have a feeling that that's probably the case because we ended up blowing away his father, Ali Khamenei, in a conventional strike, and they're probably trying to protect themselves from such an eventuality happening in the future. I would tell you this, folks. We have been saying for a while here on the channel that the U.S. strikes in the first phase of the war had given the Iranians all the reason they needed, which they were already working towards a nuke anyways, but it basically reinforced their belief that they need a nuclear weapon and they're going to be working on it. So not really a shocker there that they're still trying to work on nuclear weaponry. We've also been able to hear as well in one last statement from Tehran that the German embassy or the Federal Republic of Germany has advised its citizens to leave Iran if they are there at the moment. So with all these governmental statements out of the way with the Islamic Republic of Iran, a lot of people are still circling back to the statements by the President of the United States that we're going to try and break the Iranians' will by bombing Tehran for the 9,000th time. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about bombing Tehran for the 9,000th time? Are they thinking that that's going to work, or are they thinking that's going to fail for the 9,000th time? And what are you thinking as well?
Okay, so it sounds to me like if this report is accurate, and once again, it's a lot of hearsay, so it could be inaccurate possibly. It could be that, that quote unquote fake news they like to talk about. But the reports are claiming that the U.S. is seeking to break Iran's will to fight by launching a heavy bombing campaign that we could see start this weekend possibly with B-2 bombers, B-1Bs, all kinds of other strategic bombers as well. So what are your thoughts? 48% said the Iran regime will cannot be broken, while 24% says a 50-50 chance of success, and 20% said that will likely work, and I do agree. And I would say it is nearly impossible to break Iran, the regime's will, for the most part. It's nearly impossible. Because what will to do what? It's like to live? It's like the Iranian regime operates with a martyrdom mindset. So the ultimate sacrifice and the ultimate achievement is death in that regime. That's their achievement. Because if you become a martyr, you become reverend, honored and stuff like that. So, I mean, what are they scared of? I mean, apparently, dying is the ultimate honor. So I don't think their will can be broken because the more of these bombers that the U.S. sends in and takes out more and more people inside of Iran, the more martyrs they're creating. And therefore, they're actually strengthening the will of the regime to fight because that's what they believe is the strongest honor. So there's just simply no way to break the will. I think that sort of highlights a fundamental misunderstanding of the current U.S. leadership of how Iran truly functions. They're not really understanding that. I'm not sure why they're not understanding that. They're trying to put an American mindset over the Iranian regime mindset. And they're also somehow correlating this to Venezuela and how that situation went. But Venezuela wasn't run by a bunch of religious extremists. They just wanted some money down there in Venezuela. They were simply money hungry. That's a lot different than being a radical extremist like you have in Iran. So it's just a misunderstanding to the umpteenth degree, to say the least. So I'm going to say I'm with the 48%. Their will really can't be broken, and that's why I'm saying the strikes have to be strategic. They have to be. They have to achieve some goal, or it's pointless. But Enforcer, what say you?
Let me ask you a question here, and this is going to be a good one. The US bombed every single major city in the Empire of Japan and Nazi Germany in World War II. Is that what ended the war? And Matthew, let me ask you, was that what ended the war?
No, no.
No, it wasn't. It was the United States strategically defeating the German army on the field and also the Japanese army on the islands in the Pacific that finally led us to an ultimate victory against the Empire of Japan and the Nazi Germans. That's how wars are fought and won. Now, those sorts of strikes do have impact when they're done strategically. When you're bombing, say, like Dresden, to try and knock out a ball bearings factory, or you're bombing Cologne to try and knock out an aircraft factory, those sorts of things have strategic impact because they're depriving the enemy of the ability to wage war. But bombing cities and bombing targets just for the hell of bombing them doesn't do anything. Remember, everybody, that the Germans bombed the British every day for a year in 1940 during the Blitz. London was leveled on its southern end, and there's hardly anything left standing there from before the 1940s to show for it, even to this day. And did that make the British submit and end the conflict? No. The British continued on, because bombing cities with no strategic objective doesn't do anything to win a war. And so we have to be able to bomb the enemy forces with a strategic mindset in goal, or a strategic goal in our mindset. We have to try and go and destroy the IRGC forces that are causing us the most pain, which is the blockade and the Strait of Hormuz. Those forces, those people, are the targets of the U.S. military operation. The people in Tehran don't matter. Every other city in Iran doesn't matter. It's only the Iranian forces along the coastline, the Iranian material equipment used to attack ships within the area, and the threats that they face. And that is our main priority. If we move on from that and we deviate that in any way, shape, or form, we are largely guaranteeing defeat in this war once again, a second time around. That is a very bad outlook to take, that a mass bombing campaign is going to break their will, because historically it never does. We need to break their ability to try and continue to impose pain upon the United States in some form, which is by bombing strategic objectives. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
So we're getting some more alerts going off in Saudi Arabia. Believe it or not, it sounds like the Houthis might have launched a second wave of strikes, which to me is becoming quite unbelievable at this point, that the Houthis have such an armament to launch another series of ballistic missile strikes against Saudi Arabia. And they're not saying the location that's under attack. They're just simply issuing a general national early warning to the entire Saudi Arabian territory. And I'm trying to get a translation here on this alert. It's very generic. Like, there's really nothing of substance in this alert except telling people to take shelter. But there's apparently a brand new alert that went out. Also, let's see here. So they're saying, so I'm getting some more details here. Apparently, this might be for the Yanbu government. So that's also a spot that was allegedly hit already. There's another alert heading out for the Yanbu government. So that might indicate they're going back for that oil terminal again, or maybe they're trying to hit it a second time, possibly. But that is interesting, though. Another wave of strikes right now.
And that is quite interesting right there. It seems as though at the moment, folks, we are seeing that the Yanbu government is coming under a second wave of strikes by the Houthis, apparently, at this moment. We'll be seeing if anything happens that we can get video and picture evidence of. We have a feeling that it'd probably be coming out at some point. I mean, we haven't gotten anything from Yanbu yet. And considering that there's now a second round of attacks happening on the city, we might see some videos coming out of air defense interceptor action if there's any in the area, or impacts if there's no air defenses around Yanbu. So hopefully we'll be getting some further information to clarify the story right now, but we can confirm that twice within this past hour, the city of Yanbu and the port of Yanbu have come under major attack by Houthi ballistic missile forces, or Houthi missile forces for short. So I hope we've been able to cover that breaking news somewhat well. And before we continue on with our normal news coverage for the night, covering everything else that's happened in the Middle East for the day, of which there is still much to cover, and also everything that's been going on in Ukraine as well, and in the United States of America, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to thank each and every single one of y'all for having been here tonight. We have seen that we have had a peak viewership of 21,000 people tonight. Damn, that's actually a lot of people. And we also have 116,000 people who have been here in the first hour and 15 minutes. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many many of y'all have been here watching this as your primary source of news, and I hope that once again we've been able to cover this quite accurately. And before we continue on with that, we actually have more breaking news coming out right now. Matthew, what do we got?
So this attack here is as big as the first attack that the Houthis and the Blowfish, not them, but this is as big as the first attack, if not bigger than the first one that we saw. So we're seeing that the Yanbu government is currently under a warning. Also, the Jazan region is also under another warning as well. And we're now hearing some reports that maybe Jeddah Airport might have just suspended flights following the attack. And also, apparently, or at least allegedly, the Aramco oil infrastructure was a target again inside the city of Jazan, the same spot that we saw last time. So the Houthis are really going in. They're really going in pretty hard, I would say. But what can you tell us about the Jeddah airport, though, in the meantime? Because that's a pretty big allegation there with that.
We have a large number of flights on the ground. We can also see that one aircraft is holding short of the runway, waiting for its takeoff clearance or its lineup and wait orders. We can also see that a couple of other aircraft have just started to taxi to the runways as well, and one of them appears to have just landed as of late. So I cannot unfortunately find any aircraft that are heading into the airport. Right, actually, let me try and see if I can find. Let's see, airport and runway details. We need latest events. So what about this flight right here? Where is it? Okay, so that one's not. That one apparently I'm guessing is on the ground still. Um, let's see here. Any of them late? Any of them late at all? Can't find that information, at least here. Sadly, folks, I'm not really that well versed with navigating this to be able to tell. But beyond that, I can't really see that there is a closure, at least at the moment. If there was one, it might have happened right before we looked at it, or it might be a false report.
Maybe so. We'll have to wait and see with that. But they're alleging that something's happening at Jeddah Airport. Now, I will say this. We've seen on and off flight disruptions throughout various different airports in Saudi Arabia throughout these last few hours, which is expected because obviously they're not going to let flights take off and land in the middle of a missile attack. That would be quite dangerous. So we have heard of them being on and off, but we can't confirm an active one at Jeddah, at least right now, this very moment in real time. Can't confirm that for a fact. But it is quite notable, though, I will say this again, that we're seeing a very large second series of strikes. I'm beginning to wonder how well Iran has equipped the Houthis at this point, because it appears to be they've got themselves some pretty decent missile stocks down there that they're currently using.
They've apparently equipped them quite well. I think they probably had these stockpiles for a while, and they just kind of joined in on the attack on the Israelis, kind of like as a token thing. Because, like you were saying, it was only one or two missiles at a time, usually, like two ballistic missiles or two cruise missiles per wave. But they're flinging quite a large number of them into Saudi Arabia. So they might have had these hidden in stockpiles and caves throughout Yemen for years, waiting for whatever moment would be the ripe time to conduct an attack. And the Iranians might have told them, if any attack was worthwhile right now, this is the one, because this is going to be knocking out the only export capabilities the whole of the Middle East has right now, along with the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Honestly, I would have to be straight up, folks. I think that this is becoming serious enough. We might need U.S. involvement with the Houthi situation, because they keep conducting attacks against these oil loading ports. This isn't really just a Saudi Houthi issue anymore. This is now a global issue, because now the Houthis are threatening another 5% of the global oil supply with these attacks, and that is directly involving the United States at that point. So we might have to see the U.S. also tries to get involved in helping out the Saudis with the Houthis, or we might want to get behind this.
Why can't Saudi Arabia defend themselves? I mean, I thought they had some forces at their disposal. Like they have fighter jets, they've got stuff to defend themselves, air defense systems. So what's up with that? Why Saudi Arabia? What are they, a paper tiger or something? I mean, why are they not really defending themselves very well?
Well, I mean, they struck the Houthis earlier today in a pretty heavy airstrike campaign, and yesterday. So, I mean, they've been doing their own thing kind of the same way we're doing it with Iran. And we could say the U.S. is a paper tiger because we're not doing any ground invasions or anything else against Iran on an equal measure there. Generally, though, the thing is that the Houthis are a enemy-aligned group. They're an enemy of the Republic, and they're now conducting actions that are damaging to the Western sphere. So we want to help, because we don't want to leave an ally on their own to deal with the Houthis, which are getting support from Iran, and the Iranians are getting support from the rest of their alliance through the Russians and the Chinese, and then we're going to leave the Saudis on their own to go deal with an opponent. I would say at a minimum, we should try and get the Saudis on board with, we'll conduct a joint operation with y'all, but we want y'all to invade on the ground and occupy that territory.
Yeah, I mean, like Lord Cog's pointing out in the chat, though, we were talking yesterday about how like large Saudi Arabia's military is. They're pretty formidable, at least when it comes to like comparing them to other countries in the region, like the other Gulf states. So I'm kind of like curious. It seems to me like I was expecting if something like this started happening, that Saudi Arabia would launch like largely simultaneous counterattacks on the Houthis to a large degree, or at least deploy a lot of like, for example, fighter jets to start shooting stuff down. Now, granted, there could be some in the air right now that have their transponders turned off. Excuse me, by the way, I almost choked there for a second. But they could have their transponders turned off, and maybe they're going around trying to intercept stuff. But I'm largely not really seeing too much of anything. Also, the fact we're seeing confirmed impacts in possibly various different areas of Saudi Arabia suggests that their air defense isn't very well either. So I don't know. To me, this seems like rather lackluster by the Saudi Arabians. Like, and also, it's like, do we really have to jump in and now defend Saudi Arabia on top of everything else we're already knee deep in the region? I mean, at some point, these Gulf states and Saudi Arabia's got to stand up for themselves at some point.
I would agree, but at the same time, we can't always take the principle of let's leave allies to fight everything on their own when something comes around. That's how our alliance is going to start collapsing. Because Saudi Arabia, it can just look across the way and go, why the hell am I even aligned with the United States when Iran's getting help from China and Russia? And in extent, the Houthis are as well because they're connected with Iran via the IRGC. Why in the world am I even with the United States? They basically provide no benefits. It's only extra burdens. Because if the United like to explain the Saudi position, if the U.S. wasn't in this area at all and Saudi Arabia was China aligned, none of this would have happened. There wouldn't have never been a war with Iran. The Strait of Hormuz wouldn't have been closed. They wouldn't see a significant cut in their exports, and they wouldn't see that their western ports are getting blown up right now by the Houthis. So if we're seeing all of these extra calamities coming around because of the United States of America, and then the response is, well, Saudi Arabia's got to get off their fat Evan ass and help me around here, like the guy in the back room said. That's not really giving a lot of allies a lot of incentive to stay with us. If anything, it's kind of making the sales pitch that they ought to go hop over to China, because China would at least guarantee them some semblance of stability when the U.S. is coming around causing nothing but disruptions and then leaving everyone else to pick up the
Yeah,
pieces.
but I mean, Saudi Arabia could enforce that agreement that they have with Pakistan and say, "Look, Pakistan, you said you were going to help if we were attacked, so why aren't you helping?" And they could like call on Pakistan. It's like everybody is so quick to call on the United States, and yes, we should be there to help, but it's like we can't carry the entire load, though. I mean, we can't do that. We're already knee deep in a situation that we're almost in over our heads at this point, in the Strait of Hormuz and the entire Iran situation. We don't really have a plan there, and but yet everybody else wants us to come and rescue them at the same time we're trying to rescue ourselves. So I mean, they should call on Pakistan to honor their agreement to help defend Saudi Arabia or something. But I mean, Saudi Arabia and these Gulf states are going to have to either get off their asses and start doing something and stop being cowardly and actually fight back for once.
Well, I'm not saying we do everything for them. Like I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying like Saudi Arabia gets to sit back and take it easy and we do all the work for them. Like we get in there and say, "Hey, look, this is a problem to both of us here, these Houthis. Like they're threatening to close off the entire strait for everyone. They're blowing up oil export ports. This isn't good for y'all's business. This isn't good for ours. So how about we team up together as a bilateral coalition and we go in and we start dealing with the Houthis. We'll give y'all all the air support y'all can have while we were dealing with Iran, and y'all go in and invade on the ground. Does that sound good to y'all? And go in and make a proposal like that and say maybe we could even throw in the Yemeni government, because now the Yemeni government, because of all the politics that were happening in the latter part of last year, it's now Saudi aligned. So the Saudis would like to see the Republic of Yemen now get in charge of the whole country because it's a Saudi aligned government. So if we go in with that kind of a mindset and we go, we can get your guys in charge of the whole country, all you have to go in and do is occupy the ground for a couple of years, help the Yemeni government stabilize their control, root out the Houthis, and we all will hopefully be able to leave at some point. But we'll be getting rid of this threat for all of us. I'm not saying, though, that they can't get away with doing nothing. They got to do something. But we also will help them to kind of be like that motivator and be like, here you go. We can help you out with that, at least to some degree. And we'll be there for you as allies should be. At least that's how I look at it. But I don't know, folks. What do y'all think in the chat? And also, I'm seeing Matthew say, check the firm satellite. And let me see if I can get the firm satellite for the global fire map. And let's take a look at what we've got going on.
I'm seeing some people are saying that the fires are now registering in Saudi Arabia on the coast, so maybe we can see something. It usually takes a minute for this to update because it does a quick like pass. Oh
Yes.
wow, we do have some fire signatures here.
From what we heard, the geolocated strike was on this building here in that oil loading port, but it looks like the firm satellite's picking up the fire at the oil storage tank area of the facility and also the larger area of the pipeworks to the east. So that's where we're seeing that fire at the moment. And moving us on up and into Yanbu port, Sorry, folks, I kind of got to like meander my way up the coast because I'll know it when I see it. Let's see. That doesn't appear to be a strike from what I can tell, and also that's not Yanbu Port, so we need to move on up to Yanbu Port. And in Yanbu Port, there is a fire, but this fire is signature right here, folks. If I check it, I bet you that's probably like an oil, like the burn off valve. Let me go check that, just to make sure that we can get that right. So where was this? So it was right there. Looks like there might be a burn off valve right there, possibly some sort of a burn off
Yeah,
valve.
we still haven't gotten any visual confirmation of Yanbu getting hit yet. So I mean, it doesn't appear that Firms is really showing like a large, like, indicative of a like a massive explosion type fire signature. But definitely, what was the Jazan, that other spot? It looks like it definitely got hit.
Oh yeah, that definitely took a hit. Let's see. Let's see if we can see anything in Damon. Considering we had a rumor from there. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's just a burn off valve again. And down here, looks like a burn off valve. So the burn off valves are going and kicking over here, but we don't really see any unusual fire signatures out of these areas, and we also don't really see any unusual fires right now generally coming out of Al Jubail, at least from what I can tell. But we are seeing that there is definitely a very significant fire raging right now within the port of Jazan in South Saudi Arabia. So looks like that is definitely a confirmed hit. All of the other hits don't appear to have happened yet or at all at this point. So that's generally our situation from the firm satellite.
Man, I also, by the way, I just gotta say, I love the fact that there's so much OSINT like these days. Like the fact that we have access to an open source fire satellite and we're able to see the fires, we're able to see the ADSB information real time and see where the aircraft are at. Like these days, like if you're really good with navigating all these platforms like we've gotten over the years, it is just like remarkable how many like conclusions you can make from like comparing so many different platforms like that. Like that's our clear sign yet that we haven't gotten confirmation out of Yanbu that was hit, and we haven't gotten that confirmation visually either yet. And Firms confirms that apparently there is no fire there either.
And so, while we are absolutely marveling, I have to say it really is cool. While we are absolutely marveling at the open source abilities that anybody can have these days, y'all can pull up the same stuff and look at it yourselves. But moving us on from that, I do want to take a brief moment, folks, to get to a couple of questions. We're going to be getting 3 of them from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on through the rest of our news. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So our first super chat here is going to go to none other than Carlos Santiago, who puts in a $100
Dang.
support. And thank you very much, Carlos, for that very generous of support right there. And we do appreciate it very much. He said, it appears that all of this is leading us to another Vietnam. And worse, Iran is mountainous and about half the size of Western Europe and a large territory to manufacture a lot of missiles and drones. And what say you?
I would have to say it kind of looks like we're being led down a pretty bad path. And I hate to say that because at the beginning we were very much in support of the war because I thought that the military would be the one managing the situation entirely. It'd be delegated to them and they would be doing it. And they would do it successfully because our war plans are designed for the adversaries we have, the abilities we have, and what we can do. And for some reason, this has not been going well. And I say for some reason like it's a mystery, but if I was to say it plainly, it's really because of the administration, as far as I can tell. And that might become prophetic tomorrow or the next day, depending on what the United States does over the weekend. And nobody will have a recourse to say any different if we see that they end up bombing Tehran for the 9,000th time. But I would say that's generally why we're seeing that this has become quite difficult. Because if you read any military literature that's been declassified and published to the public, which is usually about 4 years old by the time it's published, the military has had a plan, a war plan for years, and has recognized the threats that the Iranian the Islamic Republic of Iran poses, and how to counter that. And we have seen that very little of that has been followed through with during the first phase of the war, and they've given it a really good shot in the second phase of the war, and it now looks like we might be departing from it because it's been 2 weeks. Someone might have just gotten bored today and they've now decided that they know better because it's not happening quick enough. So we'll have to see. I hope that it doesn't end up becoming something that's absolutely gruesome, long, and lengthy, because we're in a point of time in the world right now where we really cannot afford that sort of a conflict. We're almost at war with Russia right now, and we're almost going to be at war with China in a couple of years. And so we really don't have the ability to kind of just sit around and occupy or invade a country like Iran, which out of the 3 major threats we have in the world, them included, they're kind of the smallest threat that we have. So a huge thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here our second support, which goes to Captain 80 Swedish. And thank you, Captain 80, for that $100 support
Hey!
as well. And we do appreciate that. Also extremely generous. He said, LSA, and thanks Enforcer and Matt, and so many hours, days, and years helping Ukraine, and keep it up. And question from the chat.
And a big thanks to your support, Captain 80 Swedish. And I gotta say, we are doing our best to try and make sure to keep everybody in mind, supporting American and Western interests, and also covering the war in Ukraine, which we're about to be getting into because it is a very big part of the day's news. But I gotta thank you massively for your support and help with this channel to keep it running, because folks like you help us to say, long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never truly die, and help us to keep this channel running day in and day out. And so, humongous thanks to you so much once again for that incredible support and helping us to keep this thing running. And we will make sure to take a question from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one here goes to Charlie Bass. He said, any news of Iraqi troops gathering on the border with Iran? Now, you know, that is something we haven't, I don't think we've covered that yet. Did we cover that yet about the Iraqi situation? Have we covered that?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we did hear earlier that the Iraqis are apparently deploying their forces, like the Iraqi government, the official government, to go and put down the pro-Iranian militias, which are apparently launching drone attacks from Iraqi territory toward the Kurdish territories inside of Iraq. So we did see them mobilizing earlier. We saw some military vehicles going out, and apparently they were going out to go fight the people that are pro-Iranian. I think that's what that's about. It's not necessarily an invasion of Iran that Iraq's trying to do. They're trying to get rid of the pro-Iranian forces in Iraqi territory. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's going to be a pretty tough one, but that's generally what they are doing right now. So I would also have to agree with that. And I hope that does answer the question incredibly well. And a humongous thanks to you once again, Captain 80 Swedish, for sponsoring that live chat and helping us to keep this thing running, because it is folks who go out of their way to support this channel that make this thing possible and make our news coverage a reality each and every single night. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news that we have for the night.
And our last one here goes to Ron Fannin. And thank you very much, Ron, for that $50 support. And we also appreciate that very, very much. He said LSA and take one from the chat.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and we will make sure to take one from the chat. So a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Ron Fannin, and helping this channel to keep it running as well. And what do we got from the live chat, Matthew?
And this one goes to Lord Cog, who said, why do the Middle East countries do absolutely nothing in response?
Oh, man. That's a great question. Generally, there's a whole bunch of explanations that we can give. One of them is that they're all Islamic nations, so they don't really want to beef with the others, although Iran's beating the shit out of them. Another one that we could give is that they're scared that they don't have enough air defenses, and with the large number of Iranian missiles that could be fired, they could see significant damage to civilian infrastructure in their countries if they do respond, and therefore their lack of response is trying to mitigate the damage from the conflict. And a third answer is that they just don't want to do anything for their own reasons, whatever it may be. And so those would be about the three best answers that I could give as to why they're not really doing anything. And before anyone says, like someone just said, it's because of their religion, I have to remind you all that the Middle East has not been a quiet or friendly place up until recently. The Iraqis went to war with Iran back in the 80s. The Iraqis invaded Kuwait in the early 90s. Syria had a civil war, and everybody was killing each other in Syria for about 12 years. Let's see here. What else? There was multiple military coups that it resulted in a significant amount of deaths in Egypt. Saudi Arabia has also been at war with the Houthis for some time. Who else has the Saudis been at war with as of late? Not really anyone. The Saudis have kind of gotten it easy. Let's see, UAE also got it easy, and Qatar and Bahrain did as well. And so generally, I mean, the Middle East is not a quiet area. I mean, even amongst the Arabic countries or the Islamic nations, if we want to call them that, they are a very tumultuous group historically. This sort of an era of, peace where people say, oh, they just are all of the same group and therefore they don't want to kill each other. That is not really a common historical trend throughout the region for the past century. I mean, the Islamic nations have fought each other about as aptly as they have fought Israel over the past 100 years. And so this modern period of, oh, we don't want to do anything against them, that's something that's a bit of a historical enigma, to be entirely honest with you all. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, Ron Fannin, because if it was not for amazing folks like you who went out of your way to support this channel, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling up until this day. And so with that, It is time for us to get back into the rest of the news that we have for the day. And knocking out the rest of our news, we were able to hear that there was some sort of a strike along the border in the area of Shalamich, in the Iran-Iraq border area. And moving us into Iraq, we were able to hear of significant Iraqi military deployments, as it appears that they're now going to be trying to go out and prevent pro-Iranian militias from launching drones and rockets towards Iraqi Kurdistan and the neighboring Gulf states, meaning that Iraq is now taking some level of concerted action to try and stop the pro-Iranian militias from operating within their territory.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't know how successful that's going to be. And also considering that, some of these people might be on their side.
Also, by the way, how's that government going over there after that little clean sweep they conducted? It's like, how's all that going?
I couldn't tell you. It's an enigma, really. But moving us on out of the Republic of Iraq, we also were able to hear that a large number of jets were heard overhead in Kuwait sometime earlier today. And outside of that, we've also been able to hear that within Bahrain today, a MiM-104 failure was seen on film. It appears that a PAC-2 interceptor had a critical failure and fell back down in the city below and exploded, unfortunately. And we also were able to see, outside of this, that inside of the kingdom, we were able to hear that the Wall Street Journal reported that Bahrain and Kuwait may have secretly sent jets to attack inside Iran, which would be their first direct retaliation against the Iranians so far. So it looks like the Gulf states may be getting off of their rear ends, their posteriors, and helping out the United States finally to some extent. We also were able to hear
they got to do it in secret, though. They got to do it really secret. Like, they can't really tell anybody. It's like, don't tell anybody that we're attacking. It's like, stop being cowards and go out there and, like, actually fend for yourself and say, yeah, we did it, and we'll do it again if you attack us. Stop being a coward.
I very opinionated.
I mean, do you disagree?
Oh, yeah, I disagree. I think they ought to sit back and do nothing. I think that we ought to have U.S. soldiers over there feeding them grapes while they lay on their couches while we go and do all the work for them. That's what I think.
I think that if they're going to defend themselves, I'd not hide behind the U.S. and pretend like they didn't do it. Like, oh, that might have been the U.S. Maybe. We're not going to say if we attack. It's like, if you're attacking, then have the balls to say you're attacking at least. It's like, well, why? I just don't like all that. It's like, it's a mumbo jumbo.
I would have to say, though, I agree with you. I think they ought to just get more open and overt about it. I mean, they were open and overt about it in the Gulf War. It's like, why in the world can they not be open and overt about it against Iran at this point? It's like, what's the point of that? It's like, also, Saudi Arabia was all behind the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I mean, they were involved in it. It's like, what's with the difference these days? That's my question. But moving us on out of that, we also were able to hear of all of the Houthi actions that were conducted on Yanbu and Jazan earlier. But we also were able to hear outside of that earlier in the day, the Yemeni Houthis actually did hit a Saudi tanker. Apparently, the NCC Massa was struck by Houthi forces within the Red Sea and sustained damage, according to the Saudi Transit Authority. And we also were able to hear an announcement by the Houthis that the Bab el-Mandeb closure is only against the Saudis and not anyone else. In response to this, the Saudis then bombed al-Hadida, which we were able to see some clips of here. There's one of the strikes.
Damn. That's some big hits.
Some big hits. We also were able to see more of the strikes in the port and the smoke rising from al-Hadida, everyone's favorite target within the region. And we also were able to see that the following locations were hit within Hadida port: a communication facility, Hadida port itself, and another communications facility on Cameron Island, which is within the Bab el-Mandeb. So we are seeing that the Saudis did take some actions today against the Houthis. We also were able to see that the Houthis actually did fire off a surface-to-air missile today against a Saudi aircraft that was operating over the Houthi lands.
They are going to fire the missile at the plane, and the plane's going to have to take it, and it's going to...
As you can see, a great ball of fire and fury is now flying at the Saudi aircraft. Oh, Lord, was snuck bar! Massive. Anyways, moving aside from that, not into Sana'a, we also were able to hear that it was expected that the Yemenis were going to be firing ballistic missiles towards Saudi Arabia. that came true like prophecy. Like, we put that on before the show, and then they started attacking, so I don't even have to cover that one. That happened. And we also were able to hear that according to the Houthi foreign ministry, they said city attacks in the Houthi province would be met with escalation for escalation, according to a statement carried by the Houthi-run sub news agency, according to the New York Times. Inshallah. So we do understand that they were making their threats earlier today, and they followed through on them. So we're mostly going to be seeing that the Yemeni Houthis will be now getting bombed quite heavily by the Saudis within the next day. Moving us on out of all that news within the Yemeni Houthi lands, we also were able to hear that the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem today put out a warning saying that there was a security alert, and American citizens in Israel need to be ready for the potential for unforeseen escalation, which is giving us an idea something big is coming in the next 2 days. We also were able to hear that the flights were getting canceled by Lufthansa to Israel, from what we were able to hear. The Lufthansa group carriers, Austrian Airlines and ITA Airways, canceled their morning flights to Israel amid growing concerns over a possible escalation with Iran. Because they don't want to lose the planes, and they also don't want to put crews in the middle of a war zone. So we are understanding that some companies are already preparing for the situation to get a lot hotter than it is right now. Also, we were able to hear that those two EA-37Bs, made by L3 Harris, are now on their way into the Middle East. How wonderful is that? These are flying command centers and communication centers, meaning that they are able to coordinate and command air operations of significant scale efficiently, much more efficiently than other aircraft can. So the fact that these two aircraft are being brought in is definitely giving us an understanding that the combat operations by the U.S. is about to be increasing exponentially against the Iranians here in the very near future. Please, for the love of God, don't bomb Tehran for the 9,000th time. Now, folks, I know that we don't speak of religion on here, and I will say this way: if you are a person who is of a faith or of a cloth or not of a cloth, it does not matter. Can you please pray that we do not bomb Tehran for the 9,000th time tomorrow, and that we actually do something in the interest of our country? Can y'all please? Because I would just like to know that everybody's kind of on board that if we bomb Tehran for the 9,000th time, that's going to be absolutely stupid, and it would be a lot better to do anything else rather than that, like, taking out the coastal forces, which are the main problem. Can we all try and ask for that somehow, some way? But anyways, moving us on from that, and on out of the Middle East finally, it's time for us to move on and into the United States of America, because we've actually been able to get some very interesting news out today. Back when I was a young whippersnapper, I'm only 24, by the way, folks. Still quite. I got gray whiskers, you see, quite an old person, as many of y'all would know. But back when I was 18 and Matthew was 18, we actually had to go out of our way to sign up for the selective service here in the United States, which is the draft. And apparently, the U.S. is now implementing a readiness project to test large-scale national mobilization scenarios, according to the Wall Street Journal. This shift coincides with a new rule taking effect in December of 2026 to automatically register men aged 18 to 26 using federal data sources, moving the responsibility away from individuals.
What about women?
Oh, they're exempt.
Well, I mean,
What do you mean?
You see, that was what you call really thinking hard before you speak. That's what that's called right there. That's what that was. That was self-censoring in real time right there. I was about to say, I'm going to go for it anyway. I was about to say, what happened to that equality? Like, I thought we were all supposed to get drafted here. I thought this was like all for one, all for all, like, something like that. I thought we were like all in this for like all together, like type deal. Now, honestly, like, to be straight up honest, me personally, I don't care if this offends people or not, I don't think women should be drafted, to be perfectly honest. If women want to volunteer, that's great, but I don't think they should be drafted. That's just my personal belief.
Also, I just saw someone in the chat say, sounds like forced conscription. Blood, have you ever heard of a draft? Like, have you ever heard of a draft before, man? Like, have you? That's what it is. A draft is forced conscription. Every country has it. It's nothing new. But outside of that, though, it appears that they are working towards this goal at this moment. And also, to give you a little bit more details on it, according to Military Times, the U.S. Selective Service System plans a computer simulation to test how it would carry out a national mobilization of American manpower months before the government begins automatically registering men aged 18 to 26 for the draft in December. So no longer will 18-year-old dudes like we had to have to get the letter in the mail telling you that you had to sign up and then you had to sign up on your own. Now it's going to be done automatically. Honestly, I don't know why in the world it was ever done, or we had to do that by hand, because if you didn't sign up for the selective service, you went to jail. So I don't even know why in the world that was an option. So, you know, a little bit odd. But nevertheless, I would have to say this is something interesting, folks, because, you know, what this sounds like to me, at least with them carrying out simulations of national mobilization, it sounds to me, Matthew, like they're expecting that a national mobilization might be called at some point in the future, and that's why they're looking into that.
Oh yeah, I believe so. I'm not sure what the rate is of young men not signing up for civil service. I remember going to the post office, or actually, I take that back. I saw it in the post office, but I actually did it online, and then they sent me a letter confirming I had signed up for it. You can do it all online, I think now. Like you don't have to go down to the post office like you used to have to do. But now apparently this is going to start making it automatic at some point. Which honestly, it should have been automatic anyway. I'm not sure why it wasn't. It's like, why do I have to like manually go sign up for it? It's like, y'all know who I am. The federal government knows who we are. So it's like, why not just sign us up automatically? I think there might have been some element of like making young men aware that you were in the draft systems. That way you were like mentally like aware of that fact. So that way if there ever was one, you wouldn't be like completely caught off guard by it. That might be some logic behind it. But now they're not even wanting you to know about it really. Now if it's automatic, you just sort of get in there and you'll find out when you get the airline tickets in the mail.
Show up. No. Like, it's like, oh man.
Report to MEPS. What's MEPS?
Is that like a Mad TV program? Like, it's like, oh yeah, it's Mad, all right. It's like, go out and show up.
It's like Disney World,
only not themed. Like, it's like just unthemed Disney World.
Except they don't point with two fingers; they point with one finger, and it's the middle finger right at you and start screaming at you.
And also, weirdly enough, they don't have meet and greets with the mascots. The mascot actually just knocks the shit out of you. Like, it's like just every once in a while when you do something stupid. Like, they tell you to put on your socks, and you play the sock on your hand or something, and you turn it into a puppet. Or whenever the sock's a little crunchy, then they beat the hell out of you. And, you know,
Man,
like,
you've never actually been to MEPS, have you? You never had to go to it.
No, I never went to it. I never did.
I had to go to it to take the ASVAB, and man, it was a rough little environment inside of MEPS. It was like a little like hazing going on and stuff like that in there. Like some people getting yelled at, screamed at. It was insanity going on inside of MEPS. I went to the Montgomery MEPS in Alabama. That's where I went to have to go take the ASVAB. As the recruiter's like, well, you got to go take it like on base and get certified that's like a legit test result. So I was like, oh, okay, MEPS. So I went down to Gunner and went down there to go take it and everything, and it was just chaos. Like, just crazy shit going on, really.
Also, I saw someone say, well, you get ahead of the draft by going and volunteering for the Air Force. Oh no, you don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? Once the draft is declared, volunteering stops. Like, that's how it works. Like, that's how it historically works, at least in the Second World War. Well, in Vietnam, you could actually volunteer, and in Korea, you could. But in World War II, if we're talking about like a legitimate World War situation, and they start to see that a lot of people are volunteering for a specific group to go do a specific thing, they stop volunteering completely, and they go, okay, everybody's going to have their number called up, and the government's going to tell you what branch you're going into, and then when you go into the branch, what job you're getting. Because in the Second World War, back in the day, the Army, you could volunteer for. And just like today, in the Army, you can pick your job. And so everybody after December 7th said, I'm signing up for the Army. I'm going to go and beat old Hitler. And they would go down to the enlistment office, and you know what they would all do? You know what they do, Matthew?
What?
They picked the logistics jobs. So that way they didn't have to go to the front. And so then the Army went, huh? And of all of our volunteers, only 4% of them are choosing the infantry. This is a problem. And so then the Army went to Congress and said, hey, we need y'all to make it to where nobody can volunteer anymore, and we're putting the draft pool with everyone else, that way we can tell them what they're doing instead of them picking what they're doing. And so the Congress went, oh, okay. And then from then on, everybody, literally everybody, had to just wait for their number to get called up, and then they get told what branch they were going into and what job they were getting. Didn't matter what you wanted, you were getting told by the government at that point on everything. So sadly, that's how it would work most likely if we go into another war, and it's a major one like the Second World War or a Third World War, for example, and it ends up being a pretty long and protracted one. They're not going to make it to where you can volunteer at all. You're just going to have to wait for your number to get called up. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of that situation in Washington, D.C., and on into the war in Ukraine, because we have quite a many things to cover here, folks, and not a lot of time to cover it, actually. Like, I'm looking at the time right now. We're already an hour and 47 minutes into the show, and we have a lot to cover out of Ukraine, but we're going to spend all the time we need to be able to cover it properly. So, with that, it is time for us to move on and into Romania. Romania has been a point of contention in recent times. And I've been able to see, folks, something interesting here, something quite interesting here in Romania. Over the past several months, the Russian Federation's been flinging a couple of drones into Romania. And a lot of y'all will remember that one drone actually flew right across the border into Galati and blew up on an apartment building here on the Strada Braie. It was actually this very building right here and this very apartment slot right there. That was the building that was hit. So, since then, we have seen that NATO has been quite concerned about future actions like this. And overnight, another Russian drone and missile attack was conducted against Ukraine. And another one of these Russian drones, armed with an explosive, flew over the Danube and right into Romania. But this time, it didn't stop anywhere near to the border. It flew 100 kilometers into Romania and was quite literally beelining right for Bucharest. Bucharest is the capital of the Republic of Romania, and it serves as the seat of government for the entire country. And this drone was going right for it. We got the report last night that a Romanian F-16 shot down a Russian one-way attack drone that violated Romania's airspace. It was intercepted near the town of Padina, more than 100 kilometers from the border with Ukraine, and nearly halfway to Bucharest. So it was going straight for Bucharest from what we know, and it was shot down about two-thirds of the way to the capital city of Romania. This is quite an interesting development. These drone violations are becoming quite common inside of Romanian airspace, and we are seeing that most of these drones are in fact armed, and they are trying to cause some sort of damage or are generally beelining for populated areas to be able to hit there. And some people said that the last drone attack was a navigational error by the Russians. But now we're starting to see that this one was going right for the Romanian capital in a straight line. And that's not really a navigational error, you know. Eventually you find out that you cross the Danube and it's starting to look a lot less like Ukraine, or you've flown well past Ukraine because of the flight time. And so a lot of people are starting to wonder what was up with this drone. Was it trying to conduct a direct attack against the capital of Romania, a NATO state? Was it just Russian incompetence, intimidation? Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
So let's see what's happening in Romania, which is a NATO member, of course. Now that we saw this drone get shot down literally outside of Bucharest, the capital city, what are your thoughts about what this likely was? 47% said Russia tried to attack Bucharest and they failed because it got shot down. 30% said it seems like intimidation only, and 18% said Russia's incompetent and the drone actually probably did go off course and they just didn't realize it was literally going into a NATO country. So definitely an attack. I'm positive about that at this point. Russia was trying to hit Bucharest, that's my guess, and fortunately, the Romanians were brave enough to shoot it down and not let it go hit civilians, because before, they've been hesitant about shooting stuff down. This time it appears that they realized, well, hell, if we don't shoot it down, it's going to hit our capital, so we have to, so they did, which is a good move. Me, personally, I think it was an attack. Now, obviously, it's not an overwhelming attack. It was just one drone going in, but it's still an attack nonetheless. I think this is way too serious to be called Russian incompetence. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that, in my opinion, I think this is generally a largely direct Russian attempt to attack a NATO state's capital via Bucharest. We do know that Russian incursions these days are more so deliberate by design than unintentional or accidental. And the fact that this thing flew right across the Danube and straight towards Bucharest in a perfectly straight line right for the capital is giving me an idea that they're trying to create a situation where there's plausible deniability where they could say, oh, well, it was not supposed to go there. It's just purely an accident because it's only one drone. But this thing clearly was beelining right for their capital. A drone that's out of control or is having a navigational issue doesn't go beelining in a perfectly straight line right towards, coincidentally, the capital of the entire country that it's inside of. That would be like, for example, Mexico just hanging out one day with a little naval ship off the coast, and then they fire a cruise missile off the deck, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it just accidentally was flying right towards Washington, D.C. Have no clue why it was doing that, just a total accident there. And we had known that they've been escalating for a while and making provocative statements. This is very similar, in my opinion, to that. So I would say I'm with the 47%. I think the Russians were trying to attack Bucharest, but in a way where they could have plausible deniability and further try and erode away at the framework and the foundation of the NATO alliance. So I hope that does address that the best I can. at least in my opinion. And moving us on out of the Romanian situation, we also were able to see that an interesting fire broke out in Minsk today at the Integral plant, if I can pronounce that correctly. There it is. See the giant word integral right in front of it in Cyrillic. That's literally just the Cyrillicalized version of the English word, but that factory was on fire. We do not know why, and Ukraine currently is not at war with Belarus, nor did they strike it, but an interesting thing to see. Additionally, in St. Petersburg, we also were able to see that the Wildberries facility here is continuing to burn quite badly. It's pretty atrocious looking. This is exactly just like Moscow.
Flame berries again.
Man, slaying that berry. Man, look at that. Good golly.
Man, I wonder what's going to happen if that company, like, if Ukraine keeps hitting these and like takes out all their like distribution hubs. Obviously, I don't think the company can survive if that's the case. I'd be shocked if they could. So it's like, what kind of effects are going to have on the Russian economy if one of their biggest companies goes under like that in the midst of this really dire situation?
You know, I wonder, honestly, like, I bet it's going to have a pretty bad effect on the economy because this is literally the equivalent of Amazon inside of Russia. We can also see a fire here as well. Apparently a little bit of music
I see
there.
some music.
I heard some music. Luckily, it was only a couple of seconds. Also, we were able to see that during the attack yesterday, a clip came out that actually showed that a panzer did actually end up shooting down one of the Ukrainian drones, successfully evading the disaster. There's the Ukrainian drone. Oh, praise be! It's just that the building was already hit 3 times before that.
Yeah, and also the little fire starter is like well on the roof right there.
Man, the Russians said, "Oh man, we saved the day. We shut one down, boy." Man, you literally see 3 crater holes in the roof already, and it's like, I don't think they saved it. And also, like you said, there's literal kindling falling down on the roof from this explosion. It's like, I don't really think that's helping with the flammability problem here. Meanwhile, we got Russian Sylvester Stallone back here going, "Yo, Adrian, they almost missed it." Man, like, it's like...
I'm crying what they're doing in this factory.
Listen, Adrian, don't ask me to stop being a man. Moving on out of the St. Petersburg area, we also were able to see deep inside of the country, near to the city of Kirov, there was actually a Ukrainian flamingo that hit the factory. Goodness gracious, it was the Avatech. It was, oh my goodness, the Avatech surface-to-air missile plant. So Russia can say goodbye to all those shitty S-400s that keep misfiring because one of the main factories that produces those in Russia just got knocked out. So,
but Sam, you can't leave with Sam.
Sam, what do you do with that flamingo, Sam? It's like they're blowing shit out your factory. It's like, that's what they doing. Simple as. That's the hole that was caused in the roof from the flamingo. Quite a lot of damage. I don't think Flex Seal's fixing that one. I had to say it. But moving us on from Kirov, we also saw, outside of that within the area of Yelabuga, in the midst of Ukraine blowing everything else up, a gas station just happened to randomly explode. Like, this had nothing to do with Ukrainian actions. The Ukrainians didn't hit this. It just spontaneously combusted. Here's the clip. Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, man.
Охренеть можно, блядь.
Jeez, those spontaneous fires.
Слушай, что-то нам отсюда надо сматываться, по-моему. Тебе не кажется?
He said, "Look, the heat's reaching all the way over here. I think we should leave." It's like, bro, you're standing on the side of an interstate, basically. It's like you're already in grave danger. Forget the fire.
The 18-wheelers passing by at 80 miles an hour right in front of them. That's fine. The heat from that fire, I think we need to leave. It's like, it's not going to reach out and burn you from here. I mean, you're just going to feel the heat from it.
Смотри, жар до сюда доходит, прикинь. Мы в метрах 100, короче. Жар, ебать, там жар, короче, доходит, прикинь. Мы в 100 метрах от него.
Crazy stuff.
Better get used to the heat where you're going.
What do you mean by that, Tone?
You know, T, it's just a saying. That's what they say.
What, I mean, you saying he's getting a heater? Christ. Like, let's see. Wait, man, that's something that Christopher guy would say on that movie. You know, you better get used to the heat where you're going. He's going to Florida? No, like, man, it's like, no, he's not going to Florida, he's going to hell. It's like, man, that's what that means. We also got to see down near Ingalls, speaking of which, there was a fire raging in the city. Like that fire burning in the huts. Okay, that guy's like losing it or something. This person was chucking out a piss pot or something? I don't know. But there's a fire.
Also, I think people are getting a little confused here. When I said like you better get used to heat where he's going, I didn't mean like hell. Like I meant like the front lines of like the Russian war, the Ukraine war.
Oh, I thought you meant hell. Like I took it as hell.
No, I was talking about like the front lines.
Oh, well, I mean, the front lines really aren't hot, though. They're sometimes warm, sometimes cold, different parts of the year, you know, seasons and all. So I was thinking hell when you said it was going to be, like, warm where he's going. I was like, oh, hell, yeah.
Well, it kind of is hell. I mean, you know, lasting 20 minutes on the front, I wouldn't call that heaven.
20 minutes in heaven. I mean, like, man, that's what the Russian government's about to start calling it as their, like, recruitment campaign. 30 minutes in heaven. Sign up. Like, it's like, sign up now. We also were able to see the fire at the Ingalls barracks in these two pictures as well. Confirmed Ukrainian damage, successful hits all over again. Meanwhile, the Russian air defense is causing more terror than it is good. Let us take a look.
Ебать, пизда! Ебать! Маму ебал!
Mama Luke.
Man, I think all of those rounds proxy bursted on an apartment building. Like, no joke. I mean, look at this.
Ебать, пизда!
That pretty damn sure that was an apartment building right there.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's kind of like those Mustang drivers. You know, they're always like aiming for crowds and stuff like that. Whenever you're at a car meeting, they try to do a burnout. It's always like the thing's like a heat-seeking missile for the crowd. It's kind of like the Russian air defense. It's like a heat-seeking straight for the civilians every single time.
Man, meanwhile, the babushka in that apartment from the air defense is like that Spider-Man meme. I mean, like, honestly, man, I'm not, like, I'm kind of kidding about this, but it's kind of a little bit messed up. Well, it's not kind of, it's very messed up that the Russian air defenses do this very often. Like, if it's not light machine guns, it's full 30mm proxy fused rounds from a Pantsir or an S-300 missile going right into your living room. Like, this happens so often in Russia these days. This is about as common as watching a successful interception. Which is also, you know, not really that common, actually, come to think of it. But moving us on from that, we were able to see the drone attack angles throughout the Russian Federation, including drone attacks that were heading towards the Moscow area, the Voronezh region, the Don region, and Crimea and Krasnodar. All successful attack vectors from what we know, like we were seeing. Moving us on from all of that and into Rostov-on-Don, we were able to see a little drone hitting the city right here. We can also see the Chinese real estate development that doesn't have a single soul living in it right below. Where's it going, Vadim, блядь? Oh!
Да ну нахуй!
Да ну нахуй, блядь.
Да ну нахуй! Не трогай!
Crazy stuff. Wabba-wee-wah. We also were able to see what was left of the Wildberries facility that burned down in Krasnodar. And muting the music, there's nothing left. Not a single thing. Calling
Not
the
a damn
fire
thing.
brigade.
I tell you what, a whole distribution center gone.
It is like a gone with the wind, blade. Damn, I mean, that thing really is gone.
It's a shame that Russia's steel factories have been hit because I think they need a new supply of steel.
I think they do, really. Or aluminum, or really a combination of all of them, honestly. I mean, they kind of need everything at this point. I mean, you know, they're taking a lot of losses. That's a lot of damage. But moving us on out of the Russian Federation, it's now time for us to get on into Ukraine. And to give you all an update, yes, that guy named Fedorov is still organizing protests to try and get him put back in as Minister of Defense.
He's not organizing them. It's just the public's organizing them themselves. He's just making statements.
All right, oh, that is a good clarification there. He's inspiring them. I'm trying to think of a good wordage there. Inspiring them to continue, I suppose. Maybe that's a good wordage. What do you think?
That sounds better. That sounds better. It's just the people are listening to his words, and his words are not necessarily organizing the riots or the protests, but it's inspiring them, to say the least.
I would have to tell you, folks, I got to say something here. Now, I know that a lot of people are not a big fan of Syrskyi, but I'm gonna have to say something here. Have y'all noticed that when Syrskyi was removed from the commander-in-chief, there's no protest to reinstate him, and he's also not out there stirring the pot, so that way there's any inspiration for protests? Are y'all noticing that? Because I'm kind of starting to notice that here a little bit myself. You know, this Fedorov guy seems to keep on going on and kind of stirring the pot for these people to keep protesting, and it's starting to cause a rift in Ukraine. And I'm gonna tell y'all up front, like, not getting involved in their domestic affairs, that's their own deal, and they'll figure that out. But this guy is a lot more divisive and a lot more trouble than he's really worth at this point. If I was in charge of Ukraine, I'd never reinstate the guy because he's also showing that he's a political risk. Because he's so dog-headed, I'd assume that he'd probably get into odds with another commander in chief, the new one, Drapati, and he would probably end up saying, you know, that he needs to go as well, or he's going, or he calls a whole other stink if anyone disagreed with him. This whole thing's starting to get very sketch to me. I think that it was a good call to have Fedorov resign at this point, seeing how problematic he is.
Yeah, the way he's acting is really unbecoming. It's also very selfish the way he's acting too. Like it's not my country and Ukraine, it's not my politics to deal with. But I mean, just from an outsider's view, I mean, just knowing human nature, I mean, this guy has some bad qualities about him. Like he doesn't really seem to have any like common sense or good discernment, like when to back off. He just keeps going in deeper. And also, there was a report alleging that Zelensky had offered him all kinds of different government positions too, and allegedly he turned them all down and said he wants that one defense minister position back. If that report's true, I mean, this dude sounds like pure trouble. It's like he might have been the troublemaker the entire time, but just based on that action alone.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, it's like this is, and also I see someone saying you're wrong, Federal. Well, I would tell you this: if I was in the middle of a war and here in the United States, and we needed unity to be able to get through the war, and the former Secretary of Defense came out and just started shitting on the U.S. government and demanding for actions to be done in their own self-interest, and they didn't back off of it once, and they started to divide the country. I'd tell you that that guy certainly is not the guy everyone keeps making him out to be. Like, that's someone who's putting their own personal interest so high up on the scale that it trumps national interest at that point, and you end up in a situation where this guy is willing to divide the country and possibly tear it apart by stoking these fires and keeping them going for his own personal interest over the interest of the country. That's someone who's very dangerous. Like, and also allegedly. That's what I'm seeing from here. Allegedly. But that's my take on it. And someone
Yeah.
like that's far too dangerous to have in a government.
And also, I'm saying allegedly for myself, by the way, because I'm saying allegedly about the report that Zelensky offered him a whole bunch of positions and stuff like that. Obviously, we don't know everything being said behind the closed doors and stuff like that. But it's like it's Zelensky's prerogative to remove and replace people. I mean, he's the president of Ukraine. It's his call. So it's like, you know, for a minister to leave and then start raising hell to be and demanding to be reinstated, it's like, first of all, it's very presumptuous. It's like you're not entitled to that position. It's like you were there at Zelensky's leisure. Like it's his prerogative to remove or like appoint you. Like that's his leisure to do that. And also, it's like even if he did a good job, I mean, Zelensky doesn't have to have a reason. He can just still fire him anyway and get rid of him. I mean, that's his call.
And also, I saw someone saying, "Well, I mean, he was a pretty good minister of defense." Oh, that's kind of conjecture and opinion, really. But I would say, let's assume that he was, and let's, for the sake of this discussion here, let's say he is a great minister of defense. Well, he's definitely not a great minister of defense because of these actions. Like, if I was a manager, say, of a restaurant, like a McDonald's or whatnot, and I was very good at managing that McDonald's, that's one thing. But if for some reason, like I get sidelined for a promotion from the manager of that restaurant to like a regional manager or something, and then I just start going crazy, and I sit there and unilaterally shut down the McDonald's I'm in charge of to try and get back at the upper leadership, I'm no longer a good manager. Like that's kind of overshadowing all of my good managing traits and abilities because I'm now completely overshadowing it with the stink I'm making because I feel like I was slighted or wronged. And in this situation right here, there really isn't room for someone's personal ambitions to get into play, no matter how good they are, because that's very risky and dangerous. And also on top of that, if they put him back in as the Minister of Defense with that kind of dog-headedness, I kind of got to ask the question here: what stops this person from taking this kind of dog-headedness and I'm owed this and I'm owed that? That's kind of sense of entitlement. What stops him from taking that all the way to, you know, say possibly an extreme, maybe something like a military coup? You know, like you got to kind of start asking questions like that when someone starts to make this kind of a stink and these kinds of actions at this point, because if they get power again, now they feel slighted, they're disgruntled, and we put them back in a position of authority. Who's to say they don't start using that position of authority to further themselves to make sure they can't get slighted again? That's a serious concern.
Also, I don't know if I would go that far to say that he's thinking something like that. But I mean, if he has political ambitions, like to me, it looks like he's like trying to politically like jockey for some like public support or something. If he wants to have political ambitions, it's like when the elections come back around, he can simply run against Zelensky if he thinks he wants to like run the country better. But it's like it's the right move is not to try to divide the country in a wartime setting to try to get your position back and then try to use like half the country as a crowbar to force your way back in. It's like that's not the right time to do something like that. It's selfish, it's self-absorbed, and also it really reflects badly on like any possible leadership qualities the guy might have had. That's not what a leader would do. A leader would wait until the right time to address and put the needs of the people first before you start using everybody as a crowbar, basically.
Yeah, I'd have to say, but I would agree with that. But still, the actions that this guy is showing is very suspect and questionable, and really puts a lot of his leadership abilities into scrutiny. And I would say definitely, like I would say at this point, folks, I'm actually against Fedorov becoming the Minister of Defense. With what he's doing right here, this is definitely not becoming of a Minister of Defense. But moving us on from that and on into the rest of our Ukraine war news, we have also been able to see that within the location unknowns today, the Russians were taking on a small ride. By this donkey.
That donkey's got some pulling power. Oh, he's trying to get to the other one.
No, bro, like, no,
Oh, hell
bro,
no.
I know where
Hell
that's
no.
going.
Hey,
Like,
bro, why are you showing this right now? What's up with this?
man, I was just trying to show the Russian getting dragged across the ground. I didn't see the part later on. I only saw the first part. I was like, that's funny. And then I saw that, and I was like, hell no, boy. Like, I was like, we ain't showing that.
Man.
Hell no.
This isn't a therapy session. This isn't like some type of like therapy session.
Man, honestly. Also, we were able to get the casualty report today from Miss Decent, keeper of the records at Ole Mole 1.
Oh, they got one.
Won the bub, believe it. And according to Miss DC Keeper of the Records, Russian losses to July 24th of 2026, day 1,612. Aircraft is Su-57 down in the Moscow region, a nice one to see. 544 vehicles and supply trucks is the fifth highest daily loss. 7 liminal arrests are tied at 7th. 76 artillery systems is tied at 20th. And 12 ground robotic complexes is tied as 6th, which is not shown. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 1,410 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 544 supply trucks, 10 main battle tanks, 76 artillery pieces, 1,652 drones, 7 liminal arrests, 1 aircraft, 2 cruise missiles, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, a pretty good day, and good to see the louses. Moving us on from that and on into Belgrade, we also get to see that Belgrade got slammed. Hit it, ball! Getting them good. Getting them good, I tell you. Let's take another look. There's that fire smoldering. We also were able to see, additionally, that Belgrade have more clips coming out of these fresh attacks. There's the hit. Oh, блядь.
Второй раз в это же место. Надо же, а. Второй раз. Прям летел вся к кровати. Подпрыгнули.
She said that attack was so strong, the bed was
Что ж
bouncing.
там такое, а?
What the hell is going on over there, she
Второй
said.
раз. В одно и то же
Second
место.
time, same spot.
Жесть просто.
Oh,
That
I don't
ain't
know.
lightning.
It might just
Окна
be,
затряслись, кровати
might just be a war or
подпрыгнули
something.
вместе с нами.
The bed bounced right along with us.
Это веселое.
I don't know if that was a drone or something else, but there's the hit again. I mean, that wording's kind of sus. Like, the whole bed was shaking and everything. It's like, I'm just saying.
With us.
Man, it was shaking along with him. It wasn't
Второй
shaking
раз.
against him. It was shaking with him. Like,
Was it shaking before or after the hit?
oh, like all in between, before, during, and after. All of the above. The answer's D. Well, actually, that's a joke in itself. Like, man, I didn't even realize that right there. But that's basically a joke in and of itself. So, yeah, the bed be shaking. It is what it is. But moving us on into the Kupiansk front, we also able to see a couple of apparently too spicy to show. So, we'll move on from that one. I didn't think it was too spicy myself. We also were able to see some attacks in the Lehman direction against the Russians. Take a little gander. There's one of them. Man, these drones must be some of the lower end ones.
Yeah, I think it is right here.
Man, I gotta tell you, they're shaking the bed out here.
Man, everybody's getting pounded. The Russian forces, everybody.
Man, I gotta tell you, man, with those flanking maneuvers that the Ukrainians are doing these days on these Russian positions with the special forces, the Russians are always getting it in the rear.
I'll tell you what, these Russians, if only they were, well, we'll leave the. Oh,
Fiery the next day too. I mean, the prophecy foretold. But anyways, moving us on from that, head down from the Lehman front, we also were able to see on the Slovyansk front more Russian forces getting hit. The comm systems getting hit specifically. Let's take a look. There's a dish. That ain't no. What the hell? What kind of cavatappi? There we go. That's what I was trying to think of right there. I gotta tell you, these days with the Ukrainian drones coming in on, like on 180 angles, creating those interlocking lanes of fire, I guess you could say the Russians getting some from both directions. How many innuendos can we do, folks, before the news wraps up? I don't know, but we're gonna keep counting. I guess you could say the Russians are. Well, I won't do that one, but we can see the strikes still effective on the comm systems. Meanwhile, in the Konstantinivka direction, we also were able to see clips that were too spicy to show, and a brand new Dutch missile, the Ruta BLK-1 low-cost cruise missile. Apparently, the Netherlands is actively supplying hundreds of these missiles to Ukraine, which is capable of carrying a 150-kilogram warhead about 300 kilometers. Here goes one of them over the skies. You get it, little fella.
whoa!
Man, you kept it like Popeye, right? You went, wow, man. It's like, man. Awesome.
I think I overdid it a little bit, but I mean, it was screaming by. I was shocked when I saw this missile flying by. I was like, wow, that missile's really moving. That missile, some say it's the fastest moving missile. Some say you can barely see it.
Man, some say it's the greatest. People had to call up the Dutch from miles around. Sarah, it's the greatest missile. Your most incredible missile ever seen. We love it so much. We love it so much. You know, a lot of people look at the ratings on these missiles. You know, the ratings are so good. Like, the fake news, they just can't handle it. You know, like, a lot of people want to say the missile isn't that great. The missile isn't that good. Sometimes the missile doesn't get upright. And now I got to tell them that this doesn't have a middle eye. I have giant hands, the biggest hands anyone's ever seen. But moving us on from that and on in the Dobropelia front, we also were able to see Russian forces getting hit here in the 93rd Mechanized Brigade. The Fighting 93rd, the Holotny Yar, the famous unit.
All the units are famous. Everybody's trying to jockey their way into the best units. That way they can get the best kit. I think the Azov is still the best kitted out. They get the nicest.
Man, the Azov be getting them kill streaks. Like, man, like, they be getting endless kill streaks, man.
Seems like they're favored by the government, I think, because I think they get the best, the first.
Man, they get the best, the first. Like, it's like the best, the Versa. Man, like the Fiat Versa or whatever. We also were able to see them cooking up a Russian tank as well in this area. A T-72B. We haven't seen one of these in a long time. What the hell's going on outside?
I just filmed in like lots of fireworks going off. Everybody's violating the law right now. It's like lawless, like the dang town of like the old time Western outside.
Oh yeah, ye
There's
old
huge
Pioneer
signs up
days
everywhere.
today. Yeah.
There's huge signs up everywhere talking about don't fire off fireworks. I hear like everybody and their dog outside firing fireworks. It's like hopefully a wildfire doesn't get started. I don't want to get run out of my house.
You know what's crazy, man, is that they weren't firing off this many fireworks even for the 4th of July, bro. But they'll go out and break the law for Pioneer Day, man. It's like, oh my god.
That's because it's a religious holiday.
Yeah, actually, that's true, folks. Pioneer Day is the day that they celebrate all of the Mormon pioneers traveling to Utah and founding basically the state of Deseret at the time, which would later become Utah. So, you know, a little interesting fact about that. They celebrate that harder than the 4th of July out here, funnily enough. But moving us on from that clip and on into our next one, we also got to see in the Pokrovsk area some, apparently these were too spicy to show. Ooh, jeepers creepers. Moving us on from that, we also did get to see the Ukrainians launching some of their flamingos last night. The footage was beautiful. Take a look. There it goes. Those things are just impressive. Moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that Ukraine was under a major attack today. Most of the country had a drone alert standing on it, at least on the central and eastern regions. And that was the news from Ukraine for this day. And now, moving us on up into Kyiv, it's time for us to finally get to the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of... Well, actually, before we get to it, I want to get to this poll, so that way we can wrap all this up nice and sweet. Matthew, a lot of people are talking about this total war concept that's going on over there. What are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
So, as Ukraine launches their new total war on Russia, which includes hitting the distribution facilities, electrical facilities, they're going all out. They're basically meeting Russia on their own terms at this point, doing exactly what Russia does to Ukraine to a large degree in various different areas of the war. How do you foresee the war unfolding by the end of 2026? And 60% of the people in the audience said the Russian economy will have collapsed, while 16% said Putin will have been ousted by Russia, and 9% said Russia will have reached a deal, and 15% said other. And this one is always tricky. I'm just curious to see what people generally think in the audience, but it's kind of hard to make an accurate prediction about where it's going to go because it's very unpredictable. That's about 6 months away, the end of 2026, and it's just kind of hard to say. It looks like the Russian economy should go down the toilet, especially with these total war strikes, like, for example, on the Wild Bears facilities. But Russia always finds a way to make ends meet somehow. They've done it for 4 years now, 4+ years, and they might do it again somehow or another, take on more debt, get help from China or something like that. So I'm kind of with the 15% that said unsure and undecided. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'm also with the unsure and undecided on this one. I feel like the Russian economy is probably going to collapse in a year at this rate, but they always seem to survive a little bit longer than we're analyzing or predicting here. So I would say I'm also unsure and undecided because our accuracy on this has not been great in the past. And while we are still expecting it will be a year, that might not be accurate. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, it is now time for us to get into the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. He looks sleepy. But anyways, here's the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні в день росіяни завдали удари по Києву та області. Удар був балістикою. Мішенню в Бучанському районі Київщини став захід, якого там точно не мало бути. Сьогодні спілкувались з генеральним прокурором Русланом Кравченком, були доповіді правоохоронців, вже є кримінальні провадження за фактом того, що сталося. Звісно, причиною удару є російські ракети, виключно російський терор, але вже 1000 разів усім говорили, що у таких умовах війни з таким ворогом точно не можна проводити будь-які виставки зброї із купою людей, і тим більше поруч з будинками. Станом на цей час відомо про 10 загиблих від цього удару. Мої співчуття рідним та близьким. Багато людей отримали поранення і травми. Були ще дуже жорстокі російські удари по Слов'янську та іншим громадам Донеччини, по Харківщині, Херсону, Сумщині, по Одесі та області. Ми знаємо від розвідок та наших партнерів, що росіяни приготували ракети для нового масованого удару по Україні. Може бути сьогодні цей удар. Інформація попередня є така, що впродовж 48 годин. Будь ласка, бережіть себе, зважайте на сигнали повітряної тривоги. Сьогодні були наради з головнокомандувачем Збройних сил України Михайлом Драпатим, був Євгеній Хмара з командою Міністерства оборони, були інші урядовці і прем'єр-міністр України Сергій Корецький. Ми детально визначили порядок кроків, які можуть дати більше захисту нашим містам, нашим селам, нашому півдню, нашій інфраструктурі. Оновлюємо план захисту зернового експорту. Дуже ціную, що всі керівники сектору оборони і безпеки активно координуються між собою. Саме це і нам потрібно. Я вдячний Михайлу Драпатому, Євгенію Хмарі за увагу до деталей та взаємодію. Павло Паліса та команда Офісу президента будуть і надалі допомагати з пошуком та реалізацією рішень. Прем'єр-міністр Корецький готує альтернативи економічні та інфраструктурні, які можуть підтримати стійкість України. Прем'єр, вся урядова команда будуть працювати над максимальною диверсифікацією операцій експорту та імпорту. Виклики значні, дуже. Мають бути і несиметричні рішення. забезпечення пальним українського ринку, також додаткові експортні маршрути, необхідні програми підтримки українських виробників, плюс робота з нашими партнерами, з нашими сусідами в регіоні та з Брюсселем. Все це вже в роботі і дуже очікуємо розуміння з боку партнерів. ППО – це перший пріоритет, з яким саме партнери можуть допомогти нам. Всі домовленості мають виконуватись оперативно. МЗС України, всі наші дипломати повинні діяти швидше, і потреби України мають звучати гучніше у світі, бо це реальні потреби захисту життя. І важливо, що про все, що відбувається в Україні, насправді про російські удари проти наших людей, про затягування Росією своєї війни, все більше знають в ключових країнах-партнерах. Цими днями в Україні Лора Лумер, дуже близька людина до президента Трампа, ми з нею говорили, і Лора багато побачила в Україні, в столиці, і не тільки, і лавру, і наших людей, і все те, через що ми проходимо. Я сподіваюся, що Америка буде з Україною і надалі, і ми зможемо закінчити цю війну достойним миром. Саме це нам потрібно. Ми готуємось до зустрічі з президентом Америки та його командою. Я дякую Америці, я дякую кожному, хто з Україною, з нашими людьми, з нашим захистом життя. Маємо чітку інформацію від розвідки, що в Росії готують на осінь нову хвилю мобілізації, доволі значну. У цей час росіяни втрачають на фронті більше своїх військових, ніж набирають. А Путін ще збирається збільшувати атаки і розширювати цю війну. Йому потрібні ще росіяни для участі в штурмах. Маємо превентивно від цього захищатись на всіх рівнях, на фронті, у наших далекобійних санкціях, також у мідстрайках, у нашій дипломатії і, звісно, у спілкуванні з усіма, хто здатен підтримати життя, хто здатен наблизити мир. Вічна пам'ять усім, кого вбила Росія. Слава Україні!
And Ram Slava.
Героям слава.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1612 of the news from around the world. And with that, folks, in mind, it's time for us to move on to the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, this is going to be an absolute blast, an absolute pleasure. We made it through 2 hours and 24 minutes of news. Now, that's a lot of news. And we're going to be getting on into an hour and 40 minutes, or probably 2 hours, of questions, meaning that we're basically matching minute for minute the questions with the news. And we're going to have a lot to talk about here, folks. Anything and everything can be brought up except for religion, politics, climate change, whether the A-10 can be used in modern warfare or not, whether we can nuke Iran in certain instances, and about 50 other things. I'm just kidding, by the way. We can talk about everything but those things. So with that, Matthew, what do we got here?
So I want to point out something real quick as I see people talking about it. Zelensky mentioned it in his speech there just a second ago. I'm not sure if y'all noticed, but some of the people that were highly against Ukraine have suddenly had all simultaneously at once an epiphany that it's actually wrong for Russia to invade a sovereign country, which is Ukraine, and to hurt its people literally day in and day out for 4+ years. These so-called podcasters suddenly realized that that's actually evil for Russia to do something like that. And they just happened out of the blue to realize that all at the same time. Which, you know, who knows why that's the case. There's probably some gimmick or something behind it. Who the hell knows why they're doing that? To me, it seems disingenuous. But I guess at the end of the day, I know why Zelensky took the interview with that crazy lady who he took the interview with, because he's trying to get the support of the other half of the United States, which generally was against Ukraine because they were propagandized by the Russians. And they fell for it because either they don't have good sense or either I don't even know why they fell for it, really. They'd have to be quite dumb to fall for something like that. But I think Zelensky had to do it because obviously this lady has the ear of the president, and he had to do it for his own political reasons to try to get more support from the United States. But it's still a shame, though, because I see so many people today, they're acting like this is such a great thing. It's like, these people are disingenuous. It's like if they didn't realize before what Russia was doing was evil, and now all of a sudden they did, and there's no explanation for why they changed their minds. It's like there's clearly something else behind that. Like I think that's obvious.
Yeah, that's generally, you know, that's kind of the running trend these days. Also, it kind of shows folks how stupid some political movements are, because there was a whole anti-Ukraine movement here in America generally pioneered by those very people. And then out of the blue, they just changed that. It's like, why? It's like, so everybody in America was just working off of a crock of bullshit that was believing that for like 3 years at this point. Just because. But I'll tell you all this, folks. Here's the interesting thing. This is how the stupidity of this works here in this country. Whoever's in charge, like, let me see here. Let me see how to put this. You know what? I'll put it this way, because this is the only way this can explain it. If a Republican's in charge and they're making any actions at all, every Republican's going to support it, and every Democrat's going to be against it. If it started under that person, that's just how it's going to be. If a Democrat does something and they start the ball rolling, then all the Democrats will be for it and the Republicans will be against it. That's how it works. Because in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, when Biden was president, the war started and the Republicans were all over his ass like white on rice because he was doing nothing to help them out, and they said he was weak and that the Russians were invading Ukraine because he was weak and whatnot. And then as soon as we started to support Ukraine, then a lot of those folks on that side went completely against the war. And then, you know, overnight Zelensky is like a crack addict or something according to them, and the whole Ukrainian military is basically Nazi Germany and all that deal. And then that went on for 3 straight years. And now that there is a Republican in charge, the whole thing's doing a flip. Slowly yet surely. Now the war in Ukraine's good, and it's a good thing that it's going, and the Ukrainians are good people, and I would have a feeling, folks, because this is usually how the ebb and flow goes. There's now going to be some people on the left who are now going to do a complete 180 along with that as well, and now say the Ukrainians are actually bad people for this, that, and another reason. I'm not saying that that's how everybody with those political affiliations thinks, but that's generally how the talking voices think, and that's what they say. Because partisan politics works off of, if one side's doing something, no matter how justified or good of a position that is, they just have to take the other side just because the other side is not being represented. That's how it works. Like I've watched that, folks, endlessly. It was like that with the COVID pandemic. It was like that with the war in Ukraine. It's been like that with a load of stuff. Like it's like whatever decision is made by one group, the other group's just going to take the opposite stance.
Well, you know what's really disturbing to me is people like the people that follow these folks, which I don't think many people here on this channel follow them for the most part, because like most people here on the channel recognize that Ukraine's fighting for their own survival, and they're also doing the West a favor by keeping Russia off of NATO's doorstep. So it benefits us all for Ukraine to keep the fight going and to keep Russia at bay and win the war on their behalf. It benefits NATO and Ukraine, and we've understood that for a very long time, since the very beginning of the war, and everybody here on this channel has largely understood that too. So I doubt many people here followed them anyway. But for the people that do follow them, which apparently is a decent number of Americans follow these people, I haven't heard hardly anybody asking them why they suddenly had this change of mind all of a sudden. It's like, it's really concerning how there's a large swath of America that does not have any critical thinking skills whatsoever to even ask the question of these people, why did you suddenly change your mind? Because it's pertinent to know why they changed their mind, because it could be crucial to understand if they have any biases or motivations that are maybe not public to the people they're talking to. So, you know, I mean, that would be a pertinent question to ask. I don't really see many people asking the question. They're just making blanket statements like, oh, well, Ukraine's fighting for good. I was mistaken. They're fighting for good. It's like, yeah, but why didn't you realize that before, though? It's like, what suddenly changed for you to change your mind and start believing that? It's like, and they won't say.
Yeah, and also I see some people, of course, got offended by my statement. Oh, no, my group would never turn against Ukraine. Just watch. Like it'll happen. Like it'll happen because I'll tell you this. I remember this vividly. I still remember it to a T. Like back when, and the best way I could explain it is with the COVID pandemic and what happened at the beginning of it. Because when it first started, it was under a Republican. And so they were like, the Republicans were all in charge and in support of the quarantines and the shutdowns and trying to shut down public gatherings. And during that very time, because it was early 2020, when that was all going on, very early 2020, the Chinese New Year celebrations were going on in New York City. And the Democrats were all against it. They're like, the Republicans are racist. They're just trying to shut it down because they hate like the Chinese people or something. So that's the only reason they're doing this. And then once a Democrat got in charge, then that completely flipped. Now the quarantines were a good thing and they needed to be done. And then the Republicans were against it immediately overnight. That's just how it works. Like I remember that back then. And I'm not trying to get into the politics side of things. And I would agree with Matthew. We do need to avoid that. But what I'm trying to say is that the talking heads that are involved in any kind of partisan politics, they're just going to take the complete opposite stance, no matter whether it makes sense or not, from the other side. Not saying that like people in the chat who are left or right take those positions, because a lot of y'all here on this channel think freely. That's why y'all are here. Y'all have sense. Y'all actually think with reason. But that's how it works. Like, that's how it works on the talking head side of things. And I hate to tell y'all folks, a lot of these talking heads don't really have that much sense. I mean, they kind of just hop on something without any research or really thinking about it, and they just kind of run with it. And if you ask any of them about it, they have really no clue what they're even supporting.
And they have the ear of the highest officials in our government too, which is even crazier. It's like these people that are like wackos. It's like they have like the ear of like sometimes the president, sometimes advisors. It's like, I mean, that's not saying much good about our country, to be honest. If these are the people that are being trusted to like give advice to people, I mean, that's not a good sign, to say the least. It's like, I'm not expecting a genius to be up there advising people, but we don't want wackos up there like having the ear of people that are in charge of the government. It's like, you know, I'm not sure if people understand how close these people are to the power.
Yeah, I mean, it's concerning. And also, folks, I tell you what I'm trying to say here, just to wrap it up in a lesson. Like, I'm trying to impart like a lesson, and I don't really think I'm saying it succinctly. So let me say this with what I was just saying a second ago. What I'm wanting to tell y'all is, whether you be in the chat an independent, a Republican, or a Democrat, never listen solely to the political talking heads that speak on the left and the right and the center to formulate your opinions. You might think you can trust them, and maybe you can. But usually a lot of the times, they don't really know what they're talking about, because they're talking about it from an emotional, politicized standpoint, which doesn't really factor in a lot of the facts and the information involved, or what really is in America's interest. Y'all need to make sure to always think on your own. Never take the political, like, pundit people as, like, giving you any factual information. That's one thing that I'd like to say about this channel, is that we don't take political sides, and so we just talk about it from what is in America's interest. We don't talk about it from a culture war perspective or a domestic political perspective, and then impart that on the foreign policy. We talk about foreign policy as in what's in the interest of the United States and what isn't, and then what problems may there be in this regard, but in the nuances of it, we still have to do this regardless. Like, we don't get into that whole realm, because it's a stupid world to live in, because you can end up misguiding yourself and millions of people to believe one thing, like the Ukrainians are bad people, when in reality, they're the people we should be supporting in this fight, not the Russians. And apparently a whole bunch of people are just starting to act like they're realizing that, when I kind of believe that they've known that the whole time, and they've just been playing being the contrarian game for a couple of years, and now they're just deciding to switch that because it's not really in vogue anymore. Or they were just so ignorant they didn't even know that, and they just kept running with that story for 3 years, when any amount of research would have proven that their point was completely facetious and standing on nothing. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, and kind of says what I want to impart, which is like Jay King just said, believe your eyes, not your ears. Believe what you see, and believe what the statistics are, and what the information we have is, and what the standpoint of the United States is. Never listen. Go ahead.
And also, it's good to like always follow the evidence too. Like, even when we make claims here on the channel, like, we don't expect y'all just to blindly believe what we're saying. That's called a trust me bro, and we avoid trust me bro like the plague. Like, when we're making an opinion, we make it perfectly clear we're speculating. Like, when we're making an opinion, but if we're telling y'all something's happening in the war, we're showing footage, we're showing videos, photos, etc., to back up what we're claiming. Like, a lot of these people out there will simply come out and make claims like, Zelensky, like, this will be what they're saying, not what I'm saying. They'll be like, Zelensky's addicted to drugs, but yet they'll have zero proof of it. They'll have literally no evidence to say that. But all these people that listen to them just blindly follow it, like it's just truth. It's like, not once do these people say, well, where's your proof that the guy's on something? It's like, you don't have any proof. They don't say that. That's disturbing to me when you start seeing people in masses start acting like that, just blindly listening and following to people and not demanding evidence of stuff. It's like, these people are not fit to like have an opinion on the matter if they can't even ask critical questions.
Yeah, and also I see someone saying, John Forney said, can you talk about the literal Nazis in Ukraine? Although two things can be true at once. That's trying to go out and pick something, like, just being entirely honest, because you can spin any story you want. Like, I don't know if you know this, but there's neo-Nazis in Russia as well, and there's members of extremist groups in the United States, like the KKK, that are in the U.S. military, and you could spin a story any way you want. You could take those small handful of people, these fringe extremists, and then spin a whole story to go, the whole U.S. military is run by these people, when that's not true at all. I mean, like, it's a tiny little fringe extremist group with a couple couple of members that happen to be in the military, much like there is in every military around the world. I mean, think of any country in the world or any institution that is devoid of flaws. If you look at any university in anywhere in the world, there's going to be some scandal where a professor has done something wrong. Does that mean that the whole university is in on it? It might in some cases, in others it might not. It might just be a bad egg. There's bad eggs in every institution. There's a bad egg in every military. The thing is, though, is that when you have a Jewish president of Ukraine, it's really hard to say there's Nazis everywhere in Ukraine, because I don't really think that guy would be the president if that was the case. They kind of have a thing against those people. So, that's kind of the thing that makes it hard to say, oh yeah, that's a fair point, there are Nazis in Ukraine. There's Nazis everywhere. Like, there's a little group of them in every single country, but they're not running the country in Ukraine. That's the difference. Much like the Nazis aren't running the United States, or the communists aren't running the United States either. They're a tiny little group. But you can take that and you can spin the story however you want, because people don't look at it that way. They just look at it as they exist, so we can just spin this whole thing out of proportion and make it like the whole country's like that, when it's not. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, because I think, let's see. Someone said, yes, but there is entire units made of neo-Nazis. No, no, we haven't seen that anywhere. Like, I haven't seen that myself. I've seen
Russia said so. It's like, what? Who's saying that? It's like, you didn't hear that yourself. You're not inside of Ukraine, so you heard it somewhere. It's like you probably heard it from a Russian propagandist, and you didn't even check.
The Azov Brigade used to be the only legit, like, far-right fascist sort of a brigade that existed in the Ukrainian army. And the Ukrainian military went through the process after the Donbass conflict and the reforms in 2018 to remove all of those questionable elements and political philosophies from that unit. That's literally only one. And also on top of that, it's a little bit disingenuous to say, oh, look at that. Because if you look at the Donbass conflict as a whole, on the Ukrainian side, there were far-right units that popped up, and on the Donbass conflict side, on the Russian side, there was nothing but communist groups that pop up. And if you knew the atrocities that both of those groups were conducting during that time, you would say, hell, there's really not really a hair to stand any better than the other during that period. And then after that, the Ukrainians went and reformed all of those units and completely removed any of those elements from them. On the other hand, the Russians never did that. So the Russians are still largely with the communist sort of brigade elements that conduct atrocities. The Ukrainians rooted that out. And that's also a big difference that you're not really factoring in with the nuance there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Okay, so before we jump into our super chats, real quick, we have an update about the hits inside of Saudi Arabia. The hits were devastating. We have our video here of daytime footage showing the hits at Jazan, Saudi Arabia, and it looks like there are several locations of impacts. In fact, it looks like the oil terminal area, it might be destroyed, actually, from the looks of it, but we don't have an up close to confirm that for a fact. But as you see here, though, multiple hits. The entire sky appears to be full of what could be maybe oil.
Dang. That's pretty bad.
But it's only Jazan, though. I still don't have any footage at all showing that the other port was hit. What's the other one called? Yanbu. That's what I was trying to think about. There's no evidence that one's been hit directly, but Jazan, though, has been devastated.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the only port we can confirm that's been hit, because there's literally no proof of any other hits elsewhere. But Jazan, actually, correction there, has been hit pretty heavily at this point from these recent attacks, and it's not looking too good down there. So that is our update right now, folks, on the situation in Saudi Arabia, and it looks like the Houthis were able to get one over on the Saudis a little bit down there. So I hope that addresses that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
So jumping back into our super chats here, this one goes to Radiz for Rubs, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Radiz, for that 50, and we do appreciate the generous support. He said, "Call the Matt and take one from the chat." And look at this. We have a nice cult member here. It's not a cult, though. It's not really a cult. It's a parody. That's what they call it these days. It's a parody, a brand new word, parody, spelled with a P. Brand new word. I just came up with it. But that's what we call that. Cult of Matt parody. That's what it is right there. And we're glad to have you as a part of this parody. But Radi said, take one from the chat. And we shall take one from the chat. And this one's going to go to none other than Cerberus, who said, "Can you explain to the chat the Mylar blankets, the versatile, lightweight, cheap, all-weather tool for camping, get up and go, and bad weather?" Honestly, that sounds like a good sales pitch, actually, the way you put that right there. But Mylar blankets are really cheap. They're survival blankets, actually. That's usually how they're marketed for the most part. It's basically all about reflecting body heat back toward the body. So that way, if you're in a survival situation, you basically don't get hypothermia and die. That's basically what it's designed to do. Now, it's not going to keep you super toasty, depending on how cold it is or how wet you are from, getting in like a body of water or something. But it will save your life most of the time. So it's like a last step to keep you alive, basically, if you're in a survival situation. So that's what it is. It reflects body heat. But Enforcer, what say you?
And that is true. It reflects the body heat. It helps to create like an incubator sort of a sense, but it doesn't get like quite hot. But Matthew explained that so well, there's not really a lot I can add. I'm basically just saying the same thing over. But a big thanks to you for this incredible support, Readies for Rubes, and helping this channel to keep it running. And a big thanks to you for making this channel a reality with your support. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Robert Betancourt, and thank you, Robert, as well, for the 50. And he said, Ukraine has a 3D weapons printing program paid to make bombs, and could that expand global?
It could. It actually could. Like anything that Ukraine currently has as a weapon industry could easily start to expand globally or start to export on a global scale. And so I would say, yeah, I think they could. And I think that would definitely be something that we should look into here in the United States because those sorts of weapon systems and innovations are incredibly important for us because it allows us for us to have a significant volume of fire in drone warfare capabilities. So a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, also, do you know where Mylar blankets? Do you know who produced those or developed the technology behind it?
Was it Joseph Mylar Smith?
Uh, no, not really. It's not. It's not. I think NASA created that technology. I think. Pull that up though. Fact check me on the spot. Go ahead and give me a fact check.
Who made Mylar blankets? Let's see here. So apparently they were developed by NASA.
Oh, so I am right. Yeah, I thought it was. I think Mylar had something to do with like the space shuttle or something. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Let's see. Yeah, interesting enough. It's used by long distance runners. They've been incorporated into outdoor clothing and sleeping bags as well. Huh. That's cool. So NASA made it. Man, NASA, the center of innovation. Goodness. Man, like, I gotta say, man, NASA really has made some cool stuff in the past. It's so sad that they get no funding these days. Oh well. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support, Robert Betancourt, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because folks like you are helping us to make this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also have a support from Michael Davison, and thank you, Michael, as well. He said the craziest nuclear weapon is the M28-29 Davy Crockett, and long live the Lee Spring Army.
And let me get that thing, actually. Long live the Lee Spring Army. I gotta show y'all this nuclear mortar, or more so a nuclear recoilless gun. That's it right there, the Davy Crockett. It was
that's called a little boy in Fallout.
Boom, diada, boom, diada. Like I didn't hear that little radio thing playing. Yeah, Fat Man. Yeah, I think that. Oh man, I'm telling you. But this was a nuclear recoilless gun. It could be used by the Army infantry in times of war. And these things were actually deployed quite significantly, folks, in Western Germany, I believe during the 1960s and the 70s. But the idea was that you could fire one of these things, which was equivalent to 10 to 20 tons of TNT. And you would be able to do a little bit of damage to an attacking enemy force. You can actually see them here showing how to shoot this thing. You can see the propellant charge being inserted, then the launch piston, and last but not least, the nuke itself. You just screw it on top, and it goes on its merry way.
Also, by the way, I think for 2026, I think calling it Fat Man, I don't think that's politically correct. I think we need to call this the slightly rotund man or something.
A plus-size bomb. Like it's like
yeah, so plus size. A subscription model, $10.99 a month.
Oh man. Also, here was a little mushroom cloud it made. It wasn't really that big of an explosion, honestly. It was like kind of like a maybe like the best way to explain is well, it was actually pretty big when you think of it. Like 10 to 20 tons of TNT isn't really exactly small. I was trying to think of a bomb that'd be similar to, and I can't really think of a conventional one. So it was pretty sizable. It's just that it wasn't like, humongous like a lot of people think of when they think of nukes. And we can also see the little test site here in 2008. Look, there's a Sherman still out there, just sitting there, covered in radiation. Like, I think still probably radioactive. And here's one of them in a museum.
That is crazy to have in a museum.
Wild.
Well, you know what? You know what's crazier than that? Click back on the picture. The most dangerous part of this exhibit is outside of the ropes.
What do you mean?
The nuke, the warhead, is outside of the area they have cordoned off. They have the tripod cordoned off, but the nuke's outside, so you could touch it.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not really the problem, Andy. They're just trying to stop someone from reaching over and pulling the trigger to fire it. But, you can, like, smack that thing with a hammer. I'm sure it'd be fine, I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, they called it. You know why they called it Davy Crockett?
Why do they call it that?
Let's see here. They called it that. Now, see, this is the problem. If you set up a joke, you really don't have a joke really running. Like, I was trying to quickly punch in Davy Crockett to learn something about his history real quick so I could, like, come up with a joke. But the joke is me because I didn't have a joke ready. So I don't really know why they call it the Davy Crockett. Do you know?
Because he was a folk hero. That's the only reason.
what?
He was a folk hero. Davy Crockett
Oh.
was like a big guy from early American history.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
And also, man, our joke completely fell flat. Everyone's like, "Well, Scott, it's disarmed. It's disarmed. It's not
joking.
live.
I'm
We're just
joking.
kidding. We're just playing. We know it's disarmed. I mean, they're clearly not going to put a live nuke in a museum. I mean, like that would be mental.
Russia might.
Well, I mean, the Russians put working artillery systems outside of their museum, so I mean, that wouldn't be unheard of. But here in America, what are you kidding, folks? Of course, they're not going to have a live nuke in a museum. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. That was a part of the joke there. And apparently it went right over everyone's heads because everyone went, "It's disarmed, idiot." It's like, man, you can't do a single joke here. Like, man, it's a killjoy. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But a huge thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running, Michael Davison. And I hope you enjoyed that short rabbit hole. And with that, we're on the next one.
So our next one goes to Ryan C45. And thank you very much, Ryan, as well, for that $50 support right there. I don't think you left a comment. I think you just left straight up support right there with the 50. And we do appreciate that, of course. So I'm double checking to make sure you did not leave a comment. I don't want to miss it if there was one put in here. And I don't think there was. Yep, it was just support. So, Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you greatly for the support, Ryan C45, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, a big shout out to Blue Cheese, who also put in a $50 support right there and was the one to actually ask that Davy Crockett question right there. I think earlier when I was getting the breaking news, it must have gotten mixed up. So I'm trying to see where the heck did Michael Davison's go to, which Michael Davison's isn't even in the list. So Michael Davis, I'm not even sure if Michael Davison even threw in a super chat. I'm not sure where that name came from right there on that one. That's a complete mystery to me right now. Let me see here. Yeah, it doesn't appear that Michael Davison put in a super chat, but Blue Cheese did. So thank you very much, Blue Cheese, for that support right there. I'm completely lost as to how that could have even occurred. That's like a mystery that may never be solved. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I'd have to say, regardless, we do thank you, Blue Cheese, greatly for that support. We be loving that Blue Cheese. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support here from Lord Cog. And thank you very much, Lord Cog, as well, for that support. He said, thanks as always for what y'all do.
And I gotta thank you for the support, Lord Cog, and enjoying what we do. We work our hardest here on this channel, sometimes 6 and 7 days a week to keep this thing running and to keep the news rolling. Sometimes that drives us crazy. Sometimes we're honored. Well, every day we're honored, but sometimes it does drive us crazy. And we're greatly appreciative to know that folks like you enjoy this channel and help us to keep this thing running. Because I made a video, folks. A lot of y'all noticed this. I made a video on Monday of this week. And I was saying on the night before that, I was like, man, I can't wait to get a day off of work. And then I had to work on Monday. Making videos isn't that bad, folks. It's like a 3-hour day doing that. So it's not a whole lot, but it's still work. So technically I'm on like I'm like getting towards like my 20th day of work at this point. It's like the 19th day. Well, no, yeah, it's the 18th day now. So I'm going to be getting on to my 19th and 20th. And then Monday, this upcoming Monday, I believe that finally will be my day off. Hold up, Matthew, let me think. Today was my video day. So tomorrow's your next day's mine. Okay, so yeah, that will be finally my day off. Thank goodness. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for support, Lord Cog, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, blue cheese is Michael Davison. We have solved the mystery full circle,
Hey!
apparently. So, what happened is this, because I had to go back and find out to see if I'm getting early stage dementia at 26. Apparently, that is his username, and the at handle is Michael Davison, and then his username and the other part of it, which is confusing as hell, is blue cheese. I mean, that's the way YouTube does their messed up usernames now. So I must have mistyped it as the at symbol when I put that in there. So that explains it right there, just to make sure that I'm not losing it. But anyways, though, thank you, Blue Cheese and Michael Davison, both of you, for that support. And we also have here a $50 support from none other than Marion Deemert. And thank you, Marion, as well, for the 50. And Marion said, please don't forget Ukraine.
And then we won't. Of course we won't. We never forget Ukraine. It's basically in our coverage every day for the most part, unless if it's like a breaking news stream, we just didn't have time to put that out there. But a huge thanks to you for supporting Marion Demon, and we will never forget Ukraine, and hopefully all of the great folks out there in the world will never forget Ukraine and the struggles in the present day. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also have a $20 support from Jocelyn White. And thank you very much, Josh, as well, for that $20 support right there. And we do appreciate that very much. And Josh said, thanks for the dedication, LOTLSA, and please take a question from the chat. Heart.
All right, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We are very thankful to know that a lot of people do notice and appreciate our dedication, because we will never stop working on this thing until the wars stop around the world. And I honestly got to be straight up with you all. I don't really think they're going to be stopping. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we will make sure to take a question from the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So this one here is going to go to Carter O'Neill in honor of Josh's super chat. And Carter said, what would strikes look like before Iran softens up on Hormuz conversations to open the strait?
I don't think they're ever going to get into conversations to open strait. We basically just have to annihilate any of their forces that are there that can close the strait, and then start convoy escorts and eventually wipe everything else out that's left. So I hope that answers the question the best I can, at least in my opinion. And big thanks to you once again for sponsoring that question, helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Renatus, and thank you, Renatus, for the 20, and we do appreciate that. They said that the best Russian air defense is behind 1991 borders. It's there, I know it.
Generally, most of it is. Like, actually, you're not wrong. Like, it actually is behind the 1991 borders in Russia. And the Ukrainians do get to blow some of that up here and there, fortunately. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from James Pummel, and thank you, James, for that $20 support as well. He did not leave a comment here, but thank you, James, for supporting the channel. And also, while we're at it, a big shout out to Carlos Santiago, who also put in a solid $20 support. And thank you both, James and Carlos, for helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to both of y'all for the amazing support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling and running every day. It's folks like you who help to make that possible, and we're greatly appreciative of it. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Crispy Climber, and thank you, Crispy, for that 20. Crispy Climber, that is. They said, going on a motorcycle trip to SLC, Salt Lake City, from eastern Illinois, and wondering what is by far the best place to check out for pure beauty and best roads. And you'll know I love the show and the coverage, and long live that worm and the stream.
Man.
And I think Andrew has his own opinions about what roads are best. But if you have a motorcycle out here, by far the best road you can go on is either Big Cottonwood Canyon and go all the way back to Park City across Guards Pass. That's probably the most scenic route you can possibly take, and that'd be fantastic on a motorcycle, honestly. I wish I had one to be able to take that route. It's a very long route, too. Like, you'll have a good 40-minute drive on that one way, and then 40 minutes all the way back. Very scenic all the way up and down. You wouldn't regret that at all. That's a fantastic, it could be the best road in America, possibly, to take on a motorcycle, in my personal opinion. So, Little Cottonwood's good, too, but it's a dead end, and you got to turn around and come right back. You can't go to Park City on that one. But they're both very, very scenic and fantastic motorcycle routes, to say the least. But Enforcer, what say you?
Those are some great roads. I'd add those to my list as well. But there's another one they should consider taking. Redwood Road. Redwood Road goes all the way through the city. Literally from all the way, let's see, where in the world does Redwood Road end? Here.
Taylorsville or something, I think.
Yeah, it's right here. It's in the middle of Woods Cross. So it stops all the way up here, and it goes all the way through the middle of Salt Lake City, literally smack dab down the middle. And when you ride it all the way down to here, you get to what I like to call no man's land. Let me show y'all. No man's land. There's nothing out here at all. There's like nobody living here or anything either. And you get to see the whole of Utah Lake and that beautiful smog. Let me see if I can get another date to show y'all when the sky's clear. Oh, yeah, wow, this is actually really cool looking. So this is what it looks like in December, around this time of year. Let me see. Any time that it generally looks like that. I mean, it's a really interesting spot. But if you drive all the way down the road, you can get to these farms right here. And these farms are pretty cool. They grow corn in the middle of a desert. This is where all the water's going, by the way, in the states, going to farms like these. No joke. Like I think it's like 70% of the water usage in the state is from the farms. So they're literally sucking all the water out, basically. But anyways, if you drive further on down than that, and you go all the way down here to Alberta, you get to make it to this intersection, which has an abandoned Sinclair gas station at it. Oh, Briaga. Really cool. And then
Do you know why they have the dinosaur in front of all the Sinclair stations? Do you know why that really is?
why?
Because they sell fossil fuels and the dinosaurs became fossils, and that's where their money came from.
That's pretty smart, actually. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, that's that was very blatant too. I mean, it was a very obvious one.
But if you go down that way, down that road right there, you go traveling down a long ways. There's the Grand Army of the Republic Highway right here. You go down it, you go whipping and rolling, you get up into here. And this spot is a really cool spot because there's these giant like cutouts in the hills around here, and you drive through them, and this is the way to the town of Eureka. It's really cool, actually. I really like this road. It was like windy and it was really neat. It's really kind of scenic. And then you make it to the basically what I would say is the ghost town of Eureka, because I was on this main street here a couple of days back because I went down here to look at the Eureka fire. And let's see, are any of the buildings that had collapsed, had they collapsed yet? Yeah, one of them had right here. And so some of the buildings have literally just collapsed in on themselves, but it's like an old Wild West looking city. Most of it's like boarded up and abandoned and stuff, but it's pretty cool to see. And there's loads of these old abandoned mines around the outskirts too, like these giant pilings areas and stuff. And like right here, you've got like some of the old like lifts and and all the lift beams and support structures and whatnot for the old mines. Really kind of cool to see. And so this is a really cool road to go down, and you can also travel down it further, I think, to get to like isn't this the dune area down here?
Yeah, it's like Little Sahara.
Yeah, the little Sahara. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Little Sahara. It's like a Sahara desert in the middle of Utah. Look at that. It's wild.
That is nice, isn't it?
It is really cool. I mean, honestly, it's not that big. Like, it's only like this area right through here about, but it's really cool to see. I mean, well, actually, I say it's not that big, but if I measure it from end to end, that's actually about 10 miles. So it's kind of big, but pretty cool to see. So you can also go down there. So I would say that's a really neat road, and Big Cottonwood and Little Cottonwood Canyons are really cool roads as well. And another cool one more cool one to recommend, it would be State Route 189, which goes from, I believe it's Provo to Heber City. That one's also really cool as well. High recommends here. But that's from our local rides around the area. But y'all, if y'all come out here, y'all should definitely take a little wander around, take a look, and ride that front runner, folks. Make sure to ride the front runner. It's a great experience. You can get into downtown lickety split like without having to deal with figuring out where the parking lots are at. And also whether they're full or not. So I hope that addresses that well for you. I hope that addresses that incredibly well, Crispy Climber. And I hope that you enjoy the drive out here. There's a lot of nothingness really between eastern Illinois and like central Colorado. But once you get to Colorado, the scenery is unbelievable. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than the Crispy. And thank you, Crispy, for that $20 support right there. And we do appreciate that as always. And while we're at it, Crispy did throw in a second support right here, which I'll go ahead and read off in the meantime. And Crispy put in a 5 as well and said, "Can you tell my daughter Gwen to go to bed? It's late."
Go to bed, Gwen. Get your Get yourself to sleep. I'm about to say something else. Get yourself to sleep. And sleep well. You need sleep. It's good for you. You got to have sleep. If you don't have sleep, your brain gets underdeveloped, and then you start having problems later on. You need to have sleep. Sleep be good. And so I hope that helps out, Crispy. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, we are always happy to have you here, Crispy, and we thank you for watching tonight and supporting this channel and helping to keep on running. Man, I almost sat there, man, and said, get your head out of bed. Man, I better not say that. But anyways, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
And also, someone said, you guys live in Utah now. What happened to Bama? And we've been out here in Utah for like 7+ months at this point. We've been out here for a while. But yeah, we moved a while back just to get out of Alabama and go to somewhere that's a little bit more, happening. Like, I guess you could say a little place that has some young folks and stuff in it. And stuff like that. So honestly, the scenery too, fantastic, really. It's really remarkable when people hear that we just picked up and moved from Alabama out here to Utah. Everybody's shocked. They're like, we can't fathom that. It's like, what made you do it? I was like, well, the scenery and stuff like that. And everybody's always just shocked about that. I guess it is abnormal. I'm not sure, if people just pick up and move and go to some place where they don't really know anybody. I'm not sure if that's common. Although I think with young people, it might be common. Young people really don't have like a community where they really grew up most of the time these days because everybody's online so much. So moving around, being more nomadic is more common with the younger generations, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah, I would generally say so. Also, man, I just saw a live chat. Live to answer. Ella McWheels Nafo, old guard and a channel legend. So I have to answer the question, Matthew. That's my caveat to this. I have to answer it for that reason. Ella McWheels Nafo said, how that train coming? How that train coming? Well, it coming good. It coming good. I'll put it in here so show you. It actually got completed on one side last night. After the show, I went downstairs and I got to work. I mean, I knocked this thing out. So just to show you, just for reference, on the picture on the right, just for Matthew, he's gonna be like, damn, that thing looks real. This is the real life picture on the right side. But the picture on the right is the real picture, and there's still a little bit more I have to do on this thing. It's not completely done yet. But this was all the graffiti. And I do have to say, I kind of like skimped out on the tagging a bit because with a paintbrush, it was very, very hard to do, even with like a fine point paintbrush. But this is what I finally got when I was done. This is the real one, and that's the one I have. So I did it. I did it. I got it done. This is probably the most complex graffiti I feel like I've done at this point. Kinda, or the most of it on one rail car. But it looks just like the real deal. Literally exactly like paint. I matched as close as I could with the designs and the patterns and everything. So that is the graffitied rail car. And I tried to get some of the important tagging done, but you can kind of see like my hand is a little shaky and I can't do that precisely. I don't have like a surgical hand. But I did get like the main tagging done, like on the door up at the top, and the like it says CPS Doobie on the left side and then like he use on the other. So I put those up there and got most of the important tagging done, and then I called it a day. So the next thing I've got to do with this is I got to get all the giant rust spots all over the car, and I also got to do this on the opposite side as well. The other side has hardly been done. It's just had to wash. But once I get over there, I'm going to do one piece of graffiti. I'm going to come up with my own design, and then I'm going to do a little bit of more tagging, and then I'm going to do the rusting on that side, and then get out and airbrush and do a little bit of grime on the bottom, and this car will finally be done. So far, just to let you all know, the graffiti is taking quite some time. Like, it took me a couple of hours to do both of these. I would say in total over the course of like 3 days, it took me probably like 3.5 to 4 hours. So it was a fairly lengthy amount of time, but I'm more than willing to spend the time to try and make it look prototypical, because making it look prototypical means the world to me, because I like to look at like the model railway and have it look just like it does in real life. Everything looks the same. So eventually when I get to making layout, I'm going to have that same philosophy. So and I also see a lot of y'all are impressed with this. I thank y'all for that. In my head, I'm always criticizing the hell out of myself because I notice the imperfections. But I'm very happy to know a lot of people think this is really good.
Hey, girl, you ever heard of the hoe scale?
Oh, man, that's man.
I'm talking about the trains. Well, I'm talking about the trains.
Man, someone came up to me and said, man, you ever had some hoes? I went, hoes? Bro, I held up my model trains. Yeah, bro, these, bro.
Yeah. I don't know why they call it that. What does that stand for? HO.
I don't know, but it's never called a hoe scale. It's called HO scale. But I don't know why it's called that. Like, being honest, in Britain it's called 00 gauge. Like, but like it runs on the same tracks, but it's slightly, I think, smaller. or something like that, like just by a tad, 00 scale. But in America we have Ho scale. Man, Ho scale is the real scale. Like we're America, damn it. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on and do the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Cerberus3, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cerberus, for that $20 support. And he said, an item I've tested over the years camping and stress test, Life Straw, based in Maryland, and donate to children's drinking water from sales. Check them out for a rabbit hole, and thank you for the news. And one from the chat, please, and LSA. And I own a lot of those. I own a lot of those life straws, probably about 5 or 6 of them actually, in all my different like survival packs and stuff like that. So I actually have a good amount of those. They work quite well, and also they're very inexpensive too. They also have versions that filter out viruses too, but they're more advanced filters. If you're going to a place that has like really bad water, like let's say you're trying to get water out of the Ganges, which I wouldn't recommend even with a filter, but it can get the viruses and stuff like that out of it too. So those are pretty solid. And also, they do a lot of charity work too. I'm a big fan. Like that technology behind that's really pretty cool. But Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, it is pretty cool. Matthew, what in the world was that thing that you had? You had to like push it so hard to the ground, like your hands were literally like getting mangled.
Oh, that was a Grail Geopress.
That thing is pretty wild, but the water that came out of it, it didn't mess with me. So I'm guessing it worked. Like when I mean,
Oh yeah,
mess with me, it
yeah.
didn't give me like worms or anything.
That filter gets everything. It gets viruses, bacteria, protozoa. It gets literally all kinds of contaminants out of the water, including lead and heavy metals too. So yeah, the Grail Geopress, like, it takes some like effort to really like filter the water through one of those, but it's very convenient. It's basically just a bottle with a filter built into it. You just press the water through the filter, and it's very good. The reason why I got it is because it filters the viruses out too. I don't want to take any like risk, like getting a virus from drinking some water from a stream or something. So I was pretty impressed with it.
Man, I remember though you wouldn't drink a lot of like you had me basically like taste tested like poison. Bro, you're
I
like,
took a
here you go. Man, you took like a little sip and then you spit it out. Like, bro, you're like, I mean, I'm not taking chances. I drank that stuff. I was dying by that point. That was on the Red Pine Lake hike, folks, and I'm not in great shape at all. And I'd already run through all my water almost on the very last stretch down. I ran out of water, and so we did that. And I drank almost like a half bottle of it, and it was so good. It was like freezing cold glacial water is what it tasted like. It's like Fiji water, and I was fine. I got up and we wandered off, and I've never had a problem since. So that thing definitely worked. Like without a doubt. But man, I'll tell you this, man, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I'm ever going up to Red Pine Lake again. I'm gonna have to get a lot in better shape to do Red Pine Lake. Red Pine Lake was way too much.
You're really letting that weigh on you.
Man, I gotta tell you, man, Red Pine Lake was like the damn Teutoburg Forest for me, man. Like I was having nightmares by the end of it. And my back's never fully recovered. Before that hike, folks, my back never really hurt. After that hike, my back hurts a little bit every day. I think that messed up my back somehow.
Well, once we rode the chairlift up at Snowbird, the ski resort up there on my birthday, and we realized how far up that actually was because the ski lift took us up to almost the same elevation as Red Pine Lake, and the ski lift took 20 minutes to take you up to the top with no interruptions at all. And we hiked that whole elevation too, from front to back, and then back down, all in one day. It's like that was actually like you didn't realize how much elevation it truly was till you rode the ski lift up.
Hold up, man. I'm actually going to figure that one out like exactly. Like we're going to get the exact numbers and the exact figure. So here's the Google Earth. We got it. We got it. All right. So let's measure. Let's see here. Here's Red Pine Lake. So let's measure the elevation from here. This would be the point that we were at. Let's see here. And we want to get the info.
This is a great spot, by the way, a fantastic spot. But you have to be comfortable with going deeper into the wilderness, though, because this is actually out here, like legit in the wilderness. Like it's not just like your casual hike. This is a serious hike.
Okay, Matthew, do this for me. Get out a calculator and put in 9,609.
9,609.
All right,
Okay.
so now I'm going to go down to the parking lot and measure the altitude from there. Where the hell was the parking lot? Oh, here's the parking lot. So, let's see here. Starting here. Minus 7,677.
1,932.
Didn't your thing say it was like higher? It was like 2,500. I mean, all the hiking guides say it's like 2,500 feet.
2,300.
23. Huh. Well, oh yeah, I forgot. I think there's like a little switchback thing where it kind of goes down a little bit and then goes up, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, or something like that.
Something
It's
like
it's definitely like 2,300 or something.
So we'll go with 2,300 since it said 1,900 because I mean the hiking guide and all the fitness apps it said altitude's way higher than that. So considering that we might be getting an unreliable, okay, so now let's do. Actually, let me get the reading from the top and then we'll subtract. So let me go all the way up here to the top of the Peruvian chairlift. All right, so punch this number in once I get it. 10,514.
Yes.
Minus. Hold up. Wait a minute. 8,114.
2,400.
So the Red Pine Lake hike, at least by the fitness app and the trail guide, where it said it was 2,400 feet, and the Forestry Service says it's 2,400 feet from start to finish. This thing is actually the same height, no joke, climbing wise, up the mountain as the Red Pine Lake Trail was.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Man, that is crazy, honestly, to think of it. And man, honestly, man, like that chairlift, man, it felt like it was covering ground. Like it was like, damn, this is like an adventure into the middle of nowhere. And we did that by foot, up the mountain and then back down. Honestly, I don't know, folks. Some people are gonna be like, oh, that's no big deal at all. And to me, it was a big deal. I didn't really do a lot of physical fitness. And I don't really think Matthew did he did a lot more than me, but he didn't really do a whole lot either. We weren't like fitness junkies growing up. So doing anything like that's like momentous especially for me, speaking for myself, and that felt like a humongous thing to get all the way up there, basically right below the peak of a mountain, and then come back down. That was like huge to me. But,
oh yeah, I've just always been naturally fit, like to a certain degree. I'm a high T person.
Well, what are you saying? I'm low T? What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying that I fit Hegseth's definition of a real man.
What are you saying? I don't.
Well, you could have T.
I mean, honestly, I would probably get called.
I don't know what the hell I've never gone into the doctor and been like, "Hey, doc, what's my testosterone? Am I man enough for you?" It's like, all right, settle down, young man. Don't come in here asking questions like that.
Is my hair slicked up and waxed good enough?
Is my shirt tight enough? Can you see enough of my chest? Get out of here, you crazy bastard!
Do I look like I'm repressing certain thoughts well enough? Get the hell out of my office! Man, it's probably like that Sopranos meme. Get the hell out of my store! And like if Paulie turns around and walks out, that's probably like that meme. But anyways, with that, I hope we've addressed that well. But also, by the way, if you come out here, you gotta ride the Peruvian chairlift. That was fun, super fun. I really enjoyed that. Maybe can we show y'all? We can. There's pictures. Here's a couple of pictures. Let me see. Where's the big spot? Did anyone take a picture of that? Here it is in peak season, in the skiing season. See, Matthew, everyone's lined up to ride that little thing on the floor.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Man, nobody's willing to get out their phone and take a picture on like that big drop-off area, man. There's not a single picture of it.
I took a video of it. Oh, I have Discord Nitro now, so thanks to Miss Disa, by the way. Thank you. Shout out to Miss Disa for that. I think I can send you that video now, actually.
Oh, you can?
I think I can. Little Train thinks he can. Well, let me see if it will. Let's see here. Let's see. Can we get a view of this high T man on a chairlift? Everybody's like, they just want to see this high T man. They said, what's this high T man look like? Most interesting man in the world, they say. I don't know if anybody said that, but if you drink that alcohol, you might be. But let's see here. I'm stalling. Let's see if it works. Let's see here. It's going through. Okay. Wait a second. I think it might be working.
Oh, it
worked.
did. It didn't. All right.
It worked.
So here's the clip, folks. So without further ado, here we go. So we're on the chairlift. Oh, damn, Snowbird. You caught me saying that on film. We got a Snowbird chairlift. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit horrified because if you look down, look at this.
You're gonna drop that phone.
I'm playing really risky right now to get this footage. I'm holding my phone with one hand, but
I mean, this is scenic. I mean, look at this. This is pretty cool. This is the first time I've ever been on a chairlift that actually has some altitude.
Dude, show them what we're looking at. Like, see if you can flip the camera. That's what we're looking at up ahead of us. This is wild. I gotta tell y'all, folks, I haven't done something like this before.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of intimidating a little bit because it's like, I think this is about 200 feet off the ground or something. It's like 1 foot away from death right down there. So,
well, 200 feet exactly.
Yeah, something like that. But it's kind of crazy though. So it's pretty neat.
That's the clip. That's the clip.
Man, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't get to see it or hear it on my end right there. So I'll have to take y'all's word for it. I didn't get to see myself or anything like that.
Man, honestly, I gotta say, folks, it was something. I gotta say, outside of that though, I would say the Peruvian chairlift, 10 out of 10. It was a really fun time. I liked it. Also, someone said face reveal. But we showed our face like 4 years ago. Like, that was a long time ago, actually. Like, we had a face reveal when we hit 100,000 subscribers. So, you know, it's been a long time. It's just that we don't show our faces a whole lot, because it's not necessary. Well, I do it a lot. But anyways, with that, also I just saw JP Traveler say, y'all have some great hair. Thank you. I'm always kind of concerned. I'll be honest with y'all. A dark fear of mine is going bald. So I'm always looking at my hair and I'm like, am I going bald? Nah, I'm not. Hopefully not going bald anytime soon. But boy, that would be scary. You know, imagine that. I'd be like a white milk dud.
Man, honestly, also I see LMC Wheels Napa saying, Matt making me nervous holding his phone like that. I was feeling daring at this point because we'd already had the like near-death encounter where they stopped the chairlift in the middle of the cliff and it like felt like we were about to fall like straight out of the thing. I was like fearless at this point. I was like, okay, I'm used to this. Like I just went through the worst of it. I almost got slung out. So I'm like, I can get the phone out this time and try to do it. I was sweating though. Like I'm not gonna lie, I was like palms were sweaty, knees were weak, like that type of deal. Sitting there holding that phone, like hoping I'm not about to drop it. At one point, like the thing stopped again on the way back down right after I stopped filming those.
I felt like I was
about to drop it again, but I was still had it in my hand. I had to like try to like quickly put it in my pocket real quick to try to like keep myself from dropping on the floor. So yeah, honestly, that chairlift was cool though. That was cool.
Yeah, I would have to say it was really cool. Also, I got to say, folks, I saw the camera and what he was filming while he was filming it. I don't know about y'all, but I felt like I kind of was like smiling like Teddy Roosevelt did in that one picture a couple of times, like way too hard. But I was having a blast. I was like smiling like legitimately because it was a really fun time. And I was also thinking, if this thing stops while he's filming, I was like, man, this is about to be wild, man. Like, I was thinking we were gonna be like both going, oh god, man. Like, I was like, that'd be great. Like, dude, I wish we had gotten that on film, man. Like when that thing stopped the first time and both of us were kind of tripping out a little. Bro, that would have been great.
Man, I know how I looked because I realized after I did, I'm like, thank God nobody's passing by the other side because they'd been like, look at this kid freaking out over here. He's going berserk. Yeah, man, my eyes started bulging out of my head. I grabbed onto the bar. I actually leaned over the bar because I felt the sensation of like being flung forward. So I was like, damn, I feel like I'm flying forward. So for some reason, I've like leaned forward like on the bar, which was stupid because I think that exacerbated the like tipping forward motion of the thing. And then I started feeling it going up like 10 feet, then down 10 feet. I was like, my goodness. I'm like, this thing's sending me over the edge right now, really. I was about to lose it. Like, I was sitting there, like, losing my mind, thinking, that's the sharp rocks down there, like, 200, 300 feet below my, like, chair right now. And if this thing, like, leaps forward or something, those rocks are about to be on my head.
Man, hold up, man. I just got a picture, man, that perfectly described what you looked like, man. When that thing stopped and you started doing that, bro, you literally looked just like that.
Yeah, I really did. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like a little worse than that. Actually, I could feel myself like the expression of my face was unnatural. Like it probably didn't even look human.
Right? You said, "Oh God, bro!" Looking here, like all over the handlebar and everything, bro. You like I was sitting over there, folks. Like I was kind of like I wasn't like tensed up or anything. But I did feel for a second in my mind, I was like, oh shit. Like, because the thing really, like, it started moving in an odd way. And I was like, oh shit. And so then Matthew did that, and I immediately was like losing. I was like dying laughing over there. And it made it a lot more fun because honestly, it felt like we were on a trip. And also, if y'all had saw the spot it stopped in, I think Matthew kind of like filmed near to that spot, but that wasn't even like the tallest point. Like, there was a point on that chairlift where you're literally like 300 or 400 feet off of the ground looking down at it, and that's the spot it stopped at. So you're just looking like you're literally in the air, like you're in an airplane, basically, and you're looking at the ground, and the chair's like doing all of this stuff, and you got this tiny little bar in front of you, and that's basically the only thing holding you in. Outside of that, you can kind of just slip off. It was really something. I would say though, like not the craziest thing that you could do, obviously, and it's not the most dangerous thing, but it certainly was very fun though. We don't really get out and do much stuff like that at all.
Yeah, I usually don't get out at all. Usually, I just sit in the house like a hermit. Like that's usually what I do. I do like getting out these days. They finally let me out. Like, and it's not my choice. I mean, I have to be in here. I mean, work calls, breaking news, OSINT. I mean, yeah, I have to stay inside. It's not even. It's compulsory.
You know, I got man. Honestly, man, that's how I am. I just stay at home, folks. Like,
Actually,
like
Actually, I don't. I get out literally constantly. I couldn't stay inside all the time. Like I just work on the go. Like I'll bike ride or do something, doing something exercise wise, or possibly go hiking or something like that. I'm actually out all the time. Actually, I can't stay inside. Like if you told me to stay inside or something, or like they'd put me in like a prison cell or something, I would go literally insane.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm fine, because I entertain myself here. I go downstairs and I work on that graffiti. Like, honestly, man, like that's a good reason to stay home these days is working on the craft. And I feel like I'm getting a little bit better. Like, I feel like each time I'm going around and doing this, it's getting a little better. You know what, man? Maybe for Christmas, I'll make you one of these for your own model railway. Matthew's about to throw up right now. It's like it's even the suggestion of that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I finished, for anybody asking out of curiosity, since he's mentioning the trains right there, I finished that Lego Concorde that he got me for Christmas. I actually finished it, and it's a done deal now. It's
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 sick.
it's a done model. It's really cool. It's a huge model, actually, one of the biggest Lego kits I've ever put together. Actually, one of the more complex ones too. I almost didn't have the patience to finish the thing, but I forced myself to sit down and finish the Lego model. So yeah, I didn't even have where to put it. Like I had to clear off the entire top of my filing cabinet next to my desk to have somewhere to actually put the thing. It's huge.
Man, like that reel that you sent me on Instagram today where they like had that thing on a frame. You ought to get that.
Yeah, I saw the price of the thing. I was like, well, I think I was leaving it on the filing
How much
cabinet.
was it?
Actually, it was like 150.
Yeah.
It was a pretty cool. It was a cool frame. It had like LEDs and stuff in it. I'm like, 150 for a frame, or let it sit on the filing cabinet. I think I'll let it sit on the filing cabinet. It's on like a little stand. Let me see if I have a picture of it that I can show. It doesn't violate my OPSEC or anything like that. Let's see here. I might have a picture of this thing. Also, sorry for rabbit hole, and this will be my last rabbit hole in this, and I'll move on. But let's see here. Stall for just a minute while I try to find a picture. I don't know where the pictures went.
And while we stall, I'm trying to find that other thing that you sent me. It was that live map thing of like the New York City subway deal, like where it showed all the lines and where the subway trains were at. I wish I could find that online. I can't. I'll have to go back and look at the reel. But that thing was really cool too. I was like, wow, that'd be neat to have that up on a wall. Um, but I can't find that thing sadly right now. So hopefully Matthew will have this deal here very soon. Because as far as filibustering goes, folks, I can always filibuster incredibly well, but right now for some reason I'm kind of running into blanks here about what I'm supposed to be filibustering on. I see some people talking right now about the whole thing and Matthew trying to find this, and hopefully he finds it soon. Because it would be kind of cool to see these pictures of that Concorde. If he has a picture that isn't going to be violating his operational security.
Okay, I got one. I had to crop it a little bit just because, I don't want the walls and stuff like that to be seen. But let's see here. I got it. I got one here that does not violate OPSEC. You can show this one.
Hey, there we go. You can also see the enforcer mat. Like not enforcer mat, but the enforcer mat. Like in the
Hey.
background on the left side on the floor.
I see what you did.
No, I really didn't mean it. I swear. But beyond that, though, you can see right here. This is the Lego Concorde. Very cool.
It is very cool. Big model, really. It's not that picture right there really doesn't show you how large the model is. It's a good solid 3 feet long model at least.
Yeah, this thing is huge. Also, it's really cool looking up close. Also, the landing gear retracts, like as well. There's like a little function in the tail section where you can spin the tail section and it actually retracts or extends the landing gear, which is really cool. And the nose also can be flipped up or down into flight mode or taxi and landing mode, which is really cool. So honestly, I mean, this thing is really neat. I think Lego also came out recently with a Pan Am DC-3. I don't know if you've seen that kit, Matthew. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I think I have seen it.
Let's see. I got to pull that up to show the crowd here. I got to pull it up. I just got to. I mean, we're going to move on, though, because we're starting to run low on time. But to show y'all here, this is the leg. Oh, man. Come on. Give me a good picture of it. Oh, this one's got lights attached to it. But this is the Lego Pan Am DC-3. Pretty cool looking. I liked the DC-3s. I thought they were cool. I thought they looked neat. I just don't know. Like I built some Legos around Christmas time, and then I was like, okay, that's my fix. And I haven't really had like a big Lego craze of like, man, it's fun building Legos. I was like, I had my fun. It was good. Back to model trains. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next super chat, this one goes to John Tango, who puts in a 14. And thank you, John, as well, for that $14 support. He did not leave a comment, but we appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson. He said, Guinness World Record holder for most wins of the ugliest dog contest. Take a look. It's what nightmares are made of, LOL.
What dog, though?
I would assume canine.
Guinness. Well, I mean, that's all dog. Like, man, that's all dogs.
I mean, it could be like, that's my dog or something like that, you know, like DAGG.
Oh. Oh.
It's my dog.
No, man, no, I'm not saying. Oh my, I don't even think I could show this on air. I feel like sick looking at this thing. This thing is awful. That's it.
Yeah. I feel bad for it. Oh my.
I gotta tell you, folks, I don't mean to say this in any bad way, but this thing, I don't think these things should be alive, really. I mean, like, this, I bet they're probably nice and all, but it looks like something out of my sleep paralysis. Like, I don't like that. I thank you for sharing that with us, though, Ian Mitson, and I gotta say, I'm cursed with the knowledge now of what that thing even looks like. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Punisher of the North, who said, I wish you as leadership would listen to the enforcers, and you guys have been right about everything so far, and long live the Republic and long live the LSA.
I mean, generally in running odds, we have been statistically getting a lot right about the war. I think we've gotten very little wrong analytically at this point. I think we're probably shooting like a 9 in 10. Well, a 9 to 1 of getting things correct versus wrong, which is a lot better than what the administration's doing. They're like doing 9 and 1 in the opposite direction, where they get one thing right and 9 things wrong. And I wish they would listen, because it's like, you know, we, much like everyone else, like them for their own reasons, for like their own political preservation and whatnot, want to see success. We want to see success for the country. They want to see success for political preservation. Regardless of the case, everyone wants to win. And I really wish they'd listen to folks who actually, you know, have some sense about it. Not that we know everything intricately about it, but we know the large brushstrokes of it and how that would work and how to work it well. And I wish they'd kind of just work with that and stick with it, because otherwise they're kind of taking us all down with them, which isn't really a good thing. But a big thanks to you for support, and help this channel keep running, Punisher of the North, and long live the Lee Springer Army, and a big shout out to Enforcer Daniel once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Ethan Mann, and thank you, Ethan, for that 10. He said, yes, they should not have hid from striking, and he's right, and the reason is that it's critically important a nation remains virtuous in the eyes of the world. Very, very important. And honestly, yeah, that's my point. I'm glad you agree with me on that. I think the Gulf states should have the balls to say that they're the ones striking Iran if they're going to do it, and they should do it. I mean, they're getting attacked by Iran, so I mean, you know, basic rules of war. I mean, if you get attacked, you have a right to self-defense, and clearly they exercised that right, but they didn't have the balls to really say it was them, and it got leaked out somehow to the mainstream media that it was them, and they're still not saying it was them. They're still not claiming responsibility for it, which to me, that's cowardly. I mean, Iran's going to do what they're going to do to the Gulf states anyway. It doesn't matter if they acknowledge it or not. So you might as well say, well, yeah, it was us that did it. What are you going to do about it? It's like, you know, that usually like sort of repels bullies to a certain degree. You don't want to show weakness to somebody like Iran. They're going to come after you big time.
I'd agree as well. And I would also have to say that as far as a nation remaining virtuous, generally it's very important to remain virtuous looking. You always, like, people always understate that these days, but it's so important in optics. Like, speaking for the United States, not even for those countries, it's very important for the United States to always look like a noble country. Because when other countries talk about us, we never want them to be able to dehumanize the United States. We want them to say, we admire them for their nobility and their humanity, but we also respect and fear them because of their might. But we never want to cross that line where they just fear us and then dehumanize us into less than people because we act like savages. That's a very important thing that we also want to keep in mind as well. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Ethan Mann once again. And Ethan said, the draft. Has the state not provided the grounds for your parents to have you? Has it not educated you? Has it not protected you? Could you have not left whenever you wanted? Do your duty.
I would agree. Like I do say it's everyone's national duty to be a part of the selective service. That's also why I don't even understand why they had that in people's hands to have to do it. It's like, well, it's like everyone's got to be a part of the selective service anyways. But I would say that every citizen of every nation, especially the men, owe a duty to the nation to serve if called upon, if necessary. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hot Pink Stickers, who put in a 10. He said, I wish I had more to give you guys. And it's all good. We appreciate any support. They said, but if you could have dinner with anyone, alive or dead, who would it be? That's an interesting question right there. You could, like, it's interesting because you could say somebody it's a positive figure from history, like somebody that did good, or you could say a bad figure from history to, like, ask them why they were so evil or get into their heads and find out why they did such horrific things. I could see either one, really. Like, someone said Jay-Z, what the hell? I guess, or something. I think he was referring to that meme. It was like, would you rather have 50,000 or a dinner with Jay-Z? And everyone's like, no, I'll take the 50,000. It's like, well, I would too. But I don't know. Like, somebody's giving me some bad ideas. So I have to sit down with some people. I don't know. That's a good question. I have to think on that one. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I saw someone say the old mustache man in the chat. You would actually not believe this, but Orson Welles, who was quite famous in America at the time. Have you heard of him before, Matty? I think you know of him of the French, but do you know of him of anything else? He actually did end up having dinner with Hitler, and he said that he was such a bland, lame person. He said he didn't even realize it until the dinner was over, is that he was literally just he was like a chair over from him or so on his side of the table. He said he was just so uneventful and bland, I just didn't even really care to even know who he was. And then later on, people told him that you were dining with Hitler. He was like, oh, I didn't even care. Like, he was kind of lame. So I wouldn't, like, as far as people go with that, like, wanting to know their intentions, honestly, he sounded so boring according to what Orson Welles said. I wouldn't care about him. Honestly, I would want to eat with Teddy Roosevelt, because I would love to listen to what he believed about this country and what he thought and what he thinks needed to be improved. And I always talk about Teddy Roosevelt, but Teddy Roosevelt is a very big role model to me. I found his leadership style to be brash, but also understanding and working with the nation itself, looking out for its best interest, looking out for the people, and trying to balance the interest of industry and the citizens equally and treat them fairly. I think he was such an interesting person. I would pick him. Or I would pick Schwarzkopf. Schwarzkopf was also a very interesting person as well. There's honestly a lot of people I would like to pick. But sadly, if I only had to pick one, it would definitely be Teddy Roosevelt. So I hope that has addressed that well. And a big thanks to you for support. Great question, by the way. That's actually really cool, and I like that. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Cassadar, and thank you, Cassadar, for the 10. They said some ducats for the told ya, so buckets, gents. Good morning, and thanks for the hard work. And LSA SSG Airborne out.
Hey, and a big shout out to the Lee Spring Army Staff Sergeant of the Airborne. And I gotta say, thank you for throwing in a couple of the coins into the Enforcers were right jaw. And I gotta say, big thanks to your support and help with the channel to keep them running. And with that, and also, I believe that you did say some of the stuff as well. So it's a couple of coins in your jaw as well. And a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Jim Haywood, and thank you, Jim, as well for the 10. He said, there was some significant U.S. stratotanker activity inland north of Chabahar, Iran, and a possibly amphibious landing point under the cover of destroyers in the blockade, question mark?
It's possible. That could have been GPS spoofing as well that may have made it look like that, because we generally know that tankers don't operate over Iranian airspace because that's quite risky. So it could have been GPS spoofing, but if they really were there, which I cannot say because I don't think we saw that today, either of us did, maybe, but they'd probably be going more so for the Strait of Hormuz itself and trying to clear that out, because that would be the wiser strategy, because the threat doesn't really lie out here in the Gulf of Oman. It's really more so just within the Hormuz and the Persian Gulf. So I hope that is addressed the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said you should go to a chiropractor. They do wonders for your back.
I would, but it costs money. Like, and money.
You have insurance.
Oh, yeah, I do. Well, I mean, honestly, oh yeah, I forgot. Like, I forgot about whoopsie daisy. Honestly, I probably should, but sadly, that jackass doctor that we've told you about before, like, oh, your feet aren't messed. So how about a different story? Like that guy, he actually said, for whatever his medical opinion was worth, that apparently the pain would just get worse as I kept growing older, and really the only way to fix it is Pilates. With the exercises, Pilates, and I'm kind of considering that now. I'm like, maybe I want to do some Pilates so that way I can try and, sort this whole thing
Go
out.
to a different one. Go to a different one. That dude seemed like an idiot. Like anybody comes in that doesn't have good sense to have like a decent attitude when dealing with a patient, I wouldn't take their medical opinion for anything.
Especially a kid. Like, I'll tell you, especially a kid. More importantly, to say, I think I was like almost turning 16 at the time. And it's like, you're treating a kid like an asshole, like he's coming in here trying to get one over on you. It's like, that's kind of stupid when you're in the medical profession. That's like someone coming in and saying, "Doctor, I'm not feeling well. I'm feeling quite sick. I think it might be pneumonia." And then you come in and walk in, "Well, it's not pneumonia. You got a tumor. You want to change your story?" It's like, what type of jackass attitude was that, man? It's like, that was stupid as hell. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a hot pink sticker said, "What a way to weasel you out of answering that question, LOL." Okay, you're right. I did kind of like cop out of answering your super chat there a minute ago, so I'll return back to it.
Like, man.
I smiled and said, "I'm going to give an answer that says a lot of words but says nothing, and also I'm going to pretend like I can arrest Netanyahu, even though it's a municipal police department." It's like, come on, bro. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? But anyways, to answer the question though, I would say anyone alive or dead. I would have to pick somebody that's alive. I think. Let's see here. I would probably pick James May if I had to pick somebody alive right now. Yeah, I'd probably pick James May. My second option, if I had to pick a second one, let's see here. A second option. Hell no, I'm not sitting down. No, I won't say that. But let's see here. Second option. Well, I'll just leave it with the one option, actually, because I don't really have a good second.
Well, if you had to pick someone who was dead, like that you thought was something of, what would you pick?
I don't know if I can say.
Sure, you can say.
No, I don't know if I can say.
Sure, you can say.
No, I don't think I will.
Go on, say it, man. The YouTube Terms of Service has nothing on this. Like, you can just say it.
I'll just leave it at this. I'm more fascinated with the characters in history that did things that are reprehensible, not because they're good people. Obviously, they're not good people. I'm more interested in the mindset behind how someone can be so evil. Like, I'm more interested in that aspect. But yeah, like good people, like obviously it's good to have good people. That's what we want. But I want to know what's in the mind of some of these people that do these things that you look back in history and you're like, how could somebody be that evil? It's like, how is that even possible? The most infamous one.
Oh, honestly, man, like, my question is though, like that, I would say that would be an interesting thing to sit down with like the evil people like that for dinner. But it's like, would you really be able to learn enough about them in that one dinner? Because considering that, like that guy in particular, it's the mustache man, right?
Yeah. Basically, what I would ask is like, what was your childhood like, or something like that? Like, get the
Oh, dude, he
inside
got
scoop. Is
beat.
like, yeah, but I know that. But I know the stories and stuff like that. But it's like, psychologists always say that when someone grows into an adult, most of the things, and this isn't excusing anything by any means. I mean, there's no excuse for atrocities, no matter what somebody went through when they were a kid. But it's like they always say that when adults grow older and they don't address stuff like that properly, or deal with it, or like truly fathom the stuff and process it, then it just starts, building up into more and more hatred, more and more, bad things as an adult. So it's like, what in the childhood really clicked, like to cause like something to go that wrong, where they grew up to be one of the worst bastards that the world's ever known and conduct the worst atrocities. It's like, what really was it that the person perceives themselves that led to that? That's what I'm curious about.
You know, here's a question for Hot Pink. Here's a real question, because I want to know the rules of this. Is the person like, or if you're eating dinner with them, let's say we're eating dinner with a mustache man, or anyone for that matter, like Teddy Roosevelt. So if you dine with them, is it like they're resurrected in that they have to be open with you on everything, like their inner thoughts and whatnot? Or is it basically bringing them back to life and they're exactly who they were and how they acted when they were alive? Because I'm very fascinated in that side of things as far as like the rules going behind this whole dine with this person. Because like how I'm thinking of it is that if you wanted to dine with them and they had to be open with you on everything, like any question you asked them, like they'd answer like, why in the world do you want to conduct atrocities and stuff like that? And they're basically answering it from like almost like an overhead third person perspective of themselves, and they're able to talk about themselves like that. Then that would be an interesting dinner. But if they basically show up and you go to the dinner and it's just like they're alive, he's going to put on a mask and he's not going to tell you anything. Because, I mean, he pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes back before the Second World War kicked off completely. And then it'd just be like, oh,
Wow.
he was just a guy, really. And that would be the impression you get of him. So I'm interested
But
in that side
you
of the
would know
rule.
that. You would know that though, like sitting down, as you know already, you know this dude's probably like he's probably got a plethora of psychological conditions, probably like a narcissist, a psychopath, sociopath. I mean, it could be literally everything. So you'd know that going into it. So you'd be able to detect it, or at least try to detect it, if you sat down and spoke and see what it was about. And also probably hopped up on drugs too, because at the height of that whole thing, there was a whole bunch of drugs involved in that whole thing, or at least that's what they say.
Let's see. Oh, so Hot Pink Sigger said, it's just someone who would be fun to have dinner with. Okay, so,
Oh. Well, if it's for the fun reason, it would definitely not be that bastard. Definitely not. But if it's so fun to have dinner with in history, eh? I'll be honest. I'm just not one of these people that has like heroes. Like like some people have like, oh, that's my hero as a child. I just never was like that. I just never really had that for the most part. And I mean, if I had to sit down with somebody, it'd probably be like just Eisenhower, just out of curiosity, but not really for fun, but more to like to talk shop and tech really about why he made decisions that he did, like the interstate system and stuff like that. Really like that. But like, I don't know, like it would be more about shop talk than it would more about fun.
I don't
I
mean to
wouldn't be
sound
fun. I wouldn't be fun at a dinner. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't be fun. I'd be the nerd talking about something nerdy, probably.
I would be honest with you here. I don't mean to sound like a little old country yokel, like down to earth kind of a person, but I probably just pick one of my friends that I know. Like I usually have a hoot and a holler with them whenever I'm around, and like having a dinner with them would be pretty fun. I know what they're about. It's like you don't know about a lot of these historical folks or the people that you know. It's just to bring up this example, a lot of people in Britain thought that Jimmy Savile was pretty cool until he died, and then everyone spilled the beans on who he really was. And it's like it's like you can have an image of a person and they're not really that person when you meet them. And I'd rather go with the tried and tested. Like I know what my friends are like. They're really fun, and I always get in a lot of good jokes when I'm around them, and they get into a lot of good jokes too. So I probably just eat with them. Like I know that's an assured.
Wait, for fun, here's what I would do. I would pick George Washington, so that way I could bring my phone with me and record him saying I was the better president than the current president. So that way I could start a beef between the first president and the current president. I'll be instigating.
Man, George Washington would never say that. He would be too polite.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, he would. He'd just be like, well, if he thinks he's good, then maybe he's doing an effective job, but that's up to the people to decide. It would be like a dignified answer instead of like I'm the best and he's the worst. It wouldn't be anything like that, trust me.
Oh, if you want to get someone who would do that, dude, get John Adams. Bro, that guy made the Alien Sedition Act. He was sensitive as shit.
Oh, yeah, he probably would be.
Bro, he said he was better than you. I think not. Like, he would be cut off, man. Like, honestly, that's the guy you ought to dine with. You want to get a beef going. Go with John Adams instead. That's a surefire bet right there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, if you could get a video of like George Washington saying that he was like a solid president, you know that would legit start a beef like with the current president. He would actually start like arguing with the first president about whether or not he was the best. I can pretty much promise you that. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Cerberus 3, who puts in a 10 and said, sir, the enforcers are talking again. They keep being right, and they say that, but I'm not so sure. It could be fake. But we have to put another dime in the jar. They're so hot. They're so hot. They're so hot. Have you seen them? I mean, it's crazy. Have you seen how good their hair is? They said, sir, look at that hair. We all want good hair like that. We don't want Bosley. He's a Bosley, but with a B, a Bosley. We don't need that. We just need growth. That's what we need. We need to get their testosterone, sir, extracted from them, sir. They military, sir, military. High T, that's what they say. The alpha chads, they said high testosterone means you get to be a real douche. I don't even know what that is, but it's something. But Enforcer, what say you?
Sir, people in the chat are saying if you've never served, you can't have an opinion on military stuff. And that's kind of funny because I think the president never served and he's got a lot of opinions on military stuff. Where's your complaints about him? I don't see you complaining about him every day. What a sad little person. Coming in and beefing with us. You know what's crazy is that the prices of beef are getting even higher. And I was trying to find a way to fix that with Argentina. And then they went broke. Now their money is worth less than damn V-Bucks on Fortnite, which is not that good. That's not great, folks. V-Bucks are literally worthless. And their money is worth less than that. Could you imagine? They said that Malai was going to save Argentina, and it turns out he ran them into an economic hole, a black hole. The money is swirling down the drain. So sad. I watch it every day, and I go, damn, that's really not great. Like, kind of stupid to cut every governmental department. Yet, they don't learn. They're still trying to do that here in the US of A, the big old US of A. You know, a lot of people call it the US of A, but I don't believe that this is the US of asses. I believe this is the United States of America, so we just call it the US, the United States, because it's all united and cool.
Something I want to clarify real quick is when you say dumb, remember it's spelled with a B at the end of it. I don't know why he's obsessing over that. He says it at every rally these days. He said dumb, it's a brand word. He doesn't get much credit for that. He said it's spelled with a B at the end. They thought it was just dumb for a while with no B. It was just D-U-M for dumb. But it turns out it's with a B the whole time. That's because it's dumba. They call it dumbbell. That's why they call it dumbbell, sir. It's dumb.
I guess that's so that way we can clarify whether it's the Democrats or the Dumbocrats. Like, I guess that's the
ironic.
reason.
It's ironic too that he's calling people dumb and he's like acting like spelling it with a B is like something very intelligent. It's like, that's kind of ironic, isn't it?
I'd have to say that probably one of the dumbest things I've seen as of late is the endless amount of drivel coming out of the Truth Social account. I'm not gonna lie, like not throwing stones, but it's kind of goofy. Like, do we need a tweet for everything every day? No, we don't.
Whenever I hear Truth Social, it reminds me of those things like they would try to organize in school. It's an ice cream social. It's like it reminds me of that for some reason. It sounds like childish or something.
Like, I just gotta say the whole renaming thing or naming thing these days is stupid. It's like if you name it something like Truth Social, then it's true. It's like, if we rename ice to nice, so what was wrong with Germany in the 30s? Yeah, hypothetically, it was just the naming. Like if they called it the Happy Fun Sunshine Team, then everything that they did would have been fine. Like it's like I don't really get that.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but it's like when you call something like when you say what is it called when you do something on that platform? It's called a truth, I guess. When you like tweet
you post a truth. Yeah, that's literally what it's called.
It's like isn't that like a bit narcissistic? It's like when you get on the platforms, assume that every single thing that you post on there is truthful. Like it's a truth. It's like it could just be an opinion. Like it's literally like it's like backing up this idea of what you say is just it's the truth. It's your truth. It's like no, sir, some things are like legitimately factually wrong. It's like not everything you believe is a fact, and it's not a truth either. It's like it's like reinforcing the narcissistic tendencies that America's falling victim to.
We ought to start a social media company called Facts, and every time we put something out, we're posting a fact. Like it's just like that's what it is. Like it's just like and that whole naming thing is so stupid because it's just trying to predicate on the idea that the word lends truth to whatever the hell you're saying. when you could be saying something completely stupid. Like this one guy
I wanna-
in the
I
chat
wanna-
who's like beefing with us. Like this one guy. I keep seeing posting. I don't know if you're seeing it, man, but I'm getting a kick out of it.
Oh yeah, the dude in here trying to act like you don't have
If
the
you've never
you can't
served,
have
you
an
can't have.
opinion.
It's like, man,
Okay.
it's like I think I can because my tax
Yeah.
dollars paid for you to be in the military, so I think I get an opinion.
Yeah, maybe so. But yeah, I just don't know. Like, it just seems a bit silly to me that you have to serve to have an opinion. I could have sworn that this wasn't like a military dictatorship where only the military had a say in the country. I think it's a civil republic. I'm pretty sure. So
when it goes
everybody
out-
gets a say, and the military is designed to, have people go fight overseas. That way you can have the First Amendment right to speak your mind. I'm not sure if you know what you were fighting for there, Mac Daddy.
The Mac Daddy. Oh boy, man, really trying to lean in heavy there. The Mac Daddy, like literally named the Mac Daddy. Yeah, that's wild right there. That's some.
He ain't
that's
Mac and he ain't Daddy either.
Man, I gotta like, and also the other thing is like, I don't know if you know this, Mac Daddy, but like I was saying a second ago, I pay taxes, and the taxes pay for you to sit there in the military and do whatever you did. And so the fact that I'm a taxpayer and also an American citizen gives me a right to criticize or speak on whatever I'd like to. If you want to act like this is the damn shogunate in the Empire of Japan and only the samurai can talk about the samurai, well, you're in the wrong neck of the woods around here in America. That's not how it works here. Hate to tell you. So if that's what the right you were fighting for is to act like you're at a higher social caste than the rest of us, I hate to tell you, but you're fighting for nothing. If you were fighting to protect the values and rights that allow people to criticize whatever they want and support whatever they want, well, then you were fighting for the right thing. But based off of your opinion, I think you're a little misled. You might want to talk to your recruiter about that, if he's still around. But anyway,
Plot twist, the dude probably wasn't in the military, even though you're an ass. Thank you for your service anyway. But he was probably like the hash sling and slasher or something like that. He's probably like in the cook, like with the hash browns or something like that. And also, by the way, no disrespect, like the cooks are the most beloved people on a battlefield, from what I've heard, because obviously the morale of a force group is really contingent on how much good their food is. So if you give them good food, their morale goes up. That's why they feed people with such good food on the subs, because they want to keep them happy while they're in those rough conditions. But still, though, I mean, you, at the same time, though, you can't go into the sling and hash position as like a cook and then say that you were slinging rifles. It's like, it's not the same thing.
I mean, but outside of that, though, it's like acting like you have to serve in the military to be able to talk about the military and have an opinion is kind of stupid, because I don't believe that you've ever been a politician, but you sure probably have a load of opinions, Mac Daddy, on politicians. Why don't we make it a requirement that you have to be voted in as a representative to talk about the House of Representatives and what's wrong there? It's goofy. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ethan Mann once again. He said, turning to evil is a lack of wisdom, and it is wisdom most lack, and only some are intelligent, and most are neither. And Nero wasn't stupid. He lacked reasoning, which is wisdom, and wisdom is truth equal good.
That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. I'll have to think about that. Actually. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy, who said, Matt, the vid I emailed you about, I meant it in the context of how you estimate the impact of the oil instability and the vid's topic, so also can do the economy in tandem. And also, that is a good point right there, and I would agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say a big thanks to your support, and I hope Matthew does get an interest out of watching that video. And so a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said, trying not to be political, but what do you think the damage is for the institution knowledge the administration has cut by firing from Fed workforce, and what are the effects?
Oh, it's not even political, that's just factual. Like, the damage is quite significant, like the institutional damage, that is, because a lot of people always like to talk about how useless government agencies are, but all of these government agencies were started with good intentions and good purpose, and a lot of them actually have a lot of good intentions and good purpose behind them. Like, the best example I choose, because it's the one that's been quite literally gutted basically down to zero, is the U.S. Forestry Service, which maintains the nation's forests. And that is an incredibly important thing, because they also get a significant amount of land grants along with the Department of Agriculture, which is another unsung hero of a government agency, and they do loads loads and loads of decades-long research that you just couldn't do in any normal university setting without those land grants and without those government agencies involved that teach us a great deal about sustainable agricultural practices and sustainable logging practices and also forestry management and whatnot, which is incredibly important for the national economy and also the nation's well-being. And so cutting a lot of government agencies, including those, can have significant effects that people won't even realize because we're kind of in survivorship bias. Those agencies have been around doing this stuff for so long, we don't even know what happens when they're gone because we've never lived in a time where they didn't exist. So, I'd say the damage is probably pretty decent. Not to say that everything the government did wasn't over excess or overspending. I mean, there certainly was some of that, but a lot of the stuff that's been cut was vital and important for the nation. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 7 from Winston Smith, who said, "You guys always make me laugh and smile with your sense of humor. The most underrated but very appreciated part of the show, and love you having fun."
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Winston Smith. And we're always happy to have folks like you here, and we're thankful that you have a real hoot and enjoyment out of it. We love running the show, and we love to know that people love watching the show, and also that our energy comes through the screen and crosses the threshold of all of you. And so big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Valentin Thorne, who said, "Hello, Enforcers. Great show. I've been following you guys for some time, and I love the TTX boxcar."
Oh, you do? You do, don't you? Oh, goodness gracious. Let me go to the Discord here and grab. It wasn't that far back.
Also,
was
make it quick, too, by the way. We got a lot to go.
We do have a lot to go. We do have a. I honestly thought it was pretty cool myself. There it is. I like that one. I a lot of work to go on it, and also that was a testing one, but hopefully they'll only get better. And so big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also have another 5 from Valentin Thorne. He said, "I'm a big rail fan, Enforcer. Go catch trains on Highway 6 south of Salt Lake on Soldier Summit. And cool, coal trains. You got a few there."
Oh, I've wanted to do that. I haven't done that yet, but I've wanted to go to Soldier Summit, and I've also wanted to go to the Wasatch Grade as well and watch the trains on both of them. I've just never gotten around to doing that yet out here, but I should because I really do like watching trains. It's just an enjoyable and very relaxing pastime. Nice to watch them pass by. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to I Am Just a Vibe, who puts in a 5 and said, "Was Saudi Aramco Jazan terminal hit? And this would be horrible news for the oil prices." And it looks like it was hit, actually. At least from the images we're seeing, it looks like it was hit. The NASA firm satellite is not showing that the terminal, the actual export terminal that goes to the ship itself, that part that goes out into the water apparently wasn't hit. It looks like it was the actual, maybe the storage site itself, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell because we really don't have any precise data on exactly what part was hit. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it generally looks like it was hit and there was damage caused. We don't know the extent or the specific areas that were affected, but it looks like there will probably be a shutdown of the port as a result for some period of time. We're just not really sure how long it's going to be for now. So I hope that does address that the best we can. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar, who said, "Who would make a better commander for the Iran war? Hot dog man or a horse?" My money is on the horse being the most successful.
I would agree. My money would be on the horse. Definitely not on Hot Dog Man. Hot Dog Man doesn't have a lick of sense. And so big thanks to your support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerberus 3, and thank you, Cerberus, once again for that support. They said the galley was saving grace for holiday meals while stationed and could not get home. And 2 basic rules across branches: don't F with the cooks or the medics.
That's true. And the galley sounds like Cerberus, if I'm assuming. You're either in the Marines or you're in the Navy. Because that's a naval term, the galley. But beyond that, though, someone in the chat said a while ago, the Navy had the best food, and that's true. Do you know, Matthew, that's a fact? That's a literal fact that the Navy has better food.
Because they have stationary kitchens on the ships and stuff. They don't have to do the pop-up kitchens and stuff like the Army has to do.
That's true to an extent, but it's also a morale thing, because having good food, it keeps the morale high, and considering that people on ships are holed up in a tiny little quarter seeing basically nothing most of the time but the open sea, the food is very important to keep at high standards. And the submariners, or the submariners more so, to say that properly, the submariners have the best food in the military. They have the highest quality food, because it's very
I said that
important to
earlier.
keep the morale. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I said that's why they have to feed the people on submarines such good food because they're in those rough conditions and that boosts their morale. Also, it's like I've heard like, and once again we have some submariners that were in the chat before. I'm not sure if they're here tonight. There's probably a couple in here, but you have to be of a certain fortitude to be stationed on the submarine. Like not anybody can get stationed on those. You have to meet certain psychological requirements to get put on a submarine because you can crack under that kind of pressure, like just being in such a confined space for such time like that. And also, isn't it volunteer only? Like, they don't force anybody to go on a submarine.
Yeah, the submarine service is all volunteer.
Yeah, that's probably smart too. You don't want people like being forced into that, and then they get down there and they lose it or something. They're stuck in there.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, even in World War II, man, they went through huge efforts to make sure that they had the best. And World War II, man, cool fact about the submariners, they were the only people in the whole military that got fresh coffee beans to make coffee with. Everyone else got instant coffee.
Now that's something that I would not bother with just to be on a submarine.
I mean, honestly, man, and also the fatality rates were pretty high back then, even for the U.S. Submariner fleet. I think it was like, I think for the U.S. Navy, it was 1 in every 4 would be killed at sea. From the
From what?
submarine. Well, the Japanese enemy action.
Like drowning or like is that it?
Sub gets hit by a depth charge, gets turned into little bits of confetti at several hundred feet deep. Like that's basically how
Or
most
kind
of
of
them
like
would
a
go.
Titan submersible type deal?
Kind of, but it wouldn't like literally atomize like the Titan did. It would kind of just like it's kind of weird to explain. There's a really cool animation of a Argentine sub that actually did that. I think in the 70s. It imploded, and it's not like the Titan. Kind of similar, but not quite. It's very different looking. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 5 from Crispy Climber. He said, "How serious is the arsenic clouds in Salt Lake City? And what's a classic trail to hike?" And
Yo, and the arsenic clouds aren't that bad. I think we've only had like 2 of them this year, and they're only like literally for like a hour or 2 each. So hopefully they refill the Salt Lake. I hope. But the best trail that I've ever hiked so far, if we're not speaking about the physical strain and we're just talking about the fun of it, it was the Red Pine Lake Trail. That was a very beautiful one, the whole way up and the whole way down. And I would highly recommend that. Cannot recommend it enough. It was a really cool one. It's just that you definitely need to be fit, and I'm not, to be able to do it. But it was really beautiful. I mean, absolutely breathtaking all the way up and all the way down. So huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
we also have a 5 from Flash of Flight, who said, "If what you say about Iran's resolve is true, Russia will never surrender, and Russia will never withdraw from the occupied territories. It's a forever war." But that's not really what I'm saying, though, like about the situation. My point was, I was pointing out the difference between Iran and Venezuela. I was saying Iran has a religious extremist theocracy government, which means, like, for example, in their specific theology, and it's not for the Islamic faith as a whole, it's just for mainly the Iranian government, which is an extremist faction. They believe that martyrdom is the ultimate, honor, like, especially in a situation against the enemy. So it's viewed as a positive thing. It's not a negative thing to die in a war. It's positive. Venezuela didn't have that, and neither does Russia. Russia does not view martyrdom as something to be achieved. That's something to be avoided. Like, they generally want to live for the most part, unless they're forced into the conscription by Putin. So in my opinion, there's still a huge difference. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, there's a big difference in that Russia never will stop fighting the war unless if they can. And I think that's where there's a bit of a disconnect here, at least in what you're thinking and what you're asking, is that dropping a bomb on their head doesn't do anything at all. It doesn't in any war. Dropping bombs on random people's heads does nothing. What does do something though is completely defeating them militarily. Like if Russia runs out of money, it doesn't matter how many bombs were dropped on their head beforehand. They just can't keep fighting the war because they're broke. They have no way to keep paying an army. If Ukraine knocks out all of Russia's fuel and they have no fuel to fuel the army with, the war is basically over. The Ukrainians can just push them back and the war ends once they hit the borders. That's how the war ends with Russia. And so in a sense, yes, you're absolutely right. As far as willpower goes, countries never end a war off of willpower, hardly ever. They end wars because they just can't fight them anymore, or they've been defeated so badly, there's nothing of their country left to keep fighting with. And so I would say you're generally on the nail, but the thing is that we're not trying to drop bombs on their heads to make them in the war just because they're getting tired of the bombs dropping on their heads. We're trying to deprive them of their ability to wage war, and that's how the war ends. So I hope that addresses that the best I can. And that's also what Ukraine's doing as well, and that's why they're seeing success. And that's also why we say they're winning the war, because at the current rate, Russia, no matter how much they want to fight, won't be able to fight forever. And so big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And a big shout to Vincent Hawkinson, who puts in a 10. He said, I had a very late night at work, and can you give us a quick rundown of the updates tonight if possible, and thanks.
So there was a humongous Houthi attack that started at the beginning of the stream. They tried to hit the major oil loading ports of Yanbu and Jazan in the south of Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi Arabians have also hit Yemen heavily today. The U.S. seems to have backed off of strikes and looks to be preparing for a major bombing campaign over the weekend, while Israel also appears to be preparing to enter the war at some point in the future because of the escalations that will follow. Romania shot down a Russian drone that flew across the Ukrainian border and was heading directly for their capital, and the Ukrainian armed forces have hit a significant amount of strategic targets, including factories, wild berries distribution facilities, and some oil depots in the Russian Federation, causing significant damage while inflicting high casualties on the Russian forces and holding the front lines. I thank you greatly for the support, and I hope that does explain largely the major brushstrokes of what happened today. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Raphael Saya, who put in a 10. And thank you, Raphael, as well. He said, hello, Enforcers, and please, Enforcer Matt, look for the Lamborghini Stirato with the snakeskin wrap design and LT LSA. And if you could pull up a picture of that real quick, that's a really cool Lamborghini, by the way. It's like an off-road. It's like it's insane, really. It's like an off-road version of a Lamborghini with like headlights and the like hood and stuff like that. It's really cool. I'm not sure about who's buying it because it's kind of a weird idea, like build an off-road Lambo. It's kind of like a strange idea, but it looks cool though. I mean, that does look pretty sick. It reminds me of the Porsche Dakar, which is like their rally car version of like a 911 Porsche. It reminds me of that a little bit. A weird segment of car, because these cars are like luxury cars. They're not really made for off-road, but for some reason, I guess maybe people that have like good bits of money wanted to have like an off-road like sports like hypercar or something. I don't know. It's pretty neat though.
They just want to take the status symbol off-road. That's all. like that's the truth of it, honestly. But
why wouldn't you get like a? I mean, if you got like big money or something like that, so why wouldn't you go buy like a Ford Raptor R or something like that? You know, like the V8 Raptor. Like I would rather have that. I wouldn't have like an off-road Lamborghini personally.
Honestly, man, if I had a ton of money, I would just use all the money that you use to get a Lamborghini Stirato, like the off-roader one. I would just go and buy a whole bunch of different stuff, like a classic Range Rover, a classic like Land Cruiser, a Toyota Land Cruiser, and a couple of other things to play around with. It's like, why in the world have one of these things when you can have multiple neat little ones that don't cost as much?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I would think. But it still does look really cool. I would say that. And a huge thanks to you for support, Raphael, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, Ross said built for drug dealers. No, they go for Ford F-250s and they get those and then they like put armor in them and stuff and they get their homemade buddy to put the armor. that's what they're doing. Those are actually pretty costly, actually. But our next one here goes to Flamingo, who puts in a 5. He said, hi, Inquisitors. Ships are measured in buoyancy and Iranian leaders in flamboyancy. And one for the chat, please.
That's a great one, Flamingo. Actually got me by surprise right there. I was like, oh, damn. I wasn't looking at the spreadsheet, too. I was looking at the line chat, so when that was read, it was literally a shock. And I gotta say, a good one right there. A good one, Flamingo. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the chat's going to go to AF Kaplan, who said, what do you think is the purpose of having the B-2 bombers in theater over Iran? And could they be used to strike Pickaxe Mountain?
The reason is to try and strike a larger number of targets because they have a larger bomb carrying capacity, or it may be able to fire off standoff munitions like cruise missiles, which would also be a good reason to have them. And they could bomb Pickaxe Mountain. So I hope that does address the live chat well, and a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Jeff Hanley, who said Pakistan is broke, Saudi Arabia is rich. If Pakistan wants money, they have to help Saudi Arabia.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess that's a way to look at it, I suppose. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig King, who said, great show as always. I've been around the channel for a while now. And what did the president mean today in his post that he felt the same about Zelensky?
Like, he respects him or he likes him or something. I mean, honestly, folks, the president sounds like a schmuck when he's like, "Oh, I have a great relation with Xi." It's like Xi's putting on a face, dude. That's the diplomacy game. Like, he doesn't like you. Like, it's like none of these people like you. They don't give a shit about you. They don't hate you. They don't like you either. They look at you as someone to manipulate. They sure as hell sound like they're taking him out to the cleaners from what he's thinking of them. Because when you ever hear Xi go, "Oh, I have a great relation with old Donald," it's like, no, it's like if they're saying that to manipulate him. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Buddhist Beer, who said, "What do you think of the NDAA blending American and Israeli military and intelligence services together, going to the Senate soon?"
Generally, it's more so just more so the tech sharing side of things with the war industries. Generally, from what I know, it's not like a merging of everything, but I'd say I'm heavily against it, very much opposed against it. It's a national security risk. The state of Israel has a great deal of intelligence risks that are posed with it naturally in its normal state, and I don't really like integrating them into what could be proprietary information where they could do as they please with it. Bad idea. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt, who said, "We're basically regime maxing now. Only one bomb has ever broken a country's will, and that was in conjunction with other factors and is not an option."
I would agree. I would agree with the Andrew Honeycutt on that one. We are regime maxing on God. Nice cut, G. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, "Who is Hot Dog Man?" You know, the wiener man, the hot dog, the glizzy, it's just, it's nobody.
Goblin.
Like, I think everybody's forgotten who that is for the better. But thank you, Game Theory, for that support. We also have a 2 from Mamba Mentality, who said TGIF and LSA.
And I thank you so much for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 1 from Plazath, and thank you, Plazath, as always, for that support, and we do appreciate that, as always. And with that, folks, it's now time to get some live chat questions in our Morse code decoders, and tonight we have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Johnny, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Fluffiness, Kush, Koteric, Sire, and Brian. They said a Morse code said, "Seems like the quiet before the storm. The U.S. may be leveling the whole country tomorrow. LSA."
And that is the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. And I congratulate y'all greatly for making sure to get that Morse code message correct time and time again. The Lee Experience in the Court never misses a single message, and y'all didn't again tonight. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one's going to go to Valley Forge, who said, "Why did the Houthis wait so long to join the fight?"
The Houthis generally kind of have their own thing going on to a sense. The Iranians try to preserve their terrorist forces in the region and not, put them into an endless state of conflict, because terrorist forces are actually kind of weak and they can end up getting curb stomped kind of quick if they're too noticeable or if they're easy to hit and excuse. So generally that's the reason why they didn't get heavily involved until the Saudis, apparently brushed them the wrong way. I think the Saudis bombed Sana'a airport because the Houthis conducted an attack on a Saudi unit near the border, and then that started the whole thing off. So I hope that addresses that the best I can. And actually, looks like we have 2 more super chats to address. So Matthew, what do we got?
And our next one goes to Ross, all the way from Australia, down under. And thank you very much, Ross, for that 50 Australian. He said, "Today's shocking attack on Saudi oil facilities is designed to disrupt the world economy and drive fear in the West. And it's just the kind of thing that might see Pakistan enter the conflict in LSA."
It might. I would say Pakistan joining in at this point wouldn't be too bad of a thing. Like, the more the merrier. If Pakistan would kind of be on our side. Well, Pakistan would be doing their own thing with Saudi Arabia, but that'd still be generally in our interest. And the enemy of our enemies are always our friends, at least temporarily. So, hopefully we'll be able to see they might be able to come in and maybe give a thrashing to the Houthis along with the Saudis, and maybe we won't have to get involved much, if at all. But still, a big thanks to you for the incredible support, Ross, and helping this channel to keep running. Very astute observation. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Keith Sires, and Keith said, "What's your views on the right to repair with John Deere farm machinery, LSA?"
That's actually a very big one at this point in the agricultural industry. The reason why the right to repair is just been changed, not to get into the huge rabbit hole, it's because John Deere's having to meet certain environmental protections regulations, and the concern is that if farmers repair the vehicles themselves, they might override those environmental protections regulations. That's why the right to repair is exclusively held by John Deere in, I believe, the purchase contracts that are made these days. I would say, though, with that in mind, I feel like the right to repair should still be with the farmers themselves. Like, if they want to repair it their own way and do it cheaper, not through a John Deere facility, then they should have the right to do that. The thing is, though, is that at the same time, they also have to be upheld to the environmental regulations. And if they violate them, I believe that there should be fines because the environmental regulations are for purpose and it is the law. So I would say that's generally the way I would like to handle it. But that's just my 2 cents on the matter. And that is a very complex matter, like as far as it goes with the side of the farmers' arguments and John Deere's arguments, but I would generally be on the side of the farmers. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Jordan, who said, won't all these U.S. attacks push Iran even harder to build a nuke? And won't this give them greater reason to try to use it?
Yes, and that's why also I would say that we really can't end the first phase of the war where it was. We have to continue because we have to continue on to a point where Iran cannot make a nuclear weapon or use a nuclear weapon, which means that we need to clear out the Strait of Hormuz, remove their ability to pressure us and end the war prematurely, and then continue the war on until we can ensure that they will not develop or possess a nuclear weapon. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the last person to put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is none other than Bob. He said, are we saving what little munitions the U.S. has left? And other than what we're already doing, how do we replenish faster than capable? And it sounds like poor planning.
Sadly, it is poor planning. We generally just have to see that the war industries here in the United States of America are ramped up to a significant scale and that we also make them produce on an economy of scale. We can get their batch number prices down fairly low if we give them giant purchase orders and we tell them that we're going to keep renewing these contracts annually. They can get the number down pretty low for the ordinances and weapons that they're producing. That's one way to do it, but that's still going to take time, probably a couple of years. So sadly, at this moment right now, we're kind of just suffering from poor planning and a lack of foresight because the defense industries were not ready for the conflict, and so we're kind of exhausting stockpiles that we're not able to replenish, at least at the immediate moment. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all greatly for having been here over the course of this night. We actually had 21,000 people here at the peak, and interestingly enough, folks, I've actually seen, as of late, that apparently YouTube is having a reporting issue. Again, Matthew, to let you know, last night's stream actually got up to a peak viewership of 24,000 live viewers, not 22.9, I believe, is what the number we had last night. So there's probably more people that were watching tonight than we're seeing at the moment. But a big shout out to the nearly 21,000 of y'all that we know were on air tonight at the peak, and the 200,000 of y'all who watched the stream in 4 hours and 16 minutes. I've got to say that we're always honored and greatly appreciative to know that each and every single one of y'all have been here watching, and we hope that our news was as well researched and covered tonight as always. And so with that in mind, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and if there is a short war video to be made, Matthew will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, also a big shout out to Game Theory, who threw into 2, and he said, I wish they would open the drone contracts. Me too. That would be a great thing. But on that note, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern and maybe midday for a short war video. But that's if there's enough news to cover midday, that is. But we appreciate you all for joining us once again tonight, all 200,000 of you. And we hope to see you all tomorrow once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.